Yo, 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 everybody. Uh, there might be a couple of, let's just say there might be a couple of, interruptions, or you guys might be hearing some random noise at times. Currently have somebody over to fix something, in the other room. It's a Saturday. So if you guys hear any, like, loud noises or bangs, I have, like, some filters and stuff on the mic, so it should be alright. Oh, Ethan, my
How's that
freaking
for a
man.
magic trick?
My man, Ethan, with the 77 people. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hope your stream went well today, dude. I'm imagining you did some reacts to Ryuku Sensei and his content. We've got a lot of stuff pulled up. Super exciting day. A lot of stuff has happened in the Wuthering Waves scene. Tech is talking with Poke about you right now. All right. All right, peace out, Ethan. Thank you for the raid. I think we share a shit ton of viewers anyways. I see raider from Ethan, but these are guys that are always in my chat. So let's just go ahead and get right on into it with Pokey's stream, or Poke and Tectone. I hear they're talking about me. And you know, people are talking about me, right? It's in my best interest to obviously, right, hear what they're saying. Hear what they're saying. Give some feedback. So we're just gonna get right on into
Talking
it.
about passive aggressive? Hey, bitch, that ain't passive aggressive. That's full blown aggressive. All right. Hey, that was full blown aggressive. Is what it is. Oh,
I have seen the EO tweet. We're gonna be getting into the EO tweet. That one's a bit of a banger.
Really
No, I just want to say, by the way, you did say you were being a dick for ODK, and now that you're not in ODK, you're still a dick. But yeah, go for it.
Hey. Should I not be a dick to that guy?
Should I knock? Should I knock right now?
No comments, bro.
Should I let
Hey,
Tecto know
chat.
I want to drop in and collaborate?
Should I be nice to him?
How diabolical would that
answer?
be?
Hell fucking no. Fuck that.
Should I press the button?
Dude
Should I
fucked
press the
up my
big
life
button
for
that's right
2
here? It's like
years.
tempting me.
Hell fucking no. Hey, I've said this once, I said it 1,000 times. I am good to people who are good to me, and I am horrible. Should I be nice to him? 3 good things about Genshin. I'll be legitimate.
I've got him on. I've got YouTube on
I
here.
appreciate Genshin.
Yeah, I
for
actually messaged
essentially
Box
making
2.
gacha
Show you.
games
I've actually messaged Box 2
legitimate.
saying that I'm down for a
It
chat.
is the
He seems
GOAT
quite
for
neutral.
a reason. Like,
We're also going to be going
without
over
Genshin,
Box 2's
Wuthering
VOD. I've got it
Waves
pulled up
doesn't
right here,
exist.
actually.
Without Genshin, Honkai Star Rail doesn't exist. Zenless doesn't exist. It put gacha games on the map, and every company learned what not to do from that game, which I think is great. And they learned a lot of things that they should do. Yeah.
Tech is nice to me because
I
I'm
think
nice to him.
Genshin, everything else.
That's kind of how it works.
And
You
then-
treat
okay,
people well,
oh,
they treat you well.
Also,
That's how it
thank you,
works,
Breath
like,
of the
most of the
Wild.
time.
Because without Breath of the Wild, Genshin doesn't exist. So thank you, Nintendo. Thank you, Sakurai.
Hello, Saint, Tectone, and other
Let's
guy.
think here. Other nice thing
That's
about Genshin,
diabolical, dude. Are you just gonna write other guy
Hail
like that for
Eula.
Pokey?
Hail Eula, absolutely.
Really solid video
And
from
then,
him, though. Yeah, no, I've heard.
I actually am grateful for Paimon.
Yes.
Because a lot of my autistic cousins really.
I think I should
really
go
like
into
that
his.
game.
I think I should just go
And
into
so
the
I think
VOD
that's
at this
good
point,
that
right?
they're
I should just go into the VOD.
The autistic people.
I don't think
they
I don't think
did
I'm gonna
something
listen
to
to their
story
chat
a little
right now.
more
It's like
palatable, so I
looks
think
like
that's
they're
good.
talking about a subject matter I don't want to comment on yet.
Rich.
So, you guys know when in the VOD over here he's put tech ass Pokey about me. I've got to hear this, right? We've got to hear this. You finally caught out to watching. Hey, what's up, Chiral? 69. You don't watch a lot of YouTuber? Isn't this diabolical? Hello, Saint, Tectone, and other guy. Hello, Saint, Tectone, and other guy. Oh my gosh. Pokey, do you see this shit? Germalo Dean 1234 Pokey literally just ruined you, buddy. He just ruined you. I don't know how. I might have to give him a VIP for this one. Hey, Germalo Dean 1234, you are now VIP'd. Congratulations, man. Oh wow, my noise filter is working pretty good. There's literally drilling going on in my place. There's drilling going on in the walls. So there's drilling going on in the walls. So that sound isn't coming through. Everything's going pretty good. I like the background music, so I'll play a little bit more. All right. Make him a mod. It would be kind of diabolical if I made him a mod. So anyone know in the VOD where it is, or did it like recently just happen? Maybe we'll just listen from here. My voice filter is goated. Oh yeah, this is my actual voice, guys. I've watched it's. Wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry. You guys see something over here? I've watched It's Senpai's guide on Baija, and he had lingering tunes on Zhang Liao. We lost another one, boys. We lost another one. There's nothing special about being a VIP, Jamalo. It just highlights you in chat, so
Feel my wrath.
So I know how to keep listening to you. That vid was released a month ago. Hey, maybe he recognized the fault in his ways, and he has now switched over to. Maybe he has now figured out the fault in his ways, and he has now switched over to the real Zhang Liao set. Void Thunder! Is there any reason to use lingering tunes at this point? Absolutely not. Just don't use it. I love how Tectone thinks his chat isn't an echo chamber, pure ignorance and definition. I don't think his chat is an echo chamber. I think he frequently breeds discerning or like dissenting opinions in chat. We had a pretty long VOD yesterday where we went into how Techie was reacting
Feel
to...
my wrath.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the subs, everybody. When he was talking about how Poke was reacting to Poke's vid. And the thing is that in that situation, he was getting a lot of dissenting opinions from his chat, Noxon. So my opinion is that Tectone's chat isn't actually an echo chamber. He just happens to have a lot of loud people when he is at like, 6-7K viewers. He has a lot of loud people that will like spam a lot. So that's just spammers. Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see.
Every Twitch chamber, yeah, because when you have 7,000 viewers, guys, you don't have 7,000 people talking in chat.
You're so right.
It's like not the same thing.
Go back when the VAs actually come back. I was just reading Simulator. Yeah, I don't want to read that shit. The next character is all of them combined. Is that true, Mr. Bogey? Edited. I mean, that's also very true. Like, we didn't really take that many pauses, to be honest. That's actually kind of nuts. By the way, we both need to upload this talk on both of our YouTubes.
Oh, okay.
That we'll save that for later.
The comments have changed.
Sure. I think that's it's good.
Yeah, I think we both post it today on YouTube.
Mars 2 Chameleon Guide, Red Spring and Lingering Tunes. Oh,
I don't know if
fuck
my
me.
editors are awake.
Wait, he actually recommended Lingering Tunes?
Bro, most of them.
All right, guys.
Okay, let me check.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Lingering Tunes. Hey. I mean, double intro, right?
I heard
double
this
intro is
audio
actually
about
Camellia's best
Capitano
rotation.
Fucking the listener into submission and join the Fatui.
Yeah, Lingering Tunes
What
does
the
not work with
fuck?
double intro because it takes about 4 seconds to ramp
That's
up.
awesome.
And if you delay ephemeral
Just
in
upload it
double intro,
unedited.
that's not very good.
That's also very true.
Because you'll have it right when you enter the field.
Pauses, to be honest.
I should probably remove drops from my title. Are there not drops anymore?
Genshin a lot. I didn't really play Genshin. It was more like I walked around.
Honestly,
yeah. So
bro has
in
drops
HSR,
in just chatting.
Oh, here's what I would like to talk to you about.
Hey, if Tectone's doing it,
if
he has drops in just chatting,
Sure.
it's fine.
I mean, I try.
Okay. I'm going to list games that I think that you need to play. You need to play 5 Hearts Under One Roof.
Okay.
You need to stop playing League.
It's fine.
did.
It's
I quit
fine.
League,
I'll
like,
just.
since
It's
Good.
fine. It's fine.
Good. You need to try Balatro.
Guys, where's the part of the
Got
VOD
it.
where he talks to where he talks about me?
I think you've already done Elden Ring. You've viewership with League of Legends. Let's see here.
You'll get them later. Don't worry.
Okay, you rage bait so much. So here's the thing.
Wait a 2x.
Let's talk about that rage baiting. Outside of me pushing a MAGA agenda for lols, I didn't even vote, guys. I didn't fucking vote. I would like to know a time where I rage baited. Can you name me
Right
time
when
I
I
rage baited?
started. Okay.
I can think of rage baiting. Your account. That's me trying to piss people, regardless. Right? He goes, oh, my face. Well, if they would just hurry up and fucking do it, I can stop telling them. Anything else?
I'm historian, so he's historian, he's Master League. That's crazy dedication.
Okay, so you think being Korean is good?
I think being a Korean Master League is really good.
Why Korean?
Whoa. I heard Korean Master. And so that must be me.
Cool. Yeah, isn't it really late for you?
Yeah, it's 1:30.
Hey, I want you to say 3 nice things about some content creators in the gacha space. I want you to say 3
All right, here we go. Absolute cinema. It's time for the cinema. Nice things. Nice things from
about
Pokey.
Don't us.
I did thought you were gonna say 3 nice things about you. I'm like, oh shit.
No, 3 nice things about
You're
Saint
bald,
Don't.
white, and tall. Okay, sure.
Yep.
I mean, he's Korean, you know, so he's Korean. He's mastering league. That's crazy. Crazy dedication. Very
Okay,
good.
so you think being Korean is good?
I think being a Korean mastering
diabolical.
league is really good.
Why Korean? Why
Allegedly.
is Korean good?
He's Korean. Like if he like
No, but why is that a plus?
because he's Korean.
They
and so
want
he's good at
proof?
league.
Oh, so,
Hey,
so then how do you feel
hey.
about black people?
Techie, Pokey, play a fucking game with me.
I heard what you called Gotcha Smack.
Play a game with me, guys.
I saw that
Hey,
thumbnail.
that's the
I saw
best
what
way
you
to
called.
prove it, right? Let's play some
It's my
league.
thumbnail editor, by the way. But
Let's
yeah, he gave me
let's
the pass
play
How do
some
you feel about that
fives,
thumbnail?
and that I think is the
It's kinda-
evidence,
kinda crazy.
ladies and gentlemen. I don't think there's
Insane
any other
thumbnail.
better
You
way to
call
prove it
Gotcha
other
Smack
than,
the N-word,
yo,
you
let's
cry.
play fives. Techie, gank my lane. And you know what else is gonna prove it? The flame that I'm gonna give him when he doesn't gank my
Feel
lane.
my wrath.
Hey, Kyril69,
Oh, you
Kyril69,
little
thank you for
silly
the sub.
rover. You're my little PogChamp rover.
It's a really crazy thumbnail.
Okay. All right. So name 2 more things about St. Todas that you like.
2 more things.
Uh,
Why is it taking you so fucking long, man? There's got to be something, right? There's got to be at least 2 things you can just get right off the rip.
I think his voice is very nice. I like his voice.
Brother is not beating the allegations. Okay, I do believe that there is no evidence, my friend. No evidence, my friend, that you like women. Not yet. Where's the public proof? That's a pretty interesting statement to make, given that context.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what else?
The last one. I feel like he can.
His Rappa cosplay is the proof? Pokey has a Rappa cosplay? Oh, right, that was somebody else. Sorry, never mind. I got caught. I got caught. Right, there was a girl
Present
that
his
posted from his
points.
account. My bad. I got caught.
Bit,
I got
he
caught.
might be a little bit stubborn, but he can present his points. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a backhanded compliment. So give
He's a bit stubborn, but can present. Hey, look, he sniffed that out immediately. He sniffed that out immediately. He's just like,
him a roll.
that's a bit of a backhanded
He can
compliment,
present
though.
his point well.
Oh, okay. All
It's
right. Now say 3 nice things about Wuthering Waves.
best thing about Wuwa.
Changli, Yingli, Yingling, and Camellia.
True. Okay.
Fair.
Good. Do you want me to say 3 nice things about anybody or no?
All right, so that was pretty cool. A little bit of fun, little content to tee us up for the rest of the day. But I do believe that the rest of this conversation is not going to be as lighthearted. But what I'm going to be doing is actually playing all of that music that you're hearing in the background throughout the day, just to, keep it chill, keep it a little bit bass ed. And yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to cover. We've got Ryuku Sensei with the most diabolical video in Gacha Gaming. Or sorry, not diabolical, the most devilish video in Gacha Gaming. We're going to see if he can both objectively and demonstrably prove every single point he's making in this video. Because he's talking about what he hates about Wuthering Waves. What you're going to notice is that what he hates about, not that he hates Wuthering Waves. And a lot of people are saying that this video is really good. Okay, I think you guys are starting to hear some stuff right now. So do keep in mind that there is some construction going on at the moment. I'll try to move my mic a little bit further away from the wall. I'll try to move my mic a little bit further away from the wall so that it's not as loud. I mean, the noise filter is working. It's just really loud. So the mic's a little bit further away. Who's drilling your hole? Okay, Akira. Okay, pause. Pause, okay? Take a 30-second timeout. Okay, buddy? That definitely warrants a 30-second timeout. Right? We can agree with that. That's a 30-second timeout. That's a 30-second timeout, buddy. Okay? Okay? Phrasing matters, bro. Phrasing matters.
Feel my wrath.
You need to factor that in when you're typing in my chat, bro. Holy goly moly. My goodness. All right, let's see how YouTube chat is acting up right now. Oh. Oh my. He has a lot of personal takes rather than projecting problems as critics. Hey, guess what, guys? His title is What I Hate About Wuthering Waves. Not Wuthering Waves is mid. Okay? He says what I hate about it's literally in the title of the video. He firmly expresses that this is merely his opinions and personal thoughts. Versus like, you know, there's a bit of another there was another title that we saw, right? Another title that we saw called The Tower of Adversity is mid. Not I think the Tower of Adversity is mid. And obviously we're getting into semantics here, right? Because he clarifies. But guys, the title matters because that's the first thing that people see, right? And when you are just saying, right, his other video was Honkai Star Rail is the worst game or something. Maybe he actually does keep like an opinion on everything. I want to check that out real quick. I want to see what his HSR vids title was. Blah blah blah. Ooh, look at this Giga Glazer over here. Blah, 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 blah. Where's he at? Honkai Star Rail. Oh, never mind. Even his title for the Honkai Star Rail one is Honkai Star Rail is the worst game I've ever played. Ryuka said he'd like to talk to you as well. I mean, the motherfucker talks to me like almost, the motherfucker talks to me like every, like a couple times a week. So I'm assuming he just wants to do it on stream. Yeah, I'm assuming he wants to do it on stream. So he's doing a good job with the titles over here, making sure to clarify that a lot of stuff is his opinion. And what that also means is that his opinion, people are starting to value it, or people value it a lot more. Cool. All right, one last question from the chat. We'll make it Wuthering Waves related. Bro, off topic, but how can you tell how crit rate and crit damage should be on Gion for a casual player? Honestly, just shoot for like something above 70%, something above 70% crit rate and something above 250 crit damage. It might be a little bit, you need a couple of double crit rolls to get there, but yeah. But yeah. When it comes to this video, ladies and gentlemen, I have heard that it is really, really, really good. From the perspective of, he brings a lot of evidence, he brings a lot of data, a lot of like calculation, not really calculations, but empirical evidence to back up his opinions. This is a personal critique that I've heard is really well done and is directly adjacent, right, to a lot of the other critiques that we've been seeing for Wuthering Waves in the past couple of weeks. Or even not, maybe not weeks, but like days. And the fact of the matter is that when you're able to take this more data-driven approach, this more factual display of why you actually don't like certain things, and you aren't, again, using misinformation to bolster and create your critiques in the first place like other creators have done, then you're taken a lot more seriously. For example, Vars's critiques. What's going on there? What's going on there? Half the shit in his video is literally not true. Second is that you have some of Gotcha Smack's takes, right? Especially when it comes to the cutscenes and the TOA and, you know, obviously buggering waves. In that situation, again, imperfect information, a misunderstanding, causing those critiques to actually formulate. And then he uses a lack of information to bolster his points. And when you're continually doing that for, you know, a couple of days, that's where people are like, we're not going to take your critique seriously. And people are perfectly justified in having that opinion. When you basically have, I said it on the call, right? A 3-kill streak UAV of making misinformed critiques based off of a lack of information, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And so we did bring up the topic of Vars. We did bring up that situation. And before we dive into this, I actually wanted to cover a little bit about what was going on with some other content creators, with Box2 and actually Baraxophone. And I think over here, there's actually quite a bit of misinformation being spread by Brax. And for me, I just wanted to take some time to clear the air and explain some of the things that we're going to be seeing on this screen. Because right now, yeah, there's a bit of a problem with what Brax is saying about me in a lot of content creator chats. There's a pretty fucking big problem with what Brax is saying about me in a lot of content creators chats on Twitch. He is quite literally spreading a lie, if I'm frankly being honest. Or he's not wording his critiques correctly, but I have seen that he's been saying this exact same thing in a lot of Twitch chats when it's something that I had never actually said. And he's kind of like he's basically like twisting my words twisting some of the claims that I've made in a video, and really finding a lot of additional offense to it that quite literally is not there. So to me, it kind of just shows that he maybe didn't watch my content. He didn't watch my video. He heard what other people were saying behind the scenes, didn't take the time to validate it, and is now typing in multiple content creators' chats, making a negative impression about me. And that's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate, especially because it's like in a public context. It's in a public context. It's in a, it's obviously with like high reputation, high reach creators. And he's going around not getting the full information and making very, very bold claims about me. And he doesn't have the full picture. He didn't watch the videos. He didn't actually hear what I said. And he's kind of just saying shit. And to me, it was a little bit disappointing. It's another take by him. It's another take by him based off of misinformed thoughts and things that I didn't actually say. And so we're going to see it live. And just so you all know, he said the exact same thing in multiple other content creators' chats. And if he's doing it publicly, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he's doing behind the scenes. Just letting that out there. If he's doing this publicly, right, on people's public Twitch chats, and then kind of going into like one-on-one exchanges with content creators about how, basically misrepresenting information about me, I'm gonna be honest, guys. That's not like, if he's doing that, I don't know what he's telling people in DMs. You can just imagine what he's telling people in DMs. And so I wanted to take some time, obviously, to clear the air, actually clarify all of this stuff, because it's in multiple VODs. It's in Gotcha Smacks VOD. It is in Box's VOD. I don't know where else it is, but, we'll just have to see. Let's not speculate stuff. I'm not speculating very much at all. This is quite lit. I think it's perfectly reasonable. Let me just pull this up here. I'm just gonna say it's perfectly reasonable for me to assume that if he is publicly posting kind of like an incomplete take about me on public Twitch channels in front of XYZ number of viewers, then again, I think it's perfectly fine for me to speculate. If he's talking publicly, what is he saying behind the scenes? I think that's perfectly fine to speculate. Because if you're willing to do something publicly, what are you doing in private? That's not a crazy question. That's not anything out of the ordinary. And so let's go ahead and let's break this situation down.
Yeah, what up, Brax? How you doing, dude?
Doesn't matter if he said he wasn't sure if I said it.
Fuck.
This is his first
Feel
take
my
on the
wrath.
situation.
You stinky loser. How you doing, bro? Have you been keeping up with the I guess you're not a fucking drama goblin like me, right? What the fuck?
All right.
Hey, I'm sorry, bro. You throw shots at me all the time. What are you talking about? I need to start the next big drama with you.
All right, so TLDR, Gotcha Smack 1 because I can't take an L, but I suggest watching the last episode 10 minutes. Now you don't. Okay, so we're just gonna see where he is in chat, obviously, because I want to get the full context of when Brax was in here.
How did I check this?
Because I want to see, I want to give him the full, context of his words, not just like a bad clip taken out of context.
June 2025.
I want to see when he comes up, and then we'll follow the. I want to see when he comes up, and then we'll follow the conversation from there. Because again, I think that Brax is a great member of the community, and to have him sort of like take this stance against me is something that is obviously it hurt me a little bit, right? Because I know he has a great relationship with Tectone. He's a big influencer in the community, right? And having somebody like that against you, kind of like spreading misinformation, essentially saying you said things that you didn't say, is not that great. And so I want to see what led up to this in the video. Guys, I'm trying to give him as fair of a shake as possible. Like, that's why I'm going this far back. I'm trying to give him as fair of a shake as possible. Because he said some very bold things in here.
My stream lagging, or is my stream lagging through it's him? Oh, he's lagging. I remember the stream was lagging yesterday because of PoE2. Let me see. No one in his chat says it's lagging. Also, I don't think he saw the request. Unlucky, bro, man. It's fine now.
All right, 1 second before we dive on into this. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry, guys. And one last thing, guys, if somebody doesn't mind subjecting themselves to some mental torture, if somebody is willing to sort of like dive on a grenade for me, if you could actually if somebody could comb through Gotcha Smack's VOD and find where Brax made some statements in the chat, that would be amazing. If somebody's willing to take some mental damage going through that VOD, it's the one, obviously, right, where he says, like, the most unhinged creator. If somebody's willing to take some mental damage to go through that VOD and find where Brax was talking about me, that would be great, because he kind of repeats the same exact points in here. So if somebody remembers the exact point, the flow of the conversation, if you could go find that timestamp and link it to me,
Feel my wrath.
that would be great. And I know it's a really, really hard watch. I know it's a hard watch. And so that's why I'm saying you're going to be taking a bullet for it. And so if somebody wants to grab it, then, I think you'll get a VIP. If somebody can grab it, you'll get a VIP, okay? You'll get a VIP. All right, Liquid, you're on the screen right now. All right, let's go, buddy. You'll get a VIP. Liquid, this is your chance to redeem yourself after all of this shit over the past few days, buddy. So, let's go ahead and dive right on into it. So this is going to be Box 2. This is going to be his stream. He's kind of going over a lot of the stuff that's been going on. And Liquid really wants that VIP. So he'll be doing that. The good news is he's going to be distracted, and now he's not going to be able to type dumb shit in chat. So this kind of like is like a two birds, one stone situation here. Or the chat quality increases, and I get the material that I need. You guys get what's going on here, right? That was like a 500 IQ play. So let's... Oh, man. All right, let's go.
I just want to ask him, what the fuck does he mean confronting Dectone? Surely that's not just that's not just clickbait, right? Surely not. Oh, there you go. Oh fuck, I sent another knock. Whoops. I thought that was him sending one over. Never mind. That's my bad. Oh, get the sub. Fuck no, man. I'm not fucking giving his ass a sub. Fuck that. He's playing GFL. You don't even see it, bro. You don't even fucking see it. Well, that's not time, bro. Unlucky. Oh, whoop dick. Whoopsies. My bad. All right. I really want to understand the whole. Hold on. I really want to understand the whole like St. Thomas thing. I really do.
All right, there we go. So here it is. He said he really wants to understand the whole Saint
I
thing.
just don't know how.
He doesn't know how.
There has to be a better way than to watch. Like,
all right, so first things first. Brax just says, no, you don't need to. So Box basically says that he's trying to figure out what the situation is, get more context, and then Brax just jumps in immediately and says, you don't need the context. You don't need to worry about it. Just listen to what I'm saying.
50-hour streams, man. Nah, you don't need to, man. Yeah, what up, Brax? How you doing, dude? How you doing?
And to me, I feel like that is a little weird. I'm gonna be honest. That's like a little weird. The guy says he wants more information, more context to fully understand the situation. And he kind of just says, nah, you don't need it. Oh
You
shit.
stinky
So,
fuck.
I mean,
You stinky
that's
loser.
like,
How
to
you
me,
ever-
that's like strike one. For me, at least. That's strike one already.
Have you been keeping up with the I guess you're not a fucking drama goblin like me, right? What the fuck? Hey, I'm sorry, bro. You throw shots at me all the time. What are you talking about? I need to start the next big.
And now we're painting the image that I'm an elitist. You don't think that's what he was saying? Box literally said, I want to find out more about the Saint Tonta situation, and then Brax immediately types, nah, you don't need to. I mean,
Drama with you.
wait for the rest of what he types.
LDR saying Tontas is an elitist. Yeah, but I want to see the process of how he's an elitist is the thing.
He wants context, he wants information, he wants the proof for why I am an elitist. Gib is typing in my chat. Gib, you do know that I can see who clips my streams? I can see who makes clips, Gib. And you've made a lot of potentially inflammatory ones. It's a little weird. You actually, there was one stream where you yourself clipped like 20 different things. Liquid, let me go see over here. You clipped like 20 different things from my stream, like with really inflammatory titles, like trying to imply blame or something on me. So let's have that context first while we see all the stuff that you're typing. The guy is a Smack mod, so of course. Hey man, if we know how Smack's mods work. They just ban people that disagree, so maybe I just turn it around on you and do the exact same thing. Right? Why don't I just do the exact same thing that Smack's mods do to Smack's mod? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny? That would be pretty funny. Yes, this is the VOD. This is the VOD where Brax types about me. That is the one. You're correct, Liquid. Good job. You've earned you're on 25% of you're 25% of the way to VIP. All right, Gib. Let's see what you got, buddy. Maybe this will determine whether or not you're banned. All right, you ready? You ready, buddy? Yeah, you made some freak. Yeah, you've been a bit of a freak. You've been a bit of a freak, man. Let's be honest. You were a little weird.
Do you want to know why people are saying that my takes are gospel? Hypothetically, once again, your words, not mine. Because I am literally right.
So? Am I not allowed to say I'm right when I'm right? Do I have to say I'm wrong when I'm right? Like, look at how he, like, clips literally just this part. He clips literally just this part, and he's trying to paint me in such a bad content. And so, Gib, you literally had 20 clips from that day that you tried to paint me out of context in. We have Vars's video in the background. This is the day that we reacted to Vars's video. And obviously, he leaves out all the context of that. You can't really put it in. You can't really put it in. Somebody has the timestamp. 308. All right, Utsubayo, you have now earned a VIP. Liquid, take the L, little bro. You're a little bit too slow, buddy. You're a little bit too slow, buddy. So we got him out of chat for a little bit. But he still took the L. What a bum. Liquid bum. Not liquid cheese, liquid bum. Alright, Matthew. You can get one too. Alright. So, let me grab this. I've got the VOD open. We'll pull it up. I've got the timestamp as well. So, Gib, are you gonna type anything more, or are you just gonna get caught with your pants down and then just leave the chat and fly away and run away with your tails between your legs? What you gonna do, buddy? You got about 20 clips out of context from that one day. They all have inflammatory titles. I can show them too if you want. But yeah, do you think you're providing value to my channel? Do you think you're somebody that deserves to be in my chat and type in my chat and post links? VC? I'm not gonna VC with you, dog. What the fuck? Why the fuck would I VC with you? You clip me out of context 20 times and now you want to VC? Bro, you are a clout chasing drama goblins. I know one person that's done it. Look at this. Look at this clout chasing little drama goblin. He's a Smack mod and now he wants to join VC. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, dude, you are so cringe. It's insane. You are so cringe, it's insane. I'm relaxing though. I'm all good. Yeah, I'm in a good mood today. What? So you just try to bait me multiple times. You post an out of context clip. I say you've been clipping me out of context with inflammatory titles 20 times, and now you want a VC. Is this the way that you try to collaborate with other creators? Is this what you do? A little weird, man. I'm not gonna lie. That's a weird way to try to collaborate with people. A little weird. Little cringe, if I'm frankly being honest. You guys think that this is a good way to build relationships with people? I list things that are objectively correct about the game, and then I say I'm right, and then now that's evidence that I'm an elitist. Because I know about the game, and I'll correct people that are not right. But that's your evidence that I'm an elitist. And so you basically lie. Now you want a VC? Please look at YouTube chat. All right, I'll take a look at YouTube chat. YouTube chat. YouTube chat. You guys get to decide Gib's fate. YouTube chat. What do we do with Gib? YouTube chat. You get to decide what we do with Gib. At this point, he is fully at my mercy. I am justified doing whatever I want to him. Ban, ban, ignore, ban, 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 ice him. I don't know what that means, but I assume that means ban. I'm seeing a lot of bans. Gib, you've got one chance to defend yourself, buddy. How do we not ban you? You got one more message. You have one more message, buddy. And then you are banned from my chat. Losing a smack mod is something that I do not care at all about. How are you going to defend yourself? You have one message. If it's not good, you're banned. Gib? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You've been typing one-word responses. Literally. One word, one word, one word. And yeah, hey, Gib, does Smack know you're doing this? Did you get permission from Smack to do this? Because you're basically astroturfing my channel, clipping me out of context, putting inflammatory stuff on my channel, and you're Smack's mod. Does he know you're doing this? Does he know that you're doing this? Did he put you up to it? Because people are going to think he put you up to it if you don't say anything, brother. Gib, you're leaving room for speculation. Gib, you just fucked Smack. Gib, come over here and explain yourself. Gib, you are making Smack look so bad right now. You are his mod, and you are basically astroturfing my chat, clipping me out of context and trying to make me look worse than I am. Gib! Alright. Well, we'll actually leave him unbanned since he left. I hope he clarifies that because he is not putting the streamer he's moderating in a good light. He is not making them look good. Anyways, so we have the whole, what's it called? Obviously, that clip is so out of context, it sucks balls. And so, yeah, so we got the elitist takeover here. We've got people agreeing with it. Gib came in, tried to dunk on me, and basically dunked himself and the streamer he mods for. To me, that is a complete failure on his end. Hopefully, he can explain and do better next time.
I think that's the fun part. Is that not? I feel like it is.
Hachi man?
Feel my wrath.
Why are you typing this? Why are you typing this, buddy? What's going on here? Why are you typing that? Stop being weird. Stop being weird in my chat, okay? What the fuck is this? What is this link? Oh my god. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Stop posting that shit. You fucking dumbass. Dazai, you're unmodded currently because I need confirmation from you that you don't. Oh, Dazai, I was waiting for you to show up. You're currently unmodded because I have heard that you were quite an active participant in Gateo's chat. You were a resident of Gateo Island. And so before being a mod, obviously, right, for me, I need to make sure that, you know, what was going on there, buddy? Why were you on Gateo Island for so long? You shit on them all the time. Oh, so you were like the counter pedo. That's what you were. Gateo Island filled with pedophiles, and you were the one person fighting against them. You were the strongest warrior. You were the woolly warrior. Dazai was the Hooli Warrior. Gateo chatters hate him. Okay. Buddy, Dazai, if Gateo chatters hate you, you are worth remodding. If Gateo's chatters hate you, you are worth remodding. Congratulations, buddy. You've got it back. You've got it back, buddy. Why are they dubbed as pedophiles? Check the VOD. There's literally a Gateo Island arc in my VOD. Gateo Island arc is in my VOD. Okay? And it is freaky. It is nasty. I don't recommend anybody watch it, but sometimes you need to know where the freaks are so you can avoid them. And Gateo's Twitch chat has some of the weirdest motherfuckers in gacha gaming. Some of the weirdest motherfuckers in gacha gaming. It is not pleasant. It's not good. A lot of weirdos in there. Anyways, so we've got all the cleanup ready to go. Let's just dive on into this, guys. This is a little bit, yeah.
I feel. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. So Rax types up and says, basically, Saint has a massive fucking ego problem, but I think it's exacerbated by the fact everyone's dogging on him for his shit takes. So, guys, which takes have I had that are shit? That's the thing. Which takes have I had that are shit? Do you see what he's typing in here? Like, do you guys see what he's typing in this chat? Guys, this is what he's publicly typing in content creators' Twitch chats. He's saying I have a massive fucking ego problem and that my takes are shit. Why? 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 Why is he saying this? And to me, it's just like, hey, dude, you're one of the biggest guide makers in the community. You're somebody that gets early access. You're somebody that gets a shit ton of views on basically every video you make about this game. And I'm just wondering why you're typing this about me. In creators' chats, why you're trying to like sway public opinion about me when you clearly haven't heard my full thoughts at all. You haven't taken the time to even listen to my full thoughts at all, and you're typing shit like this. Brother, you literally had like your own arc with you literally had your own Atsu arc where one of the biggest critiques that you had for him was him talking to behind the scenes to damage relationships, to damage your relationships with other creators. I am fully caught up with everything that happened between you and Atsu. And I'm going to be honest. This is fucking weird. Like, you're kind of doing the exact fucking same thing, but you're being public about it. I don't even think Atsu talked about you publicly. Atsu didn't talk about you publicly. He talked about you behind the scenes and damaged your relationships behind the scenes. And now you're up here doing it publicly. Damaging my relationships with content creators. And then also, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it after what happened to you with Atsu. After what happened to you with Atsu, you're doing this to somebody else. Way, way smaller than you. Like, I'm over here at like 22 something K subs. And now you're over here, like, you know, with your early access, your constant guides, really, really high reach, big audience, and you're saying this in public Twitch channels with your partner tag, with everything, basically being like highlighting everything, every single thing you say. Why? Why do this? Why do this when you don't have the full information, when you don't even know what I said? Not reviving that drama? This is relevant. This is relevant. He's kind of doing the exact same thing. He's kind of doing the exact same thing that other people got lambasted for doing to him. Now he's doing it to me. And I don't think that's really cool. I really don't think that's cool. I don't appreciate that at all. And so again, guys, I'm not like digging into DMs. I'm not like digging into like private things. This is stuff that he is posting on public Twitch channels. What I'm doing, guys, me responding to somebody doing it publicly to me is not burning a bridge at all. This is me addressing a problem that he is creating. A negative representation, a misrepresentation of me that he's done in this chat and that he's done in other chats as well. He doesn't have the information, he doesn't have the context, and he's typing incredibly inflammatory statements like this. Wouldn't it be more effective to have a conversation with him directly? Why don't you say that to him? Why don't you say that to him? Why is this the critique for me? Why is this the critique for me? If he addresses me publicly, I'm going to address him publicly. This is public. He is on multiple content creators' channels. If he's going to talk shit about me publicly, I am going to address it publicly. Why does he get to write all of this stuff in public in other content creators' Twitch chats, but I'm the one that suddenly has to address him privately and squash it behind the scenes? Including stuff like, how is it not relevant? Is it not unfair? Is it not fair for me to bring in this context? No, I think this is the situation, guys. He's done it in multiple creators' chats over several days. And if he's going to do it publicly, I'm going to address what he is saying publicly. I don't understand where these double standards are coming from. Why are there so many people telling me that I have to be public or that I have to be private when he is the one that started it off being public? Why is it literally rules for thee, not for me? Brax can do whatever he wants in public, and then I have to go do it in private? Guys, he is basically slandering me in public. I don't care if he didn't make a video out of it. He is literally in public chats saying this about me. I don't care if he posted it on Twitter. Guys, look at what people are saying here right now. Let's just keep playing. If he addresses me publicly and he's saying this stuff about me publicly, ladies and gentlemen, I am well beyond within my rights to address him publicly as well. Okay? That is what I am going to do. That is a fair thing that is a fair thing for me to do. And I'm not going to go ahead, back off with my tails between my legs, and just let him say shit like this and not address it publicly. Why are we playing defense so much? He's not aware of what he's doing? What? Why are we treating him like a 5-year-old? That's what? What does this even mean? How would he not know what he's doing? He's an adult. He's an adult man. He is an adult man who has responsibility and accountability. What the fuck does this mean when he's not aware of what he's doing? What? Huh? So saying I have a massive fucking ego problem and that I have shit takes, basically discrediting every single thing I've ever said. I have a massive ego problem and then I have shit takes that everyone's dogpiling on me for. And like, what? Wait, I'm so confused. What? You're saying that this is not one of the most inflammatory statements somebody can make about a content creator? Yeah, I do have an ego. Because I'll say it again. When I talk about technical things with this game, right? When I talk about these critiques that I'm making about other creators when they're spreading misinformation about the game, I'm right about my critiques. And that's the thing, right? It's just, this is a terrible impression. It's a double standard. He addressed me publicly. I'm going to talk to him publicly. You guys need to stop treating him like a baby. Why didn't Brax go to me privately first?
Feel my wrath.
Why do I have to go privately when he addresses me publicly? What is this framing, ladies and gentlemen? Why does he get the benefit of the doubt here? Why does he get all this protection? Why is he the golden boy right now? He doesn't deserve this. He says this to me. He doesn't deserve the golden boy status. He doesn't deserve the protection. He is actively attempting to ruin my reputation in other content creators' chats. And I don't like it. This is stinky. He thinks he went after him publicly by discrediting his guides. Do you guys know what I said during the Poke call? I didn't name a single person. I literally said something about, if you're not good at the game, if you're not skilled at the game, my belief is that you don't make as high of a quality guide or have as great of an input on things like the meta or tier lists if you're not good at the game. And so suddenly that's me calling him out. If he feels offended by that, that is a self-report. If he feels offended by that statement, that is a self-report on his end. That is literally not my problem. What the hell? I didn't specify anybody by name. And so if I make a general blanket statement about guides and he found offense to that, that is literally a self-report. That was a fact on guide making. And so if he felt offense from that, that's literally his fault. I didn't call out anybody. And now he's over here typing shit like this. This is crazy. This statement highlighted here, guys, it is fucking crazy. And so yeah, this is me standing on business. I don't care, right? I don't care about going up against bigger content creators. All right? I don't care at all. I'm not scared. You guys have clearly seen I am not one to be trifled with in situations like this. And if he's slandering me publicly, like he quite literally is right now, I am going to address him publicly. And maybe do a little bit of farming on the side. Because he is taking me out of context. He's basically trying to ruin my name, ruin my reputation. And yeah, Box's max viewer range apparently ranges from 1.3 to 2.2. That's a lot of people. I'm allowed to draw similarities, Vongola. And I'm gonna really need you to stop playing such a fervent defense for the man. I'm allowed to draw the parallels between the situations. Because I know about them. I've gotten the context of that. I actually have the context on his situation when he's not even trying to get the context on mine. Okay, I'm putting in a lot more work than he is. I could have just gotten the most inflammatory statement in here and then just put it up on the fucking screen. But I'm letting him start off with his first chat and then build up to it. I am giving him way more of a benefit of a doubt than he ever gave me before saying shit like this. Okay, I'm treating him way more fairly than he even attempted to treat me. Let's keep playing the video.
Let me see real quick. Yeah, basically, Saint has a massive fucking ego problem, but I think it's
All right, Cap, good day. I'm gonna need you guys to chill, okay? Guys, what's going on? Good day? I need you to chill. I need you to chill, good day, all right? Let's relax, everybody. Let's relax. We might need some timeouts, guys. Come on, guys. We don't need to have 1v1 arguments in my chat, okay? We need to chill. We need to relax. I'm standing on business today. If somebody is going to disparage my name publicly, again, I'm going to address it publicly. That's the fact of the matter. You're not going to do anything to change my mind. That's simply how it is. That's simply how it's going to be. Okay? Let's chill, guys. Hey. Meringue? They throw bait at me to bite? But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I'm winning. I win every time. That's the problem. I win every time. Let's keep going.
Berated by the fact that everyone's dogging on him for his shit takes. But I've been seeing kind of like the opposite.
So yeah, these are all the messages. Box wants to get context. Box wants to get an explanation. Brax just comes in. He says, "Nah, you don't need to get the context, man. Let me give it to you instead." Oh, sorry, guys. He just comes in and he says, "Guys, he's just like, Box, you don't need to get the context. Let me just give it to you instead. Let me give you the context instead." Here we go. Yeah, he just has a massive fucking ego problem. And, you know, it's exacerbated by the fact everyone's shitting on him for his terrible takes. Huh? Huh? Hex Nove,
Oh,
thank you
little
for the
silly
tier
rover.
3.
You're
My
little
god.
Champ Rover.
Wise to do? You know what Tectone always says, Shaquin? It's funny that you mention him. What he always says is, when you're addressed publicly, you respond publicly. Thank you, Hex. And so, yeah, when Box says that he wants context, and then Brax says, you don't need to get it, and then he gives his own context, what is that, guys? What is that? That is literally what happened. And maybe I could be viewing the situation wrong, but he says, nah, you don't need to, and then gives his own context. Guys. Let's keep playing.
It feels like I've been seeing most people like saying that Saint Tontus is like dogging on everyone and like the debates and shit like that. It's like very 50-50, and I want to find out like why it is. He is? Okay. Loud vocal minority. Okay, alright.
Alright, so guys, everything I say, when all of the comments in every single video that I'm featured in agrees with me, right? They agree with my points. That is suddenly the loud vocal minority. The one where in every single YouTube video that I'm featured in with other creators, the comment section is
Feel my
entirely
wrath.
agreeing with me. The most upvoted comments are always agreeing with me. And suddenly that is the loud vocal minority. I'm just gonna fucking pull out the receipts at this point. This guy, he's kind of just fucking lying at this point. Like, having the most upvoted, like, YouTube comments is quite literally the opposite. It's the opposite of what's going on. Literally the opposite. Let's just get it, right? Let's just start looking. We looked at some comment sections before. Let's start looking at some now. Okay? I talked to the Gotcha Crash Out King. The video by Tectone where he uploaded our chat. He uploaded our chat, right? Okay, these are just people like having some fun, whatever. Just talking about, oh look, I'm loud vocal minority. Second most upvoted thing. Talking about how the Woo-Wah trailer is getting shit on in r/Gotcha Gaming. Oh, something I literally fucking said. Oh, must be a shit take. That's a loud vocal minority. Yeah, let's just ignore the fact. Fuck it, I'll upvote it too. Send it even higher. Right, what else we got here? You don't see anything actually negative about me in here. That's the thing. Let's move on to the GotchaCast one. Where's the GotchaCast?
Feel my wrath.
Everything's super cordial. Look, calling out the Kuro grading over the lifetime of the game. Obviously, you heard me in here, right? Pre-watched. Just another day. Huh. I must be the loud vocal minority. 311. Just another day as a top lane main. You're right. Nobody agrees with me. That's why I have 311. Yeah, let's just say that I'm a loud vocal minority. A quote that I dropped. Dwayne's gonna cry for real this time. Hearted by Tectone. 340. Huh, loud vocal minority. You're right. Oh, look. Oh, look. Somebody's shitting on Genazad's point. This was a hard to watch, to be honest. Loud vocal minority. Oh, people, and then they lash out. Really disappointed in some people. Loud vocal minority. Yeah. Bob defending Natlan exploration when he didn't even try to explore. Loud vocal minority. Every take I make is shit, right, guys? He made a good point. You literally, loud vocal minority. Why is
Feel
it
my
that
wrath.
at the top of every single video about me, it is quite literally, let's look at the most negative one too. The one where Tectone uploaded
Everybody talk.
Gotcha Smacks VOD. Where, obviously, that one is framed in a crazy light. Okay, that's the wrong video. Where I'm framed in a super negative light in Gotcha Smacks VOD. Because, guys, let's be honest. Look at this shit. It's a 2v1. It's a 2v1. There's 2 Gotcha Smacks right now. Versus one of me. It's literally not fair. I get to react to one of his videos. And then Gotcha Smack gets to re-react to one of his videos. This is a 2v1. Huh. Oh, yep. Hey. Most upvoted comment. Huh. Oh boy. Loud vocal minority, right? Let's just type that shit. Let's just literally the most upvoted one. Or second most upvoted one. Loud vocal minority. Guys, why are we writing this? Why are we writing this in other creators' chats after saying that I have a massive fucking ego problem and that everyone's dogging on me for my shit takes? When quite literally every take I'm making is the most upvoted one on all of the videos featuring me. Brax, do you not see what you're doing here? You're in my chat right now. Do you not see what you're doing here? You have been basically publicly disparaging me. Basically ruining my reputation. In a public setting across multiple creators' chats. Multiple. We have the receipts. We're going to be going into them. And we're trying to figure out why you're doing this. And so maybe we can hop on a call. Maybe we can have a conversation. But we're going to be addressing this publicly in front of everybody. So I'll keep you on the screen. Maybe we can hash this out. We're not doing it in private, though. No, siree. Guys, stop shit-talking Brax. We'll give him some time. What we're going to be doing is just objectively going over the information. We are going to be objectively going over the information. And so I'm going to add you on Discord, and then we'll figure this out. I'll add you as a friend on Discord, and then we'll figure this out. The request has been sent. It is now pending. So everybody, in chat, behave. We don't want another Genazard situation. We don't want anybody having a crash out on my chat. Let's behave. Let's be civil. Let's prove. We can give him critiques on his behavior. We can give him reasonable critiques on his behavior. Let us not resort to insults. Or very bold claims that aren't proven.
Watch Gotcha Smack's 3-hour stream? Fuck no.
Base.
That's
Base.
so long, dude.
Nobody should watch that
I
stream.
can't. He gained it because he recently got...
Gotcha Smack reacts to his own video for an hour and just like is nodding along with it. Do not watch that. I think even Poke himself just skipped over it. Do not watch somebody react to their own video for an hour. That was one of the most devilish things I've seen anybody do. I was actually baffled that he did that. Even Tectone, like, how do you react to your own video for an hour? That's nuts.
got many W's.
Step, chill with that language.
It's all right. I kind of wanna talk to him because I've zero beef.
Hey, Box, I sent you a DM. I sent you a DM. Let's have that neutral conversation, buddy. Let's have a neutral conversation. Let's do it.
With the dude. I just saw him like popping the fuck off like recently when I was in like vacation. I wonder if I could get him like a call, just like do like an interview, like a very neutral interview, and see what happens from there. The last 10 minutes will give you a good idea of what happened, Box. The whole thing. Oh, by the way, Brax, how you been, man? How you been holding up? Are you still grinding Final Fantasy? You're not losing your life to...
Have you used the word that Techie told you to use? Yeah. A lot of what Brax is saying here, it is demonstrably false. And we've just proven it. I literally just went through all the YouTube comments. It is demonstrably false. Let's move forward.
That game still, right? People were shitting on Wuthering Waves and he became the person of the people. But at the same time, he says shit like, you shouldn't play the game if you fuck up your outro skill.
Did I ever say that? Did I say that you shouldn't play the game if you fuck up an outro skill? I said that based off his gameplay, he has no idea how to play the game. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's a big one. I said that if you are this unable to understand the mechanics of the game, fuck it, we'll go to the video. Oh, jeez, that is loud. Maybe let's go to the VOD then. Let's go to my VOD. Let's go to my VOD. How about that? Let's just go right over to my VOD and we'll break it down. And we'll break it down. Jesus Christ, that is fucking loud. So yeah, oh yeah, here we go. How to play every... Okay. Let's go to my VOD. Let's find out. Did I say that you should quit the game? You should just quit the game if you mess up an outro skill. Let's just... Are we making another inflammatory statement? I know the exact moment where... Oh, I think it's right here. It's right here. Oh my god, that is some fucking drilling. Holy shit. Oh god. Hey. Fuck me. Hey guys, I guess I'm pulling a bit of a gotcha smack. I'm reacting to my own video. Sorry about that. I'm sorry for reacting to my own video, guys. My apologies. I am so sorry for reacting to my own video, but I think I have to. I'm pulling a gotcha smack right now. I guess I'm going to 2v1.
That's just not there. It's just, you just put that X in all that text for no...
Put that X in all that text. I mean... Do we have like a timestamp for me to look at? Do we have a timestamp for me to look at? Guys, I reacted to this shit for 5 hours. Okay, maybe it's right here.
Ready for a fucking beatdown with the other two hypercubes. Content creators, if this is how you fucking play the game, yes, the Tower of Adversity will appear impossible.
So basically, I said, if you play the game like this with an absolute no ability to actually play the game, the Tower of Adversity is going to be hard. Or feel impossible.
If this is how you play the game, yes, the Tower of Adversity is going to feel really fucking hard.
Ueli Boom, link or clip, Ueli.
Yes, the Tower of Adversity will look like a wallet check for the on-banner character.
Thank you for the clip. Man, you just saved your chatters, you just saved your fellow chatters about 5,000 ads. Congratulations, because it would have taken me a fucking while. And I know it's lost money, but hey, I'm not actually in it for that. I said I was going to farm a little bit. The reason for this is not to farm, it's to clear my name.
He might as well not play the fucking game if that's how he's gonna fucking play.
Yeah. If he's gonna play like this, he might as well not play it.
Game if that's how.
That is in response to him using a Zhang Liao ultimate. That is in response to him using a Zhang Liao ultimate. Guys, this
Oh,
is
he's
the
gonna
blue
fucking
clear
play?
Stellar Realm. If he's gonna make a Shorekeeper guide, the context of this clip is, if he's gonna make a Shorekeeper guide on how to play the character, and then in his videos, not even use it properly, you should probably stop playing the game. If you're gonna make, that is the full context. If you're gonna make a guide on how to play the character, and then you don't actually do that in any of your gameplay, you probably should stop playing the game. Because you don't even listen to your own advice, and you're just making awful content. That is the context. This isn't about like messing up. This isn't like me telling him to quit the game because he messed up an intro skill. This is me telling him to basically quit if he doesn't even respect the game enough to make a guide on it and then actually follow the guide. That is the context.
Bro just reads the fucking kits, but then still doesn't know how to fucking play it.
I said he reads the kits and doesn't know how to play it. But then we're phrasing it right here as, if you shouldn't play the game if you fuck up your outro skill. Nah, that's the wrong context. I said if a guide maker is going to make a guide and then proceed to not follow anything in the guide in their gameplay and the B-roll that they're putting on and just spam random shit and basically roll their face over the keyboard, I said, yeah, you should probably stop playing the game because you're just not making good content and you're basically fucking over the player base with your content. That is the context. And I think it's a fair one. I think it's a really, really fair one. If you're a guide maker making a guide and you can't even follow the guide in your gameplay and you are fucking up and playing super suboptimally, and you're critiquing the combat of the game, you're telling the people how bad the combat is, what the problems are, and you're making those guides, nah, you should probably quit. You should probably quit guide making, in my opinion. That's it. I think that's, and it is demonstrably proven, Bars has no fucking clue what he's doing in the gameplay. And you could say, maybe
Feel
it's
my
somebody else's
wrath.
B-roll, right? Maybe it's somebody else recording. I guess we'll finish this clip.
Okay, that does sound
We'll
pretty
just take a look
elitist.
at the Gotcha Smack stuff, just to like get the full context for
Yeah, that
everybody
does sound
here.
pretty
And then
elitist.
I guess we'll have the call, Brax.
The person, the people. So what I'm getting at is...
We'll play it on
a lot of
2x
people
just to
have
get
been
it through
shitting
quickly. I
on-
want to
on
respect
Wuthering
your
Waves
time.
lately.
Or 1.5.
And there was no content creator really backing them up. So once someone came through, people just started like, I guess, sticking with him, right? Just because he was like one of the only people, or like kind of like the only person defending the game. Yes, okay. Have people really been dogging on Wuthering Waves? I feel like that game is always just positive reception. But like most people say that Wuthering Waves is like just like, you know, one of the better gacha games out there. I think you EO for giving it tier 1 sub to Brax, by the way, man. Also, I think this confirms that Brax is still losing his life to Final Fantasy. Go to r/gacha gaming. I feel like it's fine, but I don't know. Echo chambers exist. Okay, all right. Yeah, it still just seems like petty drama to me. It doesn't matter. That's why I'm covering it. It's funny.
It was one message in Smack's chat, pretty much the same one that showed up here. Yeah.
I saw on Facebook people are shitting on them. People go to Facebook to look at gacha game news. That's insane to me. I go to Facebook, 9.9% sure that most people are pretty bad at the game. You know,
I feel like it's fine, but IDK echo chambers exist. Yeah.
like most people are just casuals.
I think
They
we're
probably
just. I think right now what Brax is doing is he's addressing the woo-wah hate on public subreddits and situations like that.
do like the Tower of Adversity or whatever the fuck it is. You know, because I've seen casual players, like most of my friend group who plays gacha games are casual players, and back when Genshin was really big, no one even cleared Spiral Abyss. Like they got like 1 star on like stage 1 of Spiral Abyss. Same thing with me. I never touched that touched the end game. But people can still have fun playing like gacha games even without doing like the end game shit. So
He said he shouldn't be playing the game after shitting on his rotation. That's not what happened. Let's just demonstrably prove that that is not what happened. Because I am in the comments section in that clip. I'm in the comments section responding to this. And so I guess I do go up to gameplay. I believe I go up to gameplay up here. But again, this is related to him being a guide maker that made a guide on Shorekeeper. And they are not using Shorekeeper properly, despite being somebody who's supposed to be a reputable source of information. I understand that. I am simply addressing all of the things that he has said publicly first, so that the viewers have the full context of the situation.
you know, he said he shouldn't be playing the game after shitting on his rotation. I don't have his clip, but I have a clip of me reacting to it. Oh, okay. Do you have the clip on hand? Would you be fine showing me, or you kind of want to stay out of everything? Hyperbloom didn't exist yet. Hyperbloom I've heard is just like, you know, the one true meta in Genshin Impact. I can grab it if you want, Box. Yeah, sure. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I mean, if you're a guide maker, you should know how to play the game, no? Yeah, but I gotta see the clip first. I do, because I feel like tone matters a lot when saying shit. You know, Vars isn't a guide maker, and him not doing his rotation right doesn't mean he should quit the game. Oh,
Vars is a guide maker. He has made guides.
said he should quit the game because of the rotation. That's stupid as fuck. All right, let's see it.
We've already covered this. We just covered this, right?
Hey. He might as well not play the fucking game if that's how he's gonna fucking play.
Damn. Okay.
Bro just reads the fucking kids, but then still doesn't know how to fucking play it.
Yeah, that's.
And so, yeah, we have an out-of-context clip without any of the backing information. We don't watch the rest of the video, and then we're making claims like that. So, that's a little dangerous, isn't it? That's a little dangerous. Because we got a 5-hour react, and we clipped less than 10 seconds of it. We clipped less than 10 seconds out of a 5+ hour react. Less than 10 seconds out of a 5+ hour react, where I go into all of my reasoning, all of my explanation. And then we type all of that. Liquid, you need to shut the fuck up. I am really close to banning you. I am extremely close to banning you. Your protection with this badge over here is fading away really quickly. There is a reason why you are banned in a lot of chats. Why are you running so much defense when I'm trying to give context and you're trying to stop the context from being given? I don't understand. Why are you trying to, like, stop the information from being told? Why are you literally trying to censor this entire thing? Why are you trying so hard to censor the flow of information? I don't understand. I literally do not understand. I genuinely don't understand, like, what your intentions are here. Candle, this is what you need to recognize. When you have a big member of the community, a member of the community, right, that has a wide reach, and then we're going into the situation, right, where my name is basically being disparaged, my thoughts are being misrepresented, and there is an image of me that's being depicted that is demonstrably false, then I have the right to defend myself, and I am going to defend myself. Because these creators are much bigger than me. Much bigger than me. And so, yeah, guys. This is what I mean. We can't be saying stuff like Vars is not a guide maker. And using that to reinforce our points for why we're talking negatively about me when we have this many guides on the game. Liquid, I am holding him in the air so I can provide the context for the entire chat before we head into the conversation. I am clearing the air of all of the misinformation that has been spread about me.
Those are fighting tones, man. He sounds like he wants to fight that dude in real life. He wants to punch his ass.
When you play like this and you don't
what I've seen with
understand
Saint
how to
contests-
play the game, why are we making
have you
educational
ever disagreed
content
that-
about how to play the fucking game? When we are
Sorry, that was not meant to play in the
he
background.
wasn't a shill? Because he does seem like a shill to me. You know what I'm saying? Guide making can be specific.
But I mean, it's a pretty banger line, isn't it? I don't think anyone can disagree with that.
He's kind of like an elitist shill from what I'm seeing so far. I can't really...
Nice. So that's the image that we've successfully portrayed to Box, using information that is demonstrably incorrect. So now that is what Box thinks. That is what Box now thinks. And that is his... Do you guys see what the problem is here? This is now Box's impression of me based off of incomplete information. Do we not see what the danger is? When you have a reputable member of the community able to influence others is operating off of incomplete
Oh,
information.
you little silly rover. You're my little PogChamp rover.
Hex Nove, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it, man. This is now the impression that has been spread to me, spread about me, across some of the biggest content creators in the game. Or in gacha. That is now what people think of me. I am now an elitist shill. Let's keep going.
We'll say too much on him because I haven't read up too much on him. The only thing I know about him is the podcast, the Gacha podcast. He's also a victim every time. T0 chill. Shit.
Now, every single negative thing that's further said about me that Box is now reading from the chat, it's now a lot more believable. It is a lot more easy to agree with everything that is being said here.
People are just too careless with their words.
There's not a lot of Orange Bang that's right about it. Thank you for the 100 biddies. It's about not doing the due diligence, not doing the research, operating off of emotion, and then just slandering me. That's what it is. And now his chat is going to jump on the bandwagon, continue the dog pile, and everything that they say, even if it's not even close to true, is going to be a lot easier to believe. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how your reputation gets destroyed overnight. And that is why I am addressing the situation. To nip this in the bud as soon as possible.
Yeah, T0 shill. Can I call you quick?
Yep. Have you ever talked about Brax before? Never. I merely mentioned early access creators. That's all I did. I said early access creators as a blanket term. That is it. I have never called him out by name a single time until now. Not a single time have I mentioned him by name, and he has mentioned me by name. Multiple times. In multiple creators' chats.
Quick, yeah, no problem, man. You can call. All right, chat. We're gonna get Braxton a call. Let's see what his opinion is on this. I just got home. I'm ready for this deep dive. Yo, Emmy, man. Emmy. Wait, hold on one sec.
Great. Now we got Emmy Matcha in. Now we got Emmy Matcha in. And she's going to have this impression as well. That's another content creator. Awesome. Awesome how this is going, isn't it? Isn't this just great? Now there's another creator jumping in. Awesome. Wow. Very cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
First up, why the fuck are you awake, man?
It's only 2:25. What do you mean?
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Yeah,
But we're streamers.
Hey, I guess we're 3v1ing again, ladies and gentlemen. It never ends. Top lane is a difficult role, but there's a reason why I mained it. When you fight
Feel my
those
wrath.
when you fight those 3v1s and you win, oh, it feels really good. And honestly, I think I'm winning this one.
It's 4:30 for me. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it's 4:30.
I was on a really
I've already got all the receipts. I've already proven everything wrong.
good schedule, and then I played League tonight, and that was bad.
Wait, I thought we lived in the same time zone, do we not? Or are you like somewhere else right now?
I used to.
Oh, right, you're in Texas now.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you moved, bro. Fuck. Damn.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's your
It's
fault for
chill out
playing
here,
League.
though.
Is it?
I like that, like, it's very quiet compared to, because I was in LA, and it was, like, super loud, and smelled like shit all the time, and
I
now
heard
I'm
it
here
does smell
and
like shit. The streets are very
yeah.
dirty, right?
Dude, it's so fucking dirty. Like, you walk...
Who am I? Who? Off topic, but say don't get involved in more drama. Ignore all the haters. CCs don't take them seriously. Brother man. If I don't address this, my reputation is going to be ruined in the community. So that's why I'm addressing it. I can't make other content. I can't go back to my earlier content and that type of flow if this is what's happening right now. I even doubled down in some clips. Oh, so you're again going to talk about just the 10-second clips. You're a Gateo viewer. Why are you even typing in this chat? Goodbye. Go back to Gateo Island, buddy. Go back to Gateo Island and go with the Encore lovers, you freaks. My god. Exiled, you are banished. You are banished, heretic. Off to Gateo Island with you. Liquid. Should I send you to Gateo Island as well? The only company you're gonna have is pedophiles on Twitch at this point. Is that what you really want? Have you ever considered becoming a voice actor? Well, that could be fun. We'll see. Let's keep going.
Walk outside, and I feel like if you licked the concrete, you would contract 3 unknown diseases. Not that I would lick the concrete. Well, maybe if I was feeling bad one day. But,
Okay.
But okay. So basically, I don't have an entire understanding of the entire thing, but I found out about this because Vars DM'd me because he's a friend of mine.
Okay.
And he was basically like, "Yo, do you know who this guy is? Like, people just keep saying his name in my fucking comments." And it was Saint Totas, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's I've watched some of his videos and stuff." And basically, Vars is like, "Yeah, no, this guy was apparently shitting on me." And so I asked my chat.
Rightfully so. You made a 14-minute video where 7 to 8 minutes was just entirely filled with misinformation. Complete misinformation about the game due to a lack of understanding of the baseline mechanics. And you made bold claims about how the developers don't know how to design the game because you didn't understand it yourself. And I rightfully called you out on every single point that you made. Vars, that is what happened. And that is why your comment section is an absolute wasteland on that video.
If they knew anything about it, because I was live, and they sent me a bunch of clips, and essentially this guy went on a 5-hour rant during for a 10 or 12-minute video of ours, trying to argue every single thing that he said and things that he didn't say.
Things he didn't say? Oh, okay, so we're just gonna say that now. Brax, I hope you watched the VOD before saying that. Otherwise, you are summarizing something you didn't watch. And summarizing something that you didn't watch is crazy. Summarizing something that you didn't watch over a 10-second clip is insane. And then posting publicly about it, slandering my name in multiple channels, is insane. Okay? That is crazy.
Because he felt that the video was basically saying that like Wuthering Waves is basically the same thing as Genshin, but more watered down, and it's like a very easy and simple game. I can understand how people can perceive it that way because I think that he didn't word it the best. I think that I knew what he was trying to say, but the way he said it, if I was like a Wuwa defender, I would feel attacked by that.
Okay, so we're just admitting that Vars's video was not good. Like, that Vars's video was really bad. That is the impression that I think Brax has of the Vars video. If I was a Wuwa defender, I would think this is not good.
So I think it's understandable that Saint wanted to disagree with it. I think that the takes that Saint has, though, and the ego is what really bothers me. Because when I was new to Genshin, I think I tell this story a lot, but when I was new to Genshin and I was streaming, there was this whole thing that started happening where people were going on tirades about, like, misinformation. Like, everyone was so worried about misinformation. Like, you can only trust this person or this person. You can't trust anyone else, because if you trust other people, they're going to give you the wrong information that's going to brick your account, right? And there was this whole fucking thing about that. It was two creators in particular, and them doing that created this kind of, like, cult following of people that just throw out the word misinformation everywhere. One of these creators, I don't...
Brother, if there is somebody using a Zhongli Yao liberation with a blue Stellar Realm, I am rightfully going to say they don't know how to play the game. Because that is legitimate, demonstrably proven evidence that they have no idea what they're doing. And me stating that and then calling into credibility their ability to make guides is perfectly 100% reasonable. I don't understand. There is literally gameplay of him using rotations that look like they were taken right out of hell itself in the video multiple times. And that is his B-roll that is being used for the footage of him critiquing the combat system. Void Thunder Yinlin with Zhongli Yao, he cannot even build his characters properly or the teams that he is using.
I don't know if the other one did it, but one of these creators would go on stream and they would watch people's videos and they would dissect every single person's video and try to make things wrong. They would...
I didn't try to make anything wrong. Everything in the video, or everything in the parts that I critiqued, was wrong. I didn't try to make anything wrong. It was just wrong. And so why are we bringing in, like, the Genshin story where it's like people are, like, manipulating their audiences and stuff to, like, try to paint others in a bad light? It was just wrong. Everything in the video was just wrong. No mono glacial support when Baija is in the game with her S6. It's just wrong and shows a lack of research. And that lack of research is being used to make claims about the game and critique it. When the claims that are being made is just not true. And me calling that out is fine.
Would like pull out sheets and like do math and like change the math in a way that makes their point look correct. And they would do this shit all day, every stream, just to cultivate this following of people that treated them like gods. Like they genuinely could never be wrong. They know everything. They're fucking omnipotent, right?
Were they like super big? Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they were.
That's okay. That's toxic.
And they did that to me. I was one of the people whose videos they watched. And what bothered me about it is like they're a bigger creator than me on Twitch.
Huh. Interesting.
at the time, and because of that, like, I would get people going to my YouTube comments and basically like just writing up fucking essays about how I'm wrong because this fucking streamer said it, or like just calling me names, or like, you know, I even had people report my videos.
Report your videos because of that?
Which is crazy. Only
is
one of them
pretty
ever got affected by that, and then I got it like re-upped instantly.
That's crazy how even one got affected.
Techie saying I'm weird for dissecting his VOD. My viewpoint is on it, Techie. If he has been typing this in multiple creators' channels, he didn't even say it. What the fuck? You're banned. You're banned. You're banned. Kuman32, you're fucking banned. Techie did not even say that. Holy shit, you're fucking banned. He has said on record, if somebody addresses you publicly, you respond publicly. And he's on a fucking call on Box's public Twitch channel. I am addressing this publicly because, again, he talked about me publicly. And Techie's here to confirm it himself. You're banned. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you, Techie, for clarifying that. Fucking disgusting. Jesus Christ. You just come in here and lie. Your first message in here is just a lie. Good God.
Because of that.
Yeah.
So you're...
Well, would you look at that?
And my concern,
Easy money.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. $20 super chat from Winter. Baffling that some are divided over this when tutorials like the Verge's PC build. Oh, shit. Sorry, I need to read that super chat out. That's a fucking big one. That's a big one. I need to read it out. Like the Verge's PC build exists, a guide that got universally dunked on. If self-proclaimed experts can't get it right, they should probably quit making guides. Appreciate 20 euros too. That's probably, I don't know if it's worth more or less than the dollar at this point. Europe's been having a rough time. But thank you for the super chat.
is that this shows a lot of the same signs of that, because that stems from ego. That stems from a want to be ahead of the game, be competitive, but also thinking that your logic is absolute and everything you say is absolute.
And so, okay. So I think the framing that's being done here by Brax is basically, I'm going into it with an ego, trying to prove that I am the person that's always right. I am the one true guide maker. I am the one true source of information that the Wuwa community should have. That is not what happened. I was addressing a popular guide maker with early access, with more resources than other creators, and showing demonstrably how many of the claims that they were making, many of the critiques that they were making were quite literally either not in the game or built off of misinformation and a lack of understanding of the game's mechanics. And so when I see a guide maker with a reputation in the community going ahead and basically just making shit up and presenting it to their audience, who is going to look at it and simply agree with it just because they said it, while shooting out a blue Stellar Realm, and Zhang Liao with a blue clear Stellar Realm. That is just them not knowing how to play the fucking game and then proceeding to make, once again, ladies and gentlemen, he makes guides on the game. He makes guides on the game. Hey, what's up, Kaijo? Can we get a shout out? Any mods? And if somebody is presenting information like that, that is just objectively false in every single way, ladies and gentlemen, I would be doing a disservice to the community if I don't address it when I watch the video. Was I supposed to just watch it and be like, well, that's his take. That's his take. He's okay to have that take, even though none of it is rooted in actual reality. None of it aligns with the actual existence of the real game mechanics. Hey, but it's his take. It's fine. No worries. Why would I do that?
Incorrect. And when that shit happened, it created this terrible, toxic fucking community in Genshin. And that's why I stay the fuck away from that game nowadays. Okay. That's when I lost interest, was when that shit started happening.
And so I guess the image that's being painted here now, right, is that through my actions, through my critiques, through my response to VARs, I am basically somebody that, in his eyes at this moment, right, is leading the Wuwa community down the path of Genshin. That is a fine opinion for him to have, but that is literally not what I am trying to do. What I am trying to do with my response is take literal misinformation that a guide maker, a reputable guide maker is making, and correct it so that there isn't additional criticism being shuttled over to the devs for issues that don't exist in the fucking game.
Now I'm seeing that in Wuwa,
Why waste the developer's time?
where you have a group, a small group of people. It's not that big, but you have a small group of people that all think like these people are wrong because my creator said they were wrong.
The people think the creator is wrong because they are literally wrong. Demonstrably proven to be wrong. And then after a series of things that were just wrong multiple times, I said, maybe they shouldn't be making guides because they are wrong about everything they are talking about. It's not that they think he's wrong. It's that he is literally wrong.
Can't trust these people. They're not a Wuwa creator.
I don't think you should trust Vars. I'm completely honest. After watching his video and his gameplay, I don't think you should trust his guides. I don't think that's a wild take to have. I don't think it is. If he is using blue clear Stellar Realms, I don't think you should trust his Shorekeeper guide because he has demonstrably proven he has no idea how to play the character.
Like this guy is, and this guy is Saint Tontas, right? So I feel like what it's doing is creating the same kind of environment. This guy's being a little bit more angry about it, I think, but the ego and the throwing around the word misinformation and stuff is just really fucking dangerous because
It is. It literally is. His guide, his thing, his video literally was misinformation. Literally misinformation.
it's not actually protecting anyone. All it's doing is creating a cult following, in my opinion.
Cult following.
I just think it's bad overall for everyone. This is not even talking about like the gotcha smack versus Saint Tontas shit. This is just in general. I think it's a very slippery slope into a very toxic state of mind for both himself and the community, and I think that's gonna go bad. I think it's gonna go poorly.
Yeah, because I didn't know that people were shitting on Wuwa beforehand. So I guess he's like the only one that kind of stepped up and started defending him. And so he's like, you know, like people are kind of like attached to him because of that. So like on his side because of that.
Well, gotcha smack. The shitting on Wuwa part, I think people always shit on Wuwa a little bit. And so I feel like if you're in that sort of echo chamber or if you're engaging with that sort of discourse, you're going to see it a lot more, right? It's the same thing as like politics. If you like respond to one political thing on Twitter, like your entire For You page becomes politics. And I think that's kind of what it is. There's like this echo chamber of people shit talking Wuwa. Because like, believe it or not, there's a fuck ton of people shit talking Genshin and Star Rail and Zenless as well. But if you engage with the fucking Wuwa one, then you're not going to see the Genshin.
Sorry about the drilling. I'll play that back really fast.
Respond to one political thing on Twitter, like your entire For You page becomes politics. And I think that's kind of what it is. There's like this echo chamber of people shit talking Wuwa. Because like, believe it or not, there's a fuck ton of people shit talking Genshin and Star Rail and Zenless as well. But if you engage with the fucking...
I mean, we can just take a look. Oh my fucking god. Okay. This construction is taking a really fucking long time. Let me see if I can turn down the audio a little bit. Jesus fucking Christ.
in Wuwa one, then you're not going to see the Genshin and Star Rail one, you know?
Okay.
So I think Gotcha Smack, the reason he's involved in this is because he basically made a tweet about how, I guess people were assuming that he lost his items, or he was assuming he lost his items because his inventory was full, but he still spent the stamina. And he was like, oh, that's just like bad game design. And like I can understand from his perspective, because he didn't actually lose it, it sent to his mailbox, but it didn't tell him it was in his mailbox.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now we're just... I guess now we're talking more about stuff with the Gotcha Smack situation with more incomplete information. Because, hey... It's demonstrably proven that it does tell you that it's sent to your mailbox. Demonstrably proven. Objectively, demonstrably proven that it does tell you it's sent to your mailbox. And so now we're saying it's not.
Right, so he assumed it was gone. It was not gone. But either way, it's like, it's bad game design. And so Sintotas is like, no, you just need to manage your shit better. This is a really stupid take. And then it just blows up from there.
That's not what I said. I said that... Yeah, I mean, do I need to clarify that one? That's, like, literally not what I said either. And so this is, like, another thing that has been said with incomplete information. The VOD wasn't watched. There's not enough context. And, yeah. It's another take that is, again, demonstrably false. What I said is that if you have 1900 echoes or something like that, if you're at the point where this message is popping up, then that to me, in my opinion, that usually happens when you don't manage your inventory. That is what I said. I didn't say that it was like Gotcha Smack not managing his inventory, and that's why he's like wrong. He's calling you out for stalling. I mean, it's literally his fault for talking on this call for so long. What? I'm literally playing his call. So we clearly know that my response to the Gotcha Smack situation was just, you are representing this as a bug when it's a UI thing. And then you made it look like your echoes got deleted, and then you backtracked later in a response 8 or 9 hours later. That's what I said about the Gotcha Smack situation. And to say that I'm like blaming him for mismanaging his inventory is like demonstrably false. Let's move on.
So if you want to watch the videos, you can. It is a fuck ton to watch, and truthfully, I haven't even watched it all.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're going on to public streamers. We're going on to their chats. We're typing stuff. And we haven't actually gotten it. We haven't gotten the context. And then we're saying stuff like this. We don't have the context. We admit we didn't watch the video. And then we're saying stuff like this.
It's a 3-hour-long VOD. So this is just Gotcha Smacks, right? Like his YouTube VOD. Just reacting to him reacting to him. There's so much, man. There's so much.
All the same shit. I don't think anyone's saying anything new.
I forgot Pokey had one too, bro. There's so much. Because I was so interested, like, because I went on Twitter when I was on vacation, and I saw Pokey's Twitter. He just made 4 posts shitting on this St. Thomas's guy. Or like 4 memes. Or let me try to like pull it up. I was like, what did this guy do? Like, yeah. What is he doing, man? So he kind of just like dragged VARs into this, right?
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry about the construction today, ladies and gentlemen.
I kind of used him, or not used him, how to say this? Just like out of nowhere. He called like a straight pretty much. Yeah, he used him as a talking point.
Yeah. And I think that he's just kind of going through reacting to WoW videos because it's like, what the fuck else are you going to do on a Gotcha stream? Play the Gotcha game? Fuck that.
Fuck this fucking guy. That's the one post he likes.
The VARs thing specifically bothers me because there's so many people saying, like, you're not qualified to have opinions about WoW.
Sorry, I need to play that back.
True.
But I think the VARs thing specifically bothers me because there's so many people saying, like, you're not qualified to have opinions about WoW because you're not playing optimally.
No. That's not the take. The take is, you're not qualified to make guides on WoW because you have no fucking clue how to play the characters. Not because you're not playing optimally. Like, let's say playing optimally is like 90%. Bars is playing at a fucking 5%. Like a 10%. I don't understand any universe where you would see a blue clear Stellar Realm and then be like, yeah, this is somebody that knows how to play the game. This is somebody that understands the game's mechanics. And guys, he removed his Shorekeeper thing from here. Oh my god. He made a video on Shorekeeper. That's why people are calling me an elitist, because I think that people that have demonstrably proven they have no fucking clue how to play the game should probably not be making guides. Because how are you going to teach people how to play the game, use characters, or understand mechanics if you don't understand them yourself? That is the claim that I made. Not that, not because he's playing like a top 5% sweaty player that he just shouldn't... I never said that. I said that if you have no fucking clue how to play the game, yeah, you probably should have made guides on it. And if you're recording yourself playing the game like an absolute clown, just rolling their face over the keyboard, maybe don't make guides on the game.
But I think that's kind of stupid because he's not like... I don't think that you're immediately not qualified to have an opinion on the game if you're not doing your rotation right. I think that's stupid.
I think...
Like, I could say objectively, fucking 50-50s on character banners are dog shit. And you're not going to sit there and tell me that opinions about WoW because you're not playing optimally. But I think that's kind of stupid because he's not like... I don't think that you're immediately not qualified to have an opinion on the game if you're not doing your rotation right. I think that's stupid. Like, I can...
That's not what I said. I said you're not qualified, again, to have an opinion if you're not even fucking doing rotations at all. This is, by the way, the guy liking the tweets, this is Box, okay? This is not me, okay? I'm not doing this. My cursor's right here. This is box, okay? I'm not liking Poke's shirtless pics. Jesus, calm down. Simmer down, boys.
I can say objectively, fucking 50-50s on character banners are dog shit. And you're not gonna sit there and tell me that I can't say that because I didn't fucking
Why are we strawmanning here?
outro on set
Why are we strawmanning here?
and a lot. Right? Like that's not relevant. It doesn't fucking matter. And the guy wasn't making a guide video.
What is this? I don't understand this straw man. Like, why are we even bringing up 50-50s on character banners? Why are we bringing up 50-50s on character banners? I'm so fucking confused. I'm actually confused right now. Like, how does a 50-50 on the character banner have to do with somebody not even attempting a rotation in their videos? Like, literally. Huh?
You know, he was just giving his opinion on the team building of Wuha, which I think was actually a fair take for the most part. I think the way he said it was bad.
Oh dear.
But I think his point was mostly that Wua's team building doesn't feel like it's as important as Genshin's team building, right? Because Wua's team building, you have outro skills and stuff, but it doesn't feel as cohesive. Whereas like Genshin, because of the elemental reaction system, it feels very cohesive. Right? I think that's literally all he meant to say, and he just said it in a way that made it sound like Wua was worse than Genshin to a lot of people, and so that got...
Well, that's the thing. We have no idea what you have or haven't seen, Brax, because you have just said that you haven't watched all the videos. So I don't know what you're summarizing, where you're summarizing, or who you're summarizing from. Because that's like what a lot of your takes are. Just you summarizing stuff you have not seen. And so, do you know for sure that that's actually what Var said?
Got people mad.
I think what it kind of seems like to me, I can't say for sure, but it seems like he might be taking like this handle a little bit too seriously, like the whole Wuwa defender thing. I think people would kind of just expect it from him now, and he kind of wants to also.
And now Box hasn't watched the video over, and now Box is going to give his take. Box doesn't know anything either, but now here's Box's take. Again, in front of all his viewers. Awesome.
We'll play into that a little bit, but he's kind of dragging people like Vars into it, which, you know, it seems like he's trying to find like a lot of talking points to use to defend Wuwa, and it seems like it's not like the best way to go about it.
Yep, let's just say that I'm not going about it in a good way when we don't watch any of the fucking videos. And we don't actually know what I said. Why do we do this, guys? Why, like, do you guys see how damaging this is? Now we have people just saying shit to all of their viewers when you actually have no clue what was being said in the first place. We're just believing Brax for his word when he's admitted he actually hasn't watched the videos.
I mean, that's kind of how I feel about it, but I'm gonna be honest, man. If I started talking about some shit and my viewership doubled and tripled in 2 days,
that is true.
I'd probably be talking about that shit. Right? I mean, okay, to be fair, like, it depends on what it is, right? Because the Otsu drama, my viewership went from like 400 average to 3,000 for 3 days, and I didn't want to stream anymore. I was like, I don't like this attention, actually.
Like the negative attention, yeah.
Yeah, but like for some people, like in his case, he's rallying a bunch of people who feel like they've been like wronged by people saying the game needs improvements. I also think
the problem that I have with him is that he feels wronged for people saying that the game needs improvement. Oh my god. We don't watch the videos. We don't get the context. And we just say that publicly in front of thousands of people. We don't get the context. We admit to not watching the videos. And we make incredibly bold claims like that. When every single critique that I've made about a creator, my god, I watch their whole fucking video or a majority of their VOD before making any of the takes that I'm making publicly. And so I have all of the evidence, I have all of the receipts, I do all of the work to make sure that I am giving every single person a fair take, a fair shake. I put in the effort to do that. And then people don't even look at the context or attempt to look at it and then say stuff like this.
Sorry, I'm fucking yapping.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
I also think there's another argument to this, which is about people that think Wuwa should not receive criticism. Right? Like, it's not okay to criticize Wuwa. Because there's
Oh my goodness. I have quite literally critiqued the game in so many different ways, but I ensure that my critiques are actually rooted in reality, researched, and
Feel my wrath.
objectively presented. And what I do when it comes to quote-unquote shutting down critiques is taking the critiques that have been built upon a foundation of misunderstanding or misinformation and address why they are misinformed.
A lot of people that are saying like pretty legitimate things about WUA. Like I feel like Tower of Adversity sucks. I feel like that's pretty shit. It's boring. It's Spiral Abyss. I'm not gonna sit here and say Spiral Abyss is good because that's also shit, right? But when I say Tower of Adversity shit, people are like, no, you can't say that.
I've seen that.
It's a good game, but it's a good end game, right? Like,
I've seen that.
And there's so much of that. Like you're not allowed to.
And so when the critique for the Spiral Abyss is, for Gotcha Smack, suggesting a solution about full concerto, full whatever, right? Full forte and full concerto when you enter, and then at the end of his video, Gotcha Smack then says, that would actually horrifyingly imbalance the game, so we shouldn't do it. I don't actually have a solution. Devs, figure it out yourselves. What kind of critique was that? How is that helpful? Do you want to shuttle that out to the devs? Hey, here's a solution. It actually fucks up the game completely. Don't actually do that. And by the way, I have no fucking clue what the alternative should be. What do the devs do with that information? Is that a critique that when the devs read it, are they supposed to be like, oh, I know exactly what to do now to fix the game mode? Is that supposed to be productive or do anything at all? What are the devs supposed to do when they get that critique? Genuinely, what do the devs do when they get that critique? Like, how is that helpful? What did that do? And the question is, did you watch the Gotcha Smack video on the TOA? That's kind of like the follow-up question on it.
Criticize WUA at all. It's not that people are only criticizing WUA. In fact, I think the reason WUA feels like it gets more criticism is because the devs actually change shit in the video game.
Yes, and so when you have these devs that are actively making changes on the game, that are frequently putting in updates that the players are asking for, specific updates the players are asking for, and then you make a critique for the game mode, provide a solution that you immediately say doesn't work, and then say you don't have a solution, what are the devs supposed to do? What do the devs do in that situation? How do the devs take that critique and do anything with it? What do they do?
Like people complain about some shit and the devs are like, all right, we got you in next patch.
You complain to the devs, you don't offer a solution, or you offer one that you say immediately doesn't work. What do they do? What are they supposed to do?
Feel my wrath.
I feel like that's good. I mean, we can all whine and complain about every fucking game, but WUA's gonna be the only one that listens.
Yeah, their devs are really good. I think everyone kind of understands that. It is crazy how much this situation is kind of like blown out. Do you know how it started? Was it literally just because?
I think it was just the Gotcha Smack tweet.
Really?
I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Maybe someone in chat knows, but I thought it was just the Gotcha Smack tweet.
Yeah, this is going on for quite a bit now too. I thought it would kind of die down, but like it's kind of like still ongoing at the moment, right? I think there's even like a well, I mean, I've been invited to like a debate thing where it's like Hoyo shows vs Kuro bots, and it's kind of fun now, but it seems kind of like it kind of sounds like a toxic fucking argue fest now. Because when I was
like you guys just need to fucking box or something.
No, when I was invited to this, like this was. I think the only thing that was happening was Saint Tontas mocked Mr. Pokey. That's all I knew about him. I was like, okay, this is nothing. But now the game show got like delayed, by the way. It's like that was like a week ago, and now everything kind of blew up. And now I feel like that's not going to be a very friendly session if it happens.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty volatile. And what's gonna happen is, even though I think both sides will have some pretty valid points, I think people are going to want Saint Tontas.
Oh, you little silly rover!
Yeah.
You're my little pog. Oh, you little silly rover! You're my little pog. Oh, you little silly rover! You're my little pog. Oh, you little silly rover.
What is going on?
You're my little pog. Oh, you little silly rover.
Oh, good God.
You're my little pog champ rover.
Holy shit. What the fuck was that? Oh, my lord. I don't even know what that was, but thank you to whoever did that. Huh? What the fuck was that? Yeah, thanks to whoever did that. I have no idea what that was. Yeah. I don't think that was supposed to happen like 15 times. So let's keep playing. Techie wants to call. Oh, is he gonna come mediate the conversation? Maybe the stalling was worth it, ladies and gentlemen. He wants to call right now? Let's do it. Techie wants to call with Brax?
I think Wuthering Waves fans.
We'll see when they get set up.
There's gonna be, like,
I'll
biases
jump on
both
the
sides.
call
Just,
when
like,
they're
if
ready
you're
to
a
go.
Wuthering Waves fan, you go in wanting to support St. Tontus. I think they're just going to like have their mindset stuck on I'm going to support St. Tontus. And then like same thing with like the, you know, Honkai Star Rail Genshin. Like I don't think they're gonna change their mind. It's really hard to like change the minds of people on the internet, to be honest.
Yeah. Do you know about the whole thing where, like, if you argue with someone, like 99% of the time, it just makes them more firm in their beliefs?
No, I did not know that actually.
But there's like it's a thing I learned about in psychology, where like a lot of the time, if you end up arguing with someone who has a firm belief about something, you can give them like evidence of something, but if they're not willing to change their beliefs going into that argument, then they just get more firm in their beliefs. Like it makes them want to believe you even less. And I think that's like low key what's happening right now.
I think so too. Yeah.
All right, so I guess the idea is just I'm like straight up wrong. That's how it's being framed. I'm just straight up wrong. And so any kind of critique that I receive from here is just going to make me more rooted into being wrong. When, again, I have demonstrably proven beyond a shadow of a doubt in a lot of situations that you guys already know. All right. I think that's enough.
Well,
Brax is
look at
Vars'
that.
friend. He's playing
Easy
defense.
money.
He's playing defense for one of his buddies. That much is true, right? That much is entirely true. He's playing defense for one of his buddies. And so, hey, he's perfectly fine with doing, like, he's perfectly entitled to do that, right? There's no problem at all with doing that. But hey, you don't need to do it like this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll go join their call.
Feel my wrath.
All right, we're back. I'll ask Brax if I can join his call with Tech. I'll ask Brax if I can join his call with Tech. Oh, Alfonso, thank you for the super chat. Hey bro, thanks for your Camellia video. It was very insightful on how to use her in different ways. Looking forward on Wuwa and PS5. Appreciate it, dog. Appreciate it. Liquid. I'm just gonna ban you for a day. You're just banned for a day, buddy.
Feel my wrath.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it at this point. Like, you have been told about 30 times to shut the fuck up. I have told you so many times to shut the fuck up. And you don't. All right, so I've asked to join the call with Tech. Let's just hop in and see what's going on.
Like graphics for everything and go into the very specific speed tuning thresholds
Absolutely.
of every single team and shit. That's like not my thing. Like because I don't want to confuse people. I would rather people be able to get in, get the information, be entertained, and get out. As opposed to saying, here are 3 different builds you can use for this character.
Yep.
I say, here's the build to use for this character. You can also use these if you want. Anyways, next thing.
Yep.
So I don't think I'm putting out blatant misinformation. I think I've been wrong before. But I think usually when I'm wrong, it's within like a reasonable amount. Like there's times where it's like somebody will find something that's like 1% better than what I'm talking about, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you were wrong," but like it's 1%, man. I don't really care. You're still beating the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think your guide's the most casual acceptable as far as entertainment, digestibility, as well as builds, and that's a very large demographic that people don't understand. Is that the reason why?
Oh shit! I accidentally accepted St. Tontas. All right, he's here now.
Accepted. That's fine.
Oh shit! Oh
so,
shit!
yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll mute you guys.
I'll add him to the call in just a second if you're cool with that.
You can add him anytime.
Where's this coming from?
Okay.
It's important to have guides for casual players because.
Okay, that's muted. Holy shit! All right. Oh my god, that fucking almost blew out my eardrums. That almost blew out my fucking eardrums. I'm gonna be honest. Holy goly moly. Oh, that fucked up my ears. Holy shit, got ganked by Twitch. Ganked by Twitch.
Being said, there are people who do want to do that. So for those hardcore guides, they have their own niche, but they can coexist. One isn't better than the other. There's a perfect opportunity to coexist, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like so I guess just to wrap up what I was saying, and then we'll get Saint in here. Basically, I just take issue with how Saint has approached some of his like talking about other people and like reacting to their content, because it reminds me a lot of what I went through.
Yeah.
And I'm worried it's gonna send Gula down the same path. That's what I'm concerned about mostly.
Sure, for the content creating scene.
Yeah.
You know, that's my first large controversy as well. There was a creator called Dreamy. They actually had to rebrand their name to something else because they were outed as being a piece of shit. And they made a guide about a character whose the name evades me. Maybe chat, you guys remember. There's a character in Arc Knights. And they rebranded to Lasar.
Feel my wrath.
Piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. And they made a guide about a character called Spectre. That's right, a character called Spectre. Province in Arc Knights. And rather than making their own guide, they said debunking
Feel my wrath.
Tone's guide on Province, rather than just making their own fucking guide. Because the thing is, if you have good information, present it by itself. You don't really have to say, this person's retarded, I'm the best, my guide's the only guide, that guy needs to kill himself. You just don't need to do that.
100%. Yeah.
But I'm curious to hear what you and him are going to talk about, and don't mind me, but I'll always be in the background.
Yeah. Sorry if he didn't want to be involved in this.
No, it's all good. My chat says if there's drama, I have to be there, so I'll be in the background, man. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wherever there's drama, he shall follow.
Absolutely.
Oh shit! All right.
What's going on?
Hello, what's up? What's
going on?
Yo, St. Totas, I'm gonna add you. Oh wait, you're already here. I'm gonna add you, bro. Oh wait, you're already here. Added to the chat, dude. Bro. St. Totas, look at your viewer count right now on Twitch.
I know it's it looks like I'm at 6K, man. It's crazy. But you can
That's
mouse
sick,
over
right?
it. You can mouse over it and then see the real numbers. It's a little sad.
Yeah, but hey, it's all good. Yo, Brax, you should go live in the change your category to Honkai Star Rail. Okay. Because then you'll have 6.4 thousand viewers in the Honkai Star Rail category, which will drive more people to your chat. Yeah, inflate.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll be in just chatting. St. Tonas will have Wuthering Ways and Braxton have Honkai Star Rail, and we'll all just farm here. And don't worry about me, man. I'm just here to mediate. I'll be a fly on the wall.
All right, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so what's up, man? Basically I had chatted with Box. You already saw the VOD.
Yeah.
And it was like 6 a.m. So I went to bed. I woke up, went and made some breakfast, was hanging out with someone. And then I get a clip sent to me, and it's of you watching my stuff. So I'd hop in your chat, and I was like, all right, let's just fucking hash this shit out.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw what you were saying about let me say this, and then you can tell me if you feel like it's wrong. So basically, you feel like I am doing the same shit that Atsu is doing by shit talking you in other people's streams, and that it's hypocritical of me to do that because you know, I've been through that shit and I know what it feels like.
Yeah, to a degree, right? And I think a lot of the messages that I pulled up in particular, where it's like, okay, he's getting dogpiled, rightfully so, by like because he's making shit takes. You know, he has like a big ego, that sort of thing. When we're going in without, you know, you basically admitted on the call with Vox that you didn't even watch everything. That you summarized a lot of like the points, you took a 10-second clip, and then we're making conclusions off of that.
So basically, all right, so I have one problem with this. It's not, I didn't watch all of the Gotcha Smack Poke stuff, which you know, right? Because I thought I had a grasp on the Gotcha Smack Poke thing. I had no idea what it was actually about because I wasn't following that entire thing. But that wasn't my main issue with what was happening. That was just some extra shit that I had seen in passing, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Right. My main issue with you that I was having was when you were watching Vars stuff and tearing into him. Because I think that even though you obviously disagree with this take, that's fine. I think you can disagree with the video, and I think a shit ton of people disagree with the video, right? But my issue was with how you were going about disagreeing with it, because you listened to my whole story about back in Genshin, what had happened, right?
Yeah.
I was basically the victim of that, of people going after like my content, and basically saying I was spreading misinformation and shit. And that for me has never been recoverable. What was that?
It hit close to home for you.
Yeah, no, it's never been recoverable for me because literally there have been times I tried to be friends with Jeff, and that I found out. No, genuinely, I did. I tried.
Yep.
Because I was like, this guy is making guides. I'm making guides. Maybe we can work this shit out. I tried being friends with him, and I genuinely could not, because every single time I talked with him, I would remember that this guy was fucking tearing into me every single day for the first like 3 or 4 months of Genshin. Well, that's what it felt like. I don't know if that's actually accurate.
So he did that to a lot of creators, including myself.
Right. And so when I see this kind of happening to Vars, and when I see that like you're reacting to like a lot of people saying shit, again, I didn't have the full context of poking Gotcha Smack, and like I admit to that, but I did 100% watch through Vars's video, and I watched through a bit of your stream. I'm not going to sit down and watch 5 hours of it. But you mentioned at one point that like you want to hear people out before you give your takes on everything. But the entire Vars video, you were pausing every like few seconds to talk about something that he said. And it felt ruthless to me. It didn't feel like constructive criticism. It felt like you were being a dick. And that's what I didn't like about it.
So I think to give some of the extra context on the VOD, right, on the React, is there was a lot of chatters coming in, either like Vars viewers on YouTube, a lot of different platforms, right? And they were basically telling me, oh, you need to watch this entire video. You need to watch all these different things before you're even able to comment on it at all. So a lot of that 5-hour VOD is me pulling up chatters, banning them, or banning them after having a conversation with them, just to like get through the video without them like interrupting how I'm reacting to it. And so that's where a lot of the 5 hours is coming in. And overall, when it comes to like how I was reacting, how I was viewing the context of the situation, what I immediately recognized from the critiques that he was making was that a lot of it, he was just simply talking about things in the game that weren't there. That weren't there at all.
Do you have an example of that, Santotas?
Yeah, I don't want to be the receipts guy.
Yeah, So I'll just go ahead. I'll pull it up.
Because I know you carry receipts.
Yep, I'll pull it up, and I'll share my screen so the sound goes over to your guys' area.
Easy, yeah, easy.
Yeah, so let me just pull out the video. I've got like so many different examples, right? I mean, I've got the notepad. Or did I save the notepad? I hope I saved that fucking notepad. I've got a notepad where I was literally on stream keeping track of every single point that he was making, and how, based off of the mechanics in the game, the issues or critiques he was trying to make, they were literally just not there. He was saying things.
If the notepad was on stream, you can pull up your VOD and just show that.
That's a good fucking idea. That's a really good idea. Let me grab that.
You type really fast, by the way. I heard you're Korean and that you're masters in League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. That part of that is being able to flame your team extremely fast. And when you have a high words per minute, right, you're able to get out all the trash talk as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, sometimes you have to talk shit in the middle of CSing, and that really tilts your opponent. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one to practice and try out. You guys should all try it out sometime.
Yeah.
I literally just tried League again for the first time in like a year and a half last night. I fucking hate that game. But it, you know, I had fun. I hate that game though.
Yeah, I think it's better than you wasting your life on Final Fantasy 14.
Okay, hold on. First off, I saw you in that fucking video.
Yep. Go ahead.
Talking shit.
Absolutely.
Listen, man, I feel like League is probably worse.
Hell no. MMOs, you're locked in for 12 hours of the day. League of Legends, you can stop after 30 minutes.
All right. Y'all got my screen pulled up?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say that this point over here, Vars builds Zhang Liao with Lingering Tunes. That is something that he actually has in the video. So that's something, okay. Yeah, that's something that I said he did in the video, but it was later clarified for me, and I backtracked in the VOD and made sure that in the published video I had, it wasn't actually in there. But that was something that I misunderstood from his video, kind of like just going through it over the 5 hours. But he actually is building that set on the character. So that's just like one thing that I want to point out that he doesn't explicitly say, but is in there. Basically, he has like a lot of arguments in this video, right, that I've just listed out. Things being like, oh, he literally states himself that Sanhua relies on another character to work. He says her only purpose is to buff Camellia. That's literally what he says in his video. And then he immediately follows up with how he says Wuthering Waves is lesser compared to other games in comparison, because other games have teams where characters have a sum bigger than their parts. And if you immediately say that Sanhua requires another character to work, that implies that in Wuwa teams, you have interactions that make the characters bigger than the sum of their parts. And to make that comparison that Wuwa doesn't have this, when quite literally he just said it did, and 30 seconds later he says it doesn't have that dynamic, I'm just like, what is he trying to do with this information right now? Why is he representing stuff in such a way that's directly contradictory within just 30 seconds of each other? Then he says, in Wuwa, most characters are just individual kits that happen to work together. They don't have synergistic playstyles. When he just talked about how other characters require synergy, require like different mechanics, or they have different mechanics that work together with each other. He then talks about how there's not a lot of variability in the teams. He talks about how there are very limited number of team comps and ways to use characters. And one thing that he does is he builds Zhang Liao with Lingering Tunes. To give some context on the Lingering Tunes set, what this set does is it locks you into one style of play. All you can play with Lingering Tunes is hyper carry. If you play dual DPS with Lingering Tunes, it is literally worse than a two-piece, because the set bonus disappears on swap. Zhang Liao is one of the best dual DPS characters in the game, and for him to say that there's no incentive to horizontally invest and go for a wide variety of characters, and then proceed to lock himself into hypercarry compositions, that to me is a self-inflicted issue. This is him not understanding the game's mechanics at all, and making claims that there are issues that again are self-inflicted that he's experiencing because he doesn't actually know the game or the Sonata sets. And so that's just like all of the things that I was able to pull in like a 2-minute span of time.
Okay. So do you think that... Okay, first off, what level does Sanhua have her outro skill?
Level 1.
So, like, would you not say then there's no reason to level Sanhua? Like, okay, you can't, you should, right? But Sanhua works the same, regardless of whether or not you are horizontally investing and leveling her and
I'm all about that. I always talk about how you can have a naked Sanhua on level 0 Moonlit Clouds and Overture, and you're fine. You don't really need to do much else with the character. Literally no items at all, and you're good to go. I have said that multiple times on many streams.
Right. So I'm gonna say, I guess, what my takeaway from the video was, as someone that knows Vars, because I do think he actually, in this video, I think he did a very bad job of expressing his point. I think he spoke in a lot of absolutes that made... I mean, honestly, that's why you came to a lot of these conclusions, because he spoke in a lot of absolutes that I think were not actually absolutes. But I think that Vars is someone who likes to make these discussion-based videos, which I'll talk about the guide stuff in a second too. But he likes to make these discussion-based videos where he likes to like try to, you know, provoke people to start talking about things. Like what do you think about this? Like, what do you think about the team building in Wuthering Waves? Do you feel like it's more cohesive than Genshin? Do you feel like it's less cohesive? Stuff like that, right? And so he feels, from what I've seen, he feels that the characters in Wuthering Waves don't fit together like pieces of a puzzle in the same way that Genshin does. Right, and I think that even you can agree that like the elemental reaction system carries Genshin's combat, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There is no real depth at all to Genshin's combat without the system, because you don't have things like Concerto, you don't have things like parries or perfect dodges that interact with other mechanics.
100%.
Yeah.
I think that like Wuthering Waves combat is absolutely has a higher skill ceiling, is way more complex in the actual execution. However, I feel like what he was saying is that like you can pull a bunch of 5 stars, you can pull a bunch of 4 stars, but it doesn't feel like any of those characters were specifically made for each other, except for some of the newer ones.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
That's completely subjective.
Exactly.
Yeah, because me personally, I think it's good that characters aren't specifically meant to work with a specific character, because then you can pull one character and have a standalone unit. But that's just my take. I don't know why it's being presented as a negative.
Yeah, and so when the video is titled "The Problems with Wuthering Waves is Team Building,"
Yeah.
and we're making claims that there are problems with this dynamic that we're listing out, when quite literally it frees up compositions, right? Yinlin is the premier Zhang Liao buffer, but she has viability in other teams. Versus in Genshin Impact, you would have the premier Zhao buffer, right? The premier Wanderer buffer, Farazan. You're not going to use her in any fucking team that doesn't do anemo damage. Never. There is absolutely no reason you would ever do that. And so the value of your characters inherently in Wuthering Waves is just so much higher based off of that. You can use them in a lot more team comps. But then we're going ahead and saying, oh, because we don't have these super detailed or like super specific concentrated synergies, that's a problem. And we're just like, what? Why? Where's the problem? Why are we viewing this as a negative when you can just play characters in more teams, have more variety, and just like get a better experience out of pulling a limited character? You can just use them in more areas.
Sure. You know what? I 100% see that, and I agree with that, because Wuwa has that's like what Wuwa's identity has become. But I still think that Wuwa does have a bit of an identity crisis. Right? I still think they need to form out what Wuwa is trying to be a little bit more. Because right now it feels like this weird mishmash middle ground where like you do have characters that work very well together and team building is important, but it doesn't feel as like important enough to where you have to do it in a very specific way.
Yeah,
I think they have to spend more time like figuring out what do they want this game to do. Do they want it to be like more solo character focused? Do they want it to be a team-based game? Because that's where Genshin, which is what Bars was saying, would be a more cohesive team building system.
Well, this is the
Do
situation.
you think Genshin has an unfair buff of its team building system because more characters exist comparatively to Wuwa?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
It's about 5
Okay.
times the roster size. 5 or 6 times the roster size.
100%.
And the thing is, right, I think you mentioned something about not having like a vision, not having like I think that's a really negative spin to put on the entire dynamic. Right? Like, oh, these devs aren't really sure what they're doing. They're not really like they don't really have a vision, right? It's kind of insulting to them, is it not? To kind of like take this freedom and this variability and how they can actually slot teams. Characters are be able to use in multiple comps, but then we're framing that as they don't have a vision. They're not really sure what they're doing.
So the reason that I say that is more than just what the game is, it's what the game was when it was in development. So I don't know if you played any of like the really early betas of the game, but this game, when it was created, and like I'm gonna preface this as well. I talk with Kuro staff a lot. Like I know Kuro staff.
They're very kind.
I'm working with them. They're great, and I'm working with them to make a bunch of videos, right? But I can confidently say that when this game was being made, this was meant to be their Genshin Impact, right? Whether or not it was in development when Genshin was out or not is kind of irrelevant, because they saw what Genshin was doing and they wanted to do that, but for Kuro games. And later they decided to take their own directions on it. But the reason that I bring that up and that I say they don't have their identity fully fleshed out yet is because a lot of the systems in this game feel, in my opinion, like I love Wuthering Waves, but they feel half-baked, right? And I feel like the team system, in my opinion, is unfinished for them. They haven't decided what they want to do with it.
What systems do you think aren't finished, or is it just the team building? Because I saw that post. You sound like you spoke to EO. It sounds like you're echoing some of his points, but I am wondering, like, what systems do you specifically have a problem with for Wuthering Waves?
Yeah.
So I think the ecosystem is really cool, but I think they should have done more with it. For example, the fact that shinies are static spawns is stupid.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you.
Yeah, they're not RNG. They're like, they're scripted, basically, the shinies.
Yeah, they made it so much less magical. The shiny system was a fucking joke.
100%. I think also on top of that, like they had some really cool opportunities to do stuff with randomizing spawns a little bit. Not like entirely random, right? But like, you know, in Pokemon, you walk into the grass, there's like 5 things that can spawn there.
Yeah.
What would make this game a lot more interesting is if you're trying to find things, they spawn in a certain area, right? But they're not always in the same area. Roaming echoes could be really cool.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair take. That I honestly, I don't feel like a lot of people are gonna disagree with that take. It's a good one.
Yeah.
outside of Echoes, I feel like the story they weren't sure what they wanted it to be. I don't think that was I don't think that was because of Genshin necessarily. I think that was just like they didn't really know what they wanted it to do.
A lot.
But they
Yeah,
did
a
have
lot of
game.
rewrites.
Sidney Marr has a great video kind of like detailing how the game went through massive rewrites on the way to version 1.0. He mentioned something about how Renacita, right, what's going to be in 2.0, was actually supposed to be in release. The release of the game. And because of the rewrites, like the Black Shores was in CBT1.
Wait, does he have proof of that or no?
He says that in his video. And so I assume that he has like the sources and stuff in the video itself. But that's stuff that's mentioned in the video of his. And so he says things about the Black Shores was in CBT1. Renacita was basically supposed to be in the launch of the game. And so
because I played CBT1 and I did not see the Black Shores, but maybe
there was like a teaser for it apparently in the game.
Interesting.
Or that's what was in his video.
Well,
that's what was in his video.
Yeah, if anybody has a link to that, chat, if anything backing that up, I'd love to see that.
It's like the best devs in gacha gaming history. That's what his video is.
One other thing is so a lot of people are gonna shit on me for this. Obviously, PGR has their own sort of like tower climbing thing where you know it's like the endgame challenge mode, right?
Yep.
But TOA is basically the same thing as Spiral Abyss. But like the thing that I have a problem with is there's not a reason for it to exist. Because Wuthering Waves has this really cool combat system with perfect dodges, parries, and perfect dodges, giving concerto, shit like that, right? Like all of that is super cool. I think that's fucking awesome, and they should capitalize on that, but they haven't. They've been trying to capitalize a little bit more on like, can you clear tower by combining these characters that have an outro skill that works with each other, but the outro skill doesn't feel like it's integral to it either, right?
Exactly.
So it feels like they're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But I feel like what they should be doing is, if they had an idea for what they want to do with the game, which it seems like they did with the combat, they would focus more on the actual boss fights, like the hologram boss fights, making like a rotational one of those instead of TOA, or in addition to TOA as like another game mode where you have to solo it, right? Or where you can't heal through all the damage.
What were you going to say, Todas?
I was going to say that whole take on outro skills is, I think it's demonstrably false, just by the fact that there are multiple viable teams to clear the TOA where the outro skills just don't even interact with each other at all. Dual DPS teams are the biggest example, where they just don't have outro skills that buff each other, and they're quite literally the best teams in the game that have the best clear times.
Right, just because the damage dealers do so much damage.
Yeah, and so to hear that, like, oh, the TOA is just like a matching simulator, or like not like a matching simulator, but like a matching thing where you match up outro skills, it's just literally wrong. Like, you have a lot of variability, different ways to approach the content, and clear the game mode.
Right, well, yeah, that's what I thought I said that.
You said that it's just about matching outro skills together and then, like, going into it.
Yeah, but I also added on that, like, you or not. Like, you don't have to do that, right? But I guess what I'm saying is that, like, in Vars' video, he's talking about how the teams don't feel like that, and that the whole subjectivity of it is like, do we think that's a good thing for the game? Do we think it's a bad thing for the game? What?
Time out, Rook. Vars literally said in the video, hypercarry teams play exactly the same as dual DPS.
Okay.
He says that in his video. They're literally exactly the same. They play exactly the same. The only difference is which characters you want to play. Like Chang-Li, plays the exact same as Jian.
You can give, okay, so you can give examples of like I know you have examples of where that's like demonstrably false. Is probably what you would say, demonstrably false, because you say that a lot. But
yeah,
it's a good word. It's a good word.
Yeah, it's a good combo of words. Yeah,
I got you, man.
No. But the thing is, like, they kind of do, right? Like, obviously, different teams will have quick swaps. Different teams will have, on-field time for 2 characters split, right? And the double DPS teams are a lot more flexible because then you don't lose buffs if you switch between them, right? But at the end of the day, you play support, you play damage, you rotate through them. There's no elemental reactions. You do as much damage as you can in a short amount of time.
If we're gonna reduce the gameplay to the characters do damage, and then the boss dies, I guess, if that's how we want to boil it.
Well, what I'm saying is
the characters
that you use
rotate and do damage. I mean, I guess every character in the game is the same thing. You press buttons and deal damage.
Well, okay, so what Vars' argument is, brother, what Vars' argument is that the characters don't feel like they have meaningful enough identities in tandem with each other to where that's not true.
But they do. Zhang Yao slows down time and gives you massive windows for quick swapping where the boss literally can't attack you. And so you can play a lot more safe. You don't have to dodge. And there are like so many windows where you can just unload all your damage when in previous situations you'd have to dodge or delay your attacks so that the attacks don't hit you. And so they're really built-in mechanics and character kits that allow you to leverage different team comps and different characters that just... It's just... like that take to me was insane. It was insane to me. Actually,
okay. So here's the thing, man. As someone who, you know this about me because I'm sure you've watched my videos. Maybe you haven't, but you know this about me. I'm not the best wall player, right? I make plenty of mechanical mistakes in my videos, but I can still clear TOA.
Yeah,
I don't dodge shit most of the time.
Yeah.
Like actually 99% of the time, I just take it to the fucking face and I just blast damage through it. And that's because there's nothing punishing enough in the game to where it's going to not allow me to clear for not bringing a specific synergy. Or like taking a ton of damage.
Have you played against the fallacy of no return in the middle tower?
I have not done this tower yet, specifically.
So you've never played against the fallacy of no return in the middle tower?
Not this tower specifically. I cleared the last
previous
tower.
Previous towers. It's been in the rotation a couple of times.
Okay. The last tower I did was Camellia on the early access.
Okay, so I guess have you fought against the fallacy?
Yes, I fought against the fallacy.
Okay, and
I know there's a stagger bar.
And if you don't interact with the stagger bar and blow it up, his second phase is quite literally one of the worst fights in the game. Like, it gets to a point where he starts teleporting around ridiculously, and if you don't interact with the game's mechanics and leverage a team that can cycle through intro skills, you get absolutely fucked up in that fight.
What if you face roll it with Camellia?
You can't. Or you can try,
you can't,
but your ass is going to get beat. It has no parryable attacks. It shoots like 400 bullets at you. It literally the game becomes a bullet hell. If you don't knock him out of the sky and mess up basically, if you don't do a stagger bar rotation and break it all down, you're going to get ruined in that fight.
What if I spend $10,000?
You will one-shot the boss before it gets to that phase, and you will avoid the problem.
Okay.
So you can't pay to win and not interact with the fallacy if you just wail enough to one-shot it. That is true.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess my thing is, like, I haven't done this tower, so correct me if I'm wrong. But
the
like,
fallacy's not in this rotation.
Okay, so he's not in this. Okay.
Yeah, he's been in some previous ones.
Gotcha. So you don't feel like you could just base roll a fallacy by just playing strong characters? Because that's what it's been for every other tower.
You will get ruined. And the fallacy is, I believe that the fallacy was designed with the context that, like, hey, some bosses are a little bit more face rolling, right? Like the gorilla is sort of just like, all right, you don't really have to do anything against the gorilla. It just like keeps attacking and jumping around and stuff. But if you don't time your breaks, rotate properly against the fallacy, again, it is quite literally one of the worst fights in the game because it teleports around, shoots a million projectiles, goes like 50 feet in the air, and then just like dumps like basically Kokolia's meteor from like, what's it called? From Honkai Star Rail on you.
Okay. So you don't think in any way this is the same face roll content as every other gacha boss?
It's not the same as face roll content. Absolutely not.
Okay. I'll try it out when it comes into tower next, not next rotation.
You can actually fight it in the overdrive zone if you'd like, right now.
That's the that's
boot it out, Brax. Boot it out.
Right?
Yeah,
I've already
boot it out.
Do you have the overdrive zone unlocked?
Is that the hold on? Check.
I'm actually so curious what the fuck.
Let's see it, Brax. I want to see you fight the fallacy in the overdrive zone.
Oh my god!
Let's see it,
bro.
You tell me if that's just something you can face roll.
I am curious. Don't you have a nickname for this fight, Sento does?
Yeah, the fallacy of no rewards.
That's the one. That's right. I remember that.
The fallacy of no rewards.
Man. That's insane.
Yeah. I actually am curious.
Honestly, I might not even have overdrive zone unlocked. Let me check. Because I play this game more on the early access servers on my own account.
That's fair.
So they have everything unlocked. I hate replaying the game multiple times.
You unlock the overdrive zone after 30 out of 30 clearing the hazard tower a single time.
Okay, I probably have it then. Let me check.
Okay, easy.
Let me load it up.
Oh god, we're going! Hell yeah, dude!
No. I mean, listen, man. I don't think I'm good at this game, right? I could get fucked, but I also know that like most gacha games and their content is just fucking piss easy once you're fully built, which I'm not. By the way,
it's not. The fallacy is not. You're gonna eat those words, buddy. I guarantee it.
Here we go.
When you fight the overdrive zone fallacy, you're gonna eat those fucking words. Believe me.
I saw a very mixed reception to this take, so I actually am very curious. I also think it is very good because Brax is forwardly casual with it, so this will kind of give people a good experience. I would probably say you're better than the average casual. I would say, Brax, you're pretty damn good at video games. But I am curious to see how you'll fare against this. Let me know when you have it up, and I'm gonna screen share your stream.
Overdrive zone. So we have to clear hazard, clear all 3 towers in hazard zone. I haven't done it. Was overdrive zone added later?
It was added in patch 1.3.
Okay, yeah, that's why I don't have it.
Oh damn, bro! Yeah. Fuck.
Unlucky.
Just 30 out of 30 the tower right now.
No, listen, man. Listen, I'll take your word for it. I'll try it out when I unlock it.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll take your. I will take your word for it though.
Sounds good.
That boss is different from what I've seen when I was just even farming it.
Wait! I have a crazy idea. What if I give Brax one of my mods accounts?
Let's do it.
I'll do it if you want to send over an account.
Yo, Sarah. Yo, send that shit. I'll be real. I haven't done this shit either, Brax. I want to see it, man. Oh man.
No, man. So I'm getting commissioned to do. I'm getting sponsored to do guides for Wuwa, and I play on the beta servers and I test the characters and shit.
Yeah.
But like after you play on like all the early access shit, it's draining to play on the main server.
Absolutely.
You have to sit there and like farm your shit.
Yeah, I think you're good. You don't need to play 2 accounts. I think that's completely fine. You play how you want to play. Nobody can tell you that the way that you're playing is wrong. It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, whatever.
As long as you're not presenting yourself in a means that'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's really fucking amazing. It's like obviously.
No, man, I'm not a
Wuwa man. Yeah, you say you're casual.
Yeah.
You're what, more of a Honkai Star Rail guy?
Yeah, no, I love Honkai Star Rail. I have 3 accounts for Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, Honkai's amazing. Do you play Honkai, Santotas?
I quit after Firefly release because there was like one event where I think it was in Pentacon. You had to like jump to like 4 different parts of the map, and then you had like a 30-minute dialogue to start the event. And I was just like, I fucking hate this game. I pulled Firefly and I got the fuck out.
Sarah, send it on Discord.
I love people who can admit that a game they like just fucking blows. Yo, Sarah, did you DM him it or no? I don't know. Let's say. Okay, hold up. Sarah had an important question. Like, oh my god, what, bro? What? What is it? Want me to send him your account or mine? Your Camellia is better. Your account. Your account. I don't have Brax on Discord. Hold up. Add you to the call. Yo. Cool.
Yo, hello.
Cool.
Yo,
yeah, give him your info.
Welcome. Don't say it out loud.
Say it out loud. Say it out loud, Sarah. Wait, I'm hiding the chat. I'm hiding my chat. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't show that shit.
I can ruin Sarah right now.
Bye. Have fun with your conversation.
Sarah
okay, cool. Bye, Sarah. Thank you. Hearts in the chat for Sarah, guys. Hearts in the chat for Sarah.
All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see.
Hey, once Brax is logged in, Sarah, delete that shit because I feel like it's gonna accidentally pop up. I just have Discord open so people can see the light ups.
My God, bro, this game just bitched my ass. Holy fuck. Yo, have you ever played Path XL too?
No, I haven't.
I just got that.
I've had some people suggesting it. I heard it's good. A lot of people like it.
Good, don't touch it, man. It's fucking amazing.
All right.
Yeah, y'all both need to get in on this shit, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Get some variety going, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Or, I mean, honestly, I play it offline. It's just nice. Like, if you want like a hard game that challenges you, it's so fucking good.
Yeah, because it's just like something you can just sort of like passively grind, always feel like you're making progress, right?
Yeah.
That's always, it's always nice to be able to burn time on that, regardless. And gacha games don't really let you, you got echo farming, but that's really it.
Dude, Fob calling you out right now, man.
Fob's calling me out?
Not you, no, Techie.
Oh, okay, okay.
What'd he say?
Good. I remember the last time Fob called me out.
Yeah, no, he's calling you out. He's saying get to level 80. Catch up.
Level 80? Hey, my bad, bro. I'm having sex every day and I go to the gym, bro. Not everybody can just sit there and have their girlfriend carry all their financial situation, brother.
That's crazy.
That's a critical blow.
We got it. Okay. I don't know the there's a Sanhua attack that like instantly blows everything up.
Yeah,
Oh,
you intro in on her, and then you E, and then immediately liberation. And then you cancel the E animation, and then while you're coming back from your liberation, you hold down your attack button to prep the negative edge. You explode it.
The negative edge. Okay.
Shut the fuck up. That is not real. Tell me you're kidding.
It's literally how you do it. You negative edge after during the liberation animation. You release, and then
Yo was right.
Oh my god.
While
I've never
Sanwa's
played
mid
this fucking game
animation,
again.
you do the swap back with Storekeeper to
Oh my
activate
God,
the
tell him to
fallacy,
stop talking,
and
Brax.
then go back to Sanwa, and then
Okay.
outro skill to Camellia.
Okay,
I'm not even joking.
That's
That's
cool.
literally the proper terminology to explain that interaction, and it is the
I
optimal way to play
believe
it.
you. I'm just horrifically upset by it.
All right. So as a heads up, I'm probably not gonna do that. Okay.
Yeah. I think Brax is gonna play the game.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I fucked up already. Give me a second. I ulted first.
Are you
Wait, are you already
screen?
in?
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, am I not sharing it? Give me a second.
No,
Sure,
sure.
yeah.
He's practicing. He's practicing off screen.
I'm practicing. Yeah.
Okay, let's see
All
this
right,
shit.
locking.
All right, how do I pop this shit out? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's see it.
Yeah, you don't want to see my fucking gameplay here, man. It sucks.
Miss Perry.
Bro, I was gonna judge the entire thing.
Oh, we tanked a hit. Didn't do the swap back.
Okay.
Bro, there's no way. Wait.
we're gonna go ass
Let me
beat.
do that. Wait, hold on.
Wait, this is floor 1?
This is the of Hazard Tower. Yeah. It says fallacy after this.
All right, let's see it, man.
Yeah. So
Wait, this ain't even the real fight.
no, the fight comes out. Well, it's in this fight, but we have to kill this guy.
Okay.
So to parry with Arena, you have to jump, right?
What the? What? Oh shit. Yeah, that's a weird fucking view, guys. Let me go fix that. Sorry.
Hey, my view's perfect, man. You're doing great, Brax. You're killing it, bro.
Oh shit! Wait. Dude,
You're
I got
good.
so used to. Oh wait. Hold up.
You're good.
Wait,
You're good.
I'm actually getting stunned. That's
Yeah,
like
you're
the first time
kind
that's
of
happened.
getting bodied, man.
No, like that's
I
genuinely, that's like the first time I've actually been fucking stunned while starting up Camellia shit. Like on God, the entire time when I was doing this shit for my guide video, like just never got stunned. I never got punished.
Very strange.
Also, the echoes are a
bro.
little bit different than I'm.
Yeah, here we go, man. Let's just. Yeah, it's got to be the echoes.
Yeah, it's the echoes.
The
man. It's
fallacy
the echoes.
comes
You get
after
it.
this guy, so you have to clear him first.
Yeah. I don't want. We got time, man.
All right, there we go. Now we can finally start playing the game.
I can do a run afterwards too, if you want to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll see
I'll
you
watch
just
an optimized run because I know you got the shit locked down. That stunned me out of my ephemeral.
Yeah. Oh, good parry, bro.
Yeah, totally intentional, by the way. Intentional.
Just fire.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey,
For sure.
Camellia auto play the game, bro. She turned this into cookie clicker.
Cookie clicker.
Yes, sir. Big ult.
Sarah, what are
Yeah,
your Camellia
like,
stats?
I have no doubt in my mind that Saint's gonna fucking body this in one go.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
We'll see.
I'm interested in what a casual player can do.
Well, a casual player can probably even do better than I'm doing, man. You say I'm good at video games.
I think you're great.
I don't know about all that, bro.
I think you're great. You're good at Pokemon too.
Oh yeah, surely.
Big damage. Holy fuck, that move does
Dude,
so
Camellia
much.
Fox though, like
She does. She's so good.
72k. All right.
I don't know. Is Sarah free to play or no? All right, here's fallacy.
Oh wait, you weren't even fighting the real boss
No,
yet.
this is fallacy, bro.
Let's see it. Okay. All right. Nice.
Yeah, that's fallacy.
Yep. And we'll see how you rotate through. The rotations here are super important to making sure he does not fuck up your day.
Okay.
I mean, I think he's kind of owning right now, to be honest.
If you wait, are all of his attacks unparryable or is it just the second phase?
He has a couple of parryable attacks.
Okay.
Oh, that got stuffed.
Yeah.
Oh, but actually, you were using ephemeral. That's good.
There you go.
I mean, I think you're doing great, Brax. You got this.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Oh,
I know.
you swapped
If
off
nobody else
Camellia
got me, I know
a bit
Techno's got me.
early.
Bro.
I believe she was still budding, and so you didn't get her
Yeah.
enhanced
Oh,
outro
no.
skill and missed like half of her damage.
I mean, low key, he's tanking everything and he's chilling. Oh, good dodge.
Okay.
Huge dodge.
There you go.
Don't run. Keep the dance.
Are you a white mode user or a red mode user?
Against a single target boss, I would use white mode.
Okay.
And now he's about to go sicko mode, so
Okay.
this is kind of where the
Let's
breaking
see the
is super
sicko mode.
important. Yeah.
Oh, I can't even hit him.
Good luck.
Hold on.
It's over.
I
Oh
legit
my
can't
God,
even touch this
what the
guy.
Yeah,
fuck?
this is what I meant, guys. Yeah, and your intro skill just doesn't land because he's in the air.
Yeah, and then I can't.
Yeah, your
Oh,
ass just got fucking
God!
Oh, I'm
pulverized.
fucking dead.
Holy brother!
So
Yeah,
this
and
is
I can't even
this
touch
is
his
what we-
fucking HP until
this
he's
is-
fucking broken.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn, that's crazy, dude.
So
Damn,
there are a lot of
bro.
people
He
in
just
your
dies before
chat
he even gets that far.
downplaying this boss. They were like,
Oh, it was so easy.
Hey, you know, in their defense, I fucking suck at this game. Right? I learned what I got to make my video, and that's it. It's out.
But I do think it is important because I do think that's how a lot of people play the game. I think that casual players who play the game, and nobody gives a fuck if a hardcore player can beat it easily. It's not about them. It's about the majority demographic, which is the casual players who will be the
Yeah.
one looking up guides, because usually people who look up guides are worse. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, you're giving me a lot of benefit of the doubt here, but I genuinely think like most people are gonna play better than that. If you're in the hazard zone for tower, you're probably used to playing this game a lot more than I am.
yeah, if you
Right.
have the overdrive zone unlocked, you've already kind of beaten the hazard zone already. And so yeah,
Right,
maybe
right.
it's like, you know, a bit more like a specialized thing for that. I'll just go ahead and share my screen, I guess, now.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
I
going?
want to see you fight this thing actually.
All right. Is there like a character? Should I use Camellia as well? Who should I be using for that?
Use the
Whatever
same
you want.
team. Use the same
Oh,
team.
Use the
Okay,
same
yeah,
team?
sure.
Yeah. Let me know when you got it booted up so I can tap
Can I
back
use
in. I'm
Shorekeeper
grinding.
instead? Because I like her better.
Sure.
Do I have to use
Yeah, go
Verena?
for it.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck Verena, bro. I hate that fucking cabbage head looking bitch.
Yeah, we'd rather look at Shorekeeper instead. I agree.
Would you acknowledge that Verena looks terrible as a character, or do you like their design?
She got plants growing out of her fucking back. I don't think she looks that good.
Okay, yeah, I think it's fucking
She
terrible.
got like
Okay, that's good.
plants
Hell yeah.
attached to her spine.
See, I told
Yeah.
y'all he can shit talk the game, chat. Y'all fucking sell this motherfucker short every goddamn stream, man. Y'all are too pokey-pilled right now.
All right,
Pokeball is
so we're doing the
crazy,
overdrive
man.
zone, right?
That's insane.
I gotta close some fucking windows, to be honest. I feel like running all this shit is blowing my computer up.
Yeah,
Give me 1 second.
that's it.
Oh god. All right, I'm gonna pause your stream as well, Techie.
Yeah.
Minus
After you show
minus
us
one
this, I
viewer.
have something else I want to talk about.
Yeah. We still got a lot more. We haven't even got to the main point yet.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Don't look at that. I still have 8 days left.
You're all good, man.
I've also cleared these. I've
You're
just been
a fucking
testing it.
fraud.
I didn't
I've
have
just,
hazard
are a
I've just been
unlocked, so I don't
testing out
think
all
it-
the different
fraud.
things. Okay, I've been testing out. I've been testing out
Legit
different team comps
fraud.
in the game modes.
If Wuwa was your favorite game, you would have beat all the content already, man.
It
Fuck
is
this guy,
beaten.
man.
I've just reset them so I can use the characters in different spots.
Still taunt us, man. Still taunt us.
All right.
Holy man.
So should I use Naked Sanhua? I think I will. I will use Naked Sanhua.
Sure.
Oh, he's flexing now.
Okay. Everything should be good to go. Let's do it.
Here we go. Let's see what this echo picker can do.
Yeah.
That's a
Hey,
crazy
I don't have
term.
any,
Okay.
I don't have as many echoes as Genazad, so he's the true echo picker.
Ooh.
Oh, wait a
That's
second.
it.
Let me turn on my volume.
One loss. He fucked up once, guys. Let's remember that.
Whoa. There was nothing wrong with that. I was just like, sometimes I like the sound cues for the concerto.
Sure, man. That's fine.
There we go.
I won't lie. I'm barely paying attention to that. I just wait for the fucking noise. Okay.
All right, chat. Let him cook.
I see you. Okay, let him cook.
I kind of used the fallacy a little bit early there.
Stay behind me, like frigid death.
Yeah, I would
Oh, he's
uninstall
doing
if I
the
were you,
tech?
man.
Not prevention. I can keep
Let's see the swap back swap. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're kind of getting your shit kicked in, low key.
harder.
I missed the swap back because I used the fallacy a little early.
Oh.
Oh. You guys see that negative edge?
That was big.
Oh,
I can't wait to see Satan get absolutely shit on by the next fight. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, okay, Loki.
I think this guy's gonna roll it, man. He's got the adrenaline.
I got my
pumping.
ephemeral
What
blocked.
the fuck was
I
that?
actually
He's
should
locked
have
in.
gotten
Wait, have you
S1.
never done that with Shorekeeper?
What was that?
That's
I'll
her
show you the
intro
negative
after
edging
she's
right
level
here.
3.
Behind me. Frozen
I've
blood.
never seen her do that.
Oh, he's negative edging? Swap back, swap back. Oh, okay.
That's her enhanced intro. Never seen that shit in my whole life, chat. I've been using Shorekeeper since launch. Never used it.
Self-deceivers. Grafting. Suffer.
Bro just unlocked the DLC in front of my eyes. Let's see it, man. Big dodge. Yep.
Thou
How is he doing that?
Oh, he got that S6, man. That's what that is. That's S6.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Stay behind me. Shackles be gone.
Okay, he's bodying it.
Yeah, low-key shitting. Okay, that's good.
Change your perception.
Naked Sandpaw, that's big. 220 damage, enormous.
Massive, crazy.
I'm not even using my crownless. I'm kind of messing up here.
Hey, y'all good,
All
man.
good.
Don't run.
Hey, if the boss's HP reaches 0, you played the game right.
It's true.
Vitality sour.
Okay. Oh, he's going sicko mode.
He is doing it, yeah.
Here goes.
And boom, knock him out, Shorekeeper. Got him.
Oh, nice. Good
okay.
timing, dude.
That's crazy.
That's nasty.
That's the shit I like to see, though, in fucking game development, man. Shit like that is so fun.
Yeah, yield, swap back, man.
It's
Nasty.
crazy.
Yep.
Oh shit, where's my energy? Ah, I kind of griefed that. I think I missed a crit too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think you might want to watch some more Regs Lamp.
That's insane.
I'm kind of tanking there. I kind of griefed that rotation.
No, man. Listen. I'm looking at this. Maybe the worst player I've ever seen.
Yeah, be real, man. If you
totally.
weren't saying that you were fucking up, nobody would know that you fucked up.
Sarah might know.
Everything that I see is a boss's HP getting closer and closer to 0, and your units being alive. So you're doing something right. That's some fucking retarded damage. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Is that S0 for you?
That's S0 S1.
That is fucking. Hey, St. Does.
Yo, that's crazy, man.
My king. My king.
The king of Woo-Wah, dude.
Yeah, I could have played
We
that
gotta get you in a
better as
1v1
well,
versus Rexland, man.
Hey,
That would actually be
Rexler does
content,
like
man.
solo clears. I don't see tower stuff from him that often. He really likes holograms. That's what I've seen.
True.
Are you
You know what
good
else
at
he
holograms?
likes?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was like, are you good at holograms or not?
I'm actually kind of shit at holograms. I get my ass like wiped by them like all the time. I don't practice them that often, but there's gonna be an opportunity to later.
Do you like hologram more or less than TOA? Do you like TOA more?
I actually like TOA more just because it's like, you know, that was like a really fun, hard fight, right? And it's just like now I can try it with different characters and different team comps and just experiment and kind of see like what's going on, right? Like one thing in particular that I really like is just you have like all these different characters, all these different rotations, all these different bosses, and you can just experiment with like the harder stuff, like this. But
I haven't seen anyone use that character since 1.0.
he's really fucking good.
Who?
Oh yeah, he's great. I just haven't seen anyone fucking use him.
Who's good?
Gian.
Oh,
Everyone,
Gian,
and
gotcha.
there were a lot of people saying he's power craft, right? Useless, doesn't really do anything, but
Are people saying that?
I feel like he's
Couple
still
of
fucking
people.
cooking, man.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard anybody say that, but I mean, you probably know the Wuo community better than me.
okay, my intro skill missed, even though I don't know how that happens.
Here, regardless of all this, clearly we can tell that you know, there are some boss fights that not every casual can face roll.
Yeah.
I believe there was another topic that we wanted to move on to. I believe, right, Rex?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean that was good to see. No, I actually appreciate
Let me
that.
stop sharing real quick.
So I have a quick question for you. So after seeing how I play, would you say that I should quit the game?
Sorry, what was that?
So after seeing how I play, would you say that I should quit the game?
No, I think what a good thing is just like, hey, having the context that somebody is, you know, either like it's just a matter of like not necessarily quitting the game, but it's just like if you have, I guess, more skill in the game when it comes to things like tier lists, you know, like advanced character guides, that sort of thing, how to like optimize certain characters and get them working in like optimal rotations. I think that having that sort of like track record of success and that track record of accomplishment is something that makes those guides a lot more valuable, especially something like a tier list in particular, right? Because when you're able to identify where characters are strong, who's strong in certain types of content, that allows you to make like a better judgment on things like that. And so I think
to give full context for chat, if I can interject here real quick. So I'm assuming what happened was, because I don't know the whole situation, is that Vars made a video that you deemed to be slight misinformation, Santontas, and you said that he should quit the game?
Not even slight. I thought it was extremely
what happened?
misinformative. So one of the big things that he does, I'll just show you guys in the video. It's a little bit spicy.
Sure.
He does this really insane thing that anybody that has played Shorekeeper knows that this is something that happens in about 1% of gameplay. So I'll just pull up the exact clip itself, and we'll do like a bit of a react. Where's Vars 2? Oh boy.
Yeah, let me know when to tune in.
Bro, this guy's gonna make me quit, and I'm gonna move to Monster Hunter.
Oh, bro. Hey, I'll meet you there, man.
All right, dude, I got my video written. It's gonna be up.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that, man.
wait, did you play?
Yeah, I played the beta. Like, it was like
Wilds or the mobile game?
Wilds.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the mobile game for a second. Yeah, Wilds. I can't fucking wait. When is that coming out? That's soon enough.
End of February, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
brother man. That's
Yes,
gonna be fucking insane.
All right, I've got the exact clip over here, and what I want you guys to tell me is, shit.
Building and things that make every character feel unique. I like the game's.
So Zhang Liao's using his liberation, right? This is something we see very often. Obviously, he's using his most damaging ability. You want to be fully buffed up before you cast this, right?
We can't see the thing, by the way. I don't know. Or are you streaming it?
I'm sure.
Oh, you are streaming it. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad.
So the rule here is that this is a nuke, right? This is the most damaging part. Oh shit! Sorry guys, I was griefing my stream. Okay, so this is the most damaging part of Zhang Liao's kit, right?
Yeah.
This nuke over here, Brax, you've seen the numbers. This is something you want to be fully buffed up for to use, right?
For sure.
Okay, let's just quickly get through this.
A lot.
Do you see a problem here? This is Shorekeeper's ultimate.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's blue.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
That means that it is currently granting no buffs to the team.
Okay.
So he's not with the buffs, but he's using his big hitter move.
Yeah, this means that not even Shorekeeper has used her intro skill, and Yinlin has not either. It is blue.
Right.
And this is
supposed to be gold, yes?
It's supposed to be gold when you use that ability.
Yep.
Okay.
And so let's just see. Okay, so that did 78k damage. That's pretty bad for the ability. That's arguably like one of the lowest numbers you're ever going to see in the game. And so when we continue going, right, you're going to notice here that the concerto on all of his teammates is full.
Yep.
So real quick, you're going into this clip assuming chat understands the context.
Yeah.
They don't understand what he's trying to prove here. So explain to chat what he's trying to prove and how he fucked up.
Yeah, so the problem here is that this is a rotation. This is like a B-roll. This is a clip from his tower footage that he's putting into the video as he's critiquing the combat and combat design and team building. And this is pretty much empirical, demonstrably proven that he does not know how to play Shorekeeper at all.
Okay.
Because what you would do with Shorekeeper is activate this blue thing, use her intro skill, which is like almost ready, swap to Yinlin, make it purple, swapping to Yinlin with the intro skill, with her intro skill would make this purple, and then you would swap from Yinlin to Zhang Liao to make it gold, and then use their liberation.
And the gold, I believe, increases their damage via crit damage?
Yeah, 12.5% crit rate and 25% critical damage.
That's big damage, yeah.
It's a huge buff. And so he just used the biggest nuke in his kit without even trying to buff. You're also going to notice that he doesn't have Yinlin's ultra buff either. That gives a massive damage amp, which will basically almost not like double, but get really close to doubling the actual damage of his liberation.
Yeah, that increases lightning damage, right?
Yeah, lightning damage and liberation damage. And so when you're unbuffed with Yinlin and you use your Zhang Liao stuff, you're doing no damage. So this is just like interesting to see as B-roll. It's kind of like this, to me, says that you actually have no idea how to play the game and no idea how Shorekeeper works.
So then your issue was he's making a video saying Wuthering Weave's team building is bad, yet
when
he's
he
using
doesn't
a
know
team
how
that
to
he doesn't even know how to play.
He does not know how to play the game.
Okay.
So
and he made a guide on Shorekeeper as well.
Right, but is this video where he's doing it incorrectly, the guide to Shorekeeper?
No, it's just, it's just how can you make a guide and then do this afterwards?
So, I mean, you just saw me play, right?
But it's like, can't we just get B-roll that shows that we know how to play the game?
So here's the thing. Like, I think that is beneficial, right? Like, if you put in B-roll that like proves that you know how to play the game, that's great and all. But I think a lot of people in the recording B-roll, especially for like sponsored videos, right? Because I'm pretty sure this is a sponsored video. that you kind of just go and like you mindlessly play the game. I don't know if you do that ever, but for me, like when I'm getting footage in Star Rail or Genshin, I'm not always worried about if it's the most optimal unless it's a guide video, right? Because in the guide video, I want to make sure I'm not showing a bunch of fuck
I get
ups.
the difference between unoptimal. This is just not playing the game. Like this is if an optimal rotation is at like 90%, this is at like a 5%. Where like
so this is
somebody
like
that just
playing
got the
Kazuha
controls
with
to the
Geo
game is just
characters.
pressing random buttons. That's what this looks like.
I guess the reason I feel like that, like, I just feel like that doesn't matter because this isn't like obviously this is his opinion on the game, but I don't think the background footage that he's using proves or disproves like his opinion of the game, right? He can still feel how he does about the game and its design choices without necessarily having to understand every single thing about the game.
I know.
Yeah, I
but
think the
it's a
B-roll
matter
would
of,
be
like,
important. I think the B-roll would be important if it was like, this is the B-roll I'm showing of the thing that I'm talking about in the game, but it's not really indicative of anything he's talking about. It's just like to pass the time. I think it's fine.
And you've seen him play correctly, right? Like in the guide videos, he at least makes the effort to do the rotation right. And this isn't a guide video, but like you can tell he does put in the effort where it's there. And I know he does because he talks to the same guy I do about like just optimizing the characters and testing them out.
So there's another clip that I wanted to show, and it's in multiple places. It's not just at the end. He goes in.
Dodge and do.
Yinlin's about to use her intro skill, right? Or
Sure.
Yinlin should be. Actually, I don't think this is the right clip. Let me quickly see. Yeah, he doesn't do the rotation here.
So is there any misinformation that he puts out in the video?
Yes.
Or
massive amounts.
Okay.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, that's okay. So arguing over B-roll is kind of like nonsensical. Let's talk about what he said in the game. That's like wrong.
Okay, let's go to this part over here.
Yeah. That being said, hey Vars, if you're watching this, use more accurate B-roll, dumbass.
Like I'm just saying that like using B-roll, that's just us like not rotating through anything properly, and then talking about like what's right or what's wrong with the game's design. To me, is just like, I mean, why just damage your credibility like that when you're trying to make a legitimate critique?
You don't need to be good at the game to have an opinion on the game, though.
I know, but this is not being good at the game.
I
this
agree.
Is not knowing how to play the game. That's what's
okay, but like,
indicated
dude,
in the
if
footage.
you said I was straw manning when I said this last time, but like, if I have a problem with a 50-50 system and I can recognize that objectively it's a shit system, like I don't have to understand everything about the game to know that's a shit system. I don't even have to understand everything about gacha. I can just say I don't really like this. I think it's shit. And that's okay.
This is a video
right?
on team building though, and playing in a team and the synergies between characters. And so this is him not knowing how to play the team. And he's talking about team building and how the teams and how the characters interact with each other.
But do you think his take would change if he was playing it correctly?
I think that his take would have more validity and be easier to recognize as potentially true and leave more room for discussion if he showed that he actually was able to play the game and rotate through the team.
So what is the take? Because if the team is about team building and he doesn't know how to play a team, then yeah, it does lose some credibility. Absolutely. So what is it that we're arguing here?
I'm trying to find specific takes over here. Let's just go into the hyper carry. Let's just go into the hyper carry. And
we're in no rush.
Yeah, let's get into that. Thank you, Techie.
Opposite problem is Genshin. The immense breadth of
Holy shit, Genshin.
the mechanics of Foundation are there. It just needs to expand the menu.
There's something about hyper. Yeah, okay, here it is. This is the most diabolical part of the clip for me, at least.
Right now, there's no difference between hypercarry and swap cancel teams. It's
right. This you brought this up earlier. This bothers you a lot.
Right now, there's no difference between hyper carry and swap cancel teams.
Okay, you said dual carry and hyper carry, which I feel like dual carry doesn't imply quick swap.
It does.
I don't believe it does.
I've never seen a dual DPS team where you don't quick swap the characters.
That's fair.
Yeah, wait, no, yeah, I actually agree. Is there any example of a dual DPS that doesn't use quick swap? It 100%
wasn't there
does?
No, because wasn't there a whole thing with
100%.
like maybe I'm just fucking full of shit, but wasn't there a whole thing with like Havoc Rover on field and Changli on field?
Yeah, so that's you can only
Without
do that
quick
through
swapping
quick
between
swap.
them?
You can only do that through quick swap and have them both on the field at the same time.
I know you can do it with quick swap and rotate through and get a bunch of damage, but there was a bunch of arguments being made by other creators that Changli on field time and Havoc Rover on field time, because Havoc Rover on field time isn't very long, right?
Yeah.
Like you have that bar you run out of and then that's it. It's not quite long enough to be like Camellia where you're on field the entire time, or like Shangli Yao.
Yeah.
Right. Like It's not quite long enough for that, but Chang Li also has the ability to be super flexible with that, and so you can do both of that. Does that make sense? Both of them. And that's what I saw people arguing. I think it might have been I win to lose, but I could just be full of shit.
I think you still need a quick swap in that team to play it properly, though.
I think it's best to do that, but I think somebody was arguing otherwise.
I mean, you can play.
To my knowledge, from what I'm seeing here from chat, sorry to butt in. So there's pretty much 99% of dual DPS teams are quick swap. There is one exception, but I wouldn't say the exception's the rule. So I do think that it's fair to say that dual DPS does imply quick swapping.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, keep going, Zaytonis.
Yeah, so there are a couple of more just like really so right, this is a thing, right? There are a lot more takes like this, and when you see that in combination with all the other factors that we were just talking about, it gets this video gets really stinky really fast. Here's another one.
Smell it.
This is another one that's an absolute banger, and it's kind of like the whole dual DPS thing. He says that Zhang Liao and Shorekeeper are some of the most generic characters in the game. They're completely generic, and they're not like unique in any way.
She's just another generic attacker. Oh, she's another generic healer.
I mean, she does. Wait, Shorekeeper is literally Verena Plus.
No, she's not.
She's like Verena Pro Max.
No, she's not.
No, because Verena, you can get the whole kit done in about 2 seconds.
Yeah,
whereas,
I mean, yeah, there's obviously that difference, but I'm talking about the buffs.
No, they're completely different.
Yeah, because isn't Verena like attack percent and then Shorekeeper's crit rate?
Shorekeeper's crit, and she takes much longer to ramp up.
Right, yeah, of course, but that doesn't make them completely different characters.
They're completely different characters with much different attacks and like synergies.
All right, we're just not going to agree on that point.
Well, no, I would actually like to hone in this. I'm actually very curious. How are they similar? I feel like because that to say is, couldn't you make that argument for any other character in any other gacha game? Because I feel like they're
no. That's why like Gallagher is Linkshot. Linkshot obviously is very different from Gallagher, right? She does a fuck ton of damage and she can even outpace Firefly in endgame content.
Yeah, so I agree that Gallagher E6 is Linkshot. Like Linkshot
but Gallagher E6 is Linkshot. When you reduce it down to fire support that heals, that is in break teams.
Yeah.
Right. And I feel like it's fair to say like Shorekeeper is your dedicated buffer and healer in your team of characters that you are going to be using in TOA that's going to be buffing, giving you a shit ton of buffs and like gigantamaxing your characters. You know what I mean? Like she gives in my opinion, she gives bigger and better buffs and she takes a little bit more on field time.
So, okay. So then let's think.
And she heals.
I think the accurate example here would be, this would be Hue compared to, yo, Chad, who's a healer or shielder in Honkai Star Rail that increases crit rate, crit damage? Trying to think here.
Fushuan E1.
Fushuan E1. Yeah, so I don't think Fushuan and Hue are really similar whatsoever because one you use for dot teams and one you use for more, crit rate, crit damage.
Don't use her anymore because she sucks.
Yeah, I feel like Shorekeeper.
She's not a bench read, man.
Yeah, no, I feel like Verena and Shorekeeper are very, very, very different.
Yeah,
like,
Shorekeeper.
I could write out a list about how different.
Yeah,
they are.
I mean, you can make a compare and contrast list. Like obviously, you can go down the list. You could say crit rate, crit damage, and then you can talk about Verena buffs. You can talk about the amount of healing. You can talk about the field time. You can talk about all that shit. But to me, I still view them from a similar lens because I'm not viewing them for very specific teams. I'm viewing them as like you can use them in place of each other and be okay. It may not be the most optimal thing for every single team, but if I'm playing a team with Verena and then I get Shorekeeper and I know how to play Shorekeeper and I put her in that team, it's probably still going to clear.
It is, but the point is that there are specialized team comps that Shorekeeper performs a lot better in and is like the biz pick for hypercarry teams. And then we have the Verena, especially when she's S2, she is the GOAT in dual DPS because especially with Chang Li, S2 Verena and Chang Li is one of the best sort of dynamics in the game because Verena just shits out intro skills for free and charges up Chang Li's Forte circuit like faster than anything else in the game. Okay. And it just lets you perform so much better with her. And even at S0, she's better than Shorekeeper for Chang Li. 1000%.
Yeah, of course. And so I guess what I'm saying is like I think this is literally just a difference of opinion.
I know, but the thing is, he's calling her generic, and then not even exploring the actual differences between how she works. Like Shorekeeper, literally, like this is why he says they're generic, and then he does this. He says they're generic, and then has the blue Stellar Realm, and so it's like he doesn't actually understand what the differences are when he's making claims like that, calling them generic and then using Shorekeeper like whatever the fuck he just did.
So I think the issue right now is more of an issue on every other character and not those two. Because for right now, besides one team, you can pretty much use them interchangeably. But I don't think that really falls down to Shorekeeper's fault. Because, for example, if they were to make more attack percent scaling units for damage, then the team comps would be very different. However, they've yet to do that so far. Whereas Honkai Star Rail has that luxury. Like, for example, like you can make the exact same argument that Fu Xuan is just hua because they both heal. But then it's like, okay, well, now we need other characters that boost attack, and then we need other characters that boost crit rate specifically. That doesn't necessarily make them different because, like, from a kit perspective, Shorekeeper and Marina are so fucking different. They just don't have the units to capitalize on their differences yet.
Yeah.
From my opinion.
There's another set of interesting takes that he makes where he starts like doing like he kind of starts like talking about some of the inadequacies with the game and then just says whenever a DPS character is released, they're just going to be compared to another DPS character. Whenever a support is released, they're going to be compared to another support character. Whenever a sub DPS is released, they're going to be compared to another sub DPS character. And it's like, why are we kind of wording it as this sort of a critique when there is literally no game where that doesn't happen?
No, I agree with you there.
And
that was one of my criticisms when I watched Vars' video as well.
And it's just like the framing of it is just so strange to like, again, paint some sort of problem that, I mean, it's just universally applicable across the genre.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so it's
Who
like...
wants to pair with characters who specialize in attacks, canceling for the other, very best in that.
Yeah, it was kind of like what's his name, Ryuku's video on Wuthering Waves, where every single issue he pointed out exists in every single gacha game.
That's going to be an interesting one to watch later.
Oh, you will watch that and say the same shit happens in every other gacha you play.
Yeah, and obviously we can point that out as a problem, but as long as it's as long as the recognition is there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I say that all the time. Just because a bunch of people own slaves in the 1800s doesn't mean it's okay. But yeah, I think we should always be pushing for more. Hey, I'm just saying, hey, they all did it. I'm just saying, like, we should always be pushing more for
That's
games,
crazy,
games get
man.
better.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
So say I want to basically let you know that my issues with what you were doing was less about it was less about you saying I don't like this about the video, I don't like this about the video. It was more about how you handled it.
Yeah,
because to me, like, you got really fucking heated, and I feel that led a lot of people to make almost an enemy out of ours. He sent me some screenshots of just like people being kind of like volatile, and arguably a lot of that's just the video. People didn't like the video. I think that's fair to say.
My viewpoint on it is, if you're a sponsored creator who is basically getting premier access, blah blah blah, being funded to make guides, to make content on this game, there's a certain level of just like due diligence, a baseline level of effort that you should be putting into your points, to be putting into the design of your video, the editing, the b-roll, to represent the game with the context that you have been sponsored by them. And to me, when I'm seeing like stuff that's just quite literally wrong and stuff that doesn't make any sense at all, b-roll like this, and then we're making claims that Shorekeeper and Zhang Liao are generic when quite literally they're some of the most unique characters and implementations in the game. It's just like, why are we, again, framing this game in a negative way, creating problems out of nothing when we are getting sponsored by them, when we are getting financially supported by these devs? Can't we just have at least a baseline level of effort into the content that we're making when that's the context of our relationship with the game? And when there isn't anything, like, to me, this was such a low effort video with takes that look like they were generated by ChatGPT, stuff that's super contradictory, right? And to me, it's just like, hey, it's just, why not put more effort into it?
Okay. So do you feel like basically like he's misrepresenting the game?
Yes.
And getting paid for it?
I don't think he got paid for this specic video, because if I was Kuro and saw this, I wouldn't pay for this either. But he has been sponsored in the past.
Yeah, there are curl contracts that are just like, hey, make us a couple videos or do a couple streams. And I think he might be on one of those, right? Which is why he's making guides. Because one other thing I wanted to talk about actually was that you say Vars is a guide maker and he's made guides.
Yeah.
I don't think that guy has ever made a guide that he wasn't paid for. And I think this started in HSR, actually, is they started like commissioning people to make guide videos, like sponsoring people to do that.
Yeah.
And those people weren't guide makers. So you had a lot of people that were like asked to make guide type videos, explaining the characters, explaining the kits and shit, when their normal content was nothing like that. And obviously like they want to do it for the bag because it's related to their content. But like, I think that's I don't call Vars a guide maker because he would never make a guide of his own volition if he wasn't getting paid for it.
And I
don't think that's like a.
I think if you're getting paid for it, you should put in an extraordinary amount of effort into the content.
I can agree
you
with
would
that.
really hope that, but I promise you, no one does that. I do think you're absolutely right. So people totally should do that.
Yeah,
no one does that.
You're getting paid for it, so I would imagine that you would put in extra effort into it.
That's what you'd think, right?
I mean, it's just, I think that's the expectation.
Oh, listen, man, I'm gonna be honest.
You are so right. Nobody does that.
I'm gonna be honest, man. November's been fucking crazy. December is also crazy. I don't think most people are putting in their full effort for all these videos right now.
No, dude, people slop out sponsors non-fucking stop. Case in point, I mean, you think people are going to their 5th Raid Shadow Legend sponsor of the month and actually giving a fuck about the game? Absolutely not. Once again, I think your expectations are super reasonable, but just know nobody does that.
I mean, it's just, and I mean, I guess I don't feel like I'm doing anything necessarily wrong by like calling that out. Like if you're getting paid for it, a significant amount of money to create this content, and like, can't we just, he says stuff like Mono Glacio having no support when Baija at S6 grants a Glacio buff on the entire team as a healer. We just are saying shit that is demonstrably false in game and proven with 5 seconds of looking at a character's kit. It's simply just like, there's no effort at all being put into
so
the
what
content.
you're saying is, if he's being disclosed, or if he's doing a guide because it's sponsored, he should present it as such and not state so many things as objective when in reality he doesn't really know what he's talking about.
As a disclaimer, this video is not sponsored by Kuro Games. This video was not sponsored by Kuro Games, but he has been sponsored in the past. He has been sponsored in the past. I thought I clarified that earlier. He has been sponsored by Kuro in the past, but this video is not sponsored by them. But it's just like, you've already built up this reputation in the community by making these videos, right? You are kind of like one of the quote-unquote leaders in the Wuwa content creation space because you've shown that relationship. And so why are you just depicting yourself in this way with absolutely no effort, no thought, a ChatGPT script that we're just reading off with B-roll that is, again, the most diabolically, devilishly bad B-roll I've ever seen in the game?
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't think he's a leader in the space.
Well, he does.
Like, not at all. Because if you look at like who's getting the most viewership, it's I Win to Lose, me, and then you and like Gotcha Gamer, I think.
How many views
when it comes to guide?
Yeah, maybe that's fair. But it's just like, why does he have to be paid to actually not put misinformation in the video? Is that like a requirement? Like if he doesn't get paid for the video, he's just gonna fucking do whatever the hell he wants?
Do you feel like he's intentionally doing that, or do you think he just didn't?
I think he intentionally put in no effort into this video, was just saying some shit and uploaded it. I think he intentionally didn't put in effort.
Because my concern with this whole thing is, right, like, okay, if it's not sponsored, right, which I assumed it was because he hasn't really uploaded Wuwa stuff outside of like being sponsored for the most part. And I can't imagine that, well, I mean, this is the first time I've really seen him upload like something that, like you said, is kind of like lower effort, like he didn't put as much research into it. But I also think by that same token, like the Glacio example that you were giving, do you have other examples of that, or is it just the one?
Oh, there's so
because
much.
I think
I have a 48-minute video tearing.
Well, I'm talking about the Glacio thing specifically, right? Because sometimes when it's just one thing, you gloss over it, like it's not something you think about. And obviously, you wouldn't do that because you're someone who plays every fucking day. You're like in this
5-hour react for a reason, man.
Right. I'm not saying there's not other issues with the video. What I'm saying is that you're finding things in this video that you disagree with, which is fine. It's normal. But I feel like you're also being a little nitpicky with it to a degree that people that are enjoying Bars content probably wouldn't.
Well, that's the thing. He is making this as like a public critique of the game, talking about how the team building has flaws. And the reasoning he's providing is not researched. There's no effort put in. It looks like a ChatGPT script. And when we're talking about a problem with the game as a figurehead, right, that has, maybe he's not the biggest, but he has made sponsored content from the game, right? It's just like, hey, right? Like, why are we doing this? Why
I am
can't
curious
we just
what your thoughts are, Brax. Because he's making a video that is heavily scrutinizing the game, Do you not believe that that video should not be fairly subjected to scrutiny itself?
No, I do. I think my thing was, first off, I was under the impression this was a sponsored video.
Yeah.
Right. So because I was under that impression, and I should have checked, but I feel like I've never seen this guy upload Wuwa that's not sponsored. So
yeah, absolutely.
Check out this one. No one plays Calcharo. Not sponsored. Or not, I believe this one not sponsored.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that one's my bad then. But I feel like for Vars, I know he actually cares a lot about delivering good info, so I'm very surprised at how much he was getting wrong in that video.
Yeah, it's just, there's a reason why I actually get through the first 6 minutes or first 4 or 5 minutes of the video without too much of a hitch.
Right.
And the rest of the react takes like 3 hours because I am just shell-shocked by how somebody sponsored by the company can have so much information that is just objectively, demonstrably false.
Okay. So kind of going back, like I agree that like there's a lot of stuff in that video that is just incorrect, right? I still am a firm believer that going live and talking about it for 5 hours creates a sort of vitriol, right? It creates a sort of environment where like, oh, we're gonna all shit on this guy. And I know that like people say that curl bots are toxic as fuck. I don't think it's curl. I think gacha gamers are just fucking tilted all the time because their games are dog shit, right? And I feel like that's where a lot of the anger comes from. But a lot of people are under this impression that like people that play Kuro games are toxic as fuck. I don't think that's a Kuro thing. I think it's a gacha thing. But it doesn't help when a bunch of people in the Kuro games community are seeing something like this and they're dogpiling, right? Like dogpiling, everyone is going after Vars because someone made a video on it and then, or didn't make it. Someone went live and talked about it for 5 hours and they said some things in there that felt aggressive. You were getting pretty heated. Or maybe you weren't. Maybe you're just playing it up for stream. I don't know. It sounded like you were getting heated, right? Because this video pissed you off. Am I right?
This video was extremely distressing to me.
Yeah. So when you let your emotions get the best of you, when you're looking at shit like this, all it does is create an enemy out of someone. And knowing, like having been friends with Vars for a long time.
If he's making content like this, he is an enemy.
I disagree.
If he is making content that is potentially supposed to critique the game, that is supposed to highlight what problems the devs are making that they should fix, and we're using research that isn't there, we're literally like basically trying to bait the community into believing issues that don't actually exist. It's like, sure, maybe enemy is a bit strong of a word to use, but the idea is just like, we're literally manufacturing problems out of nothing.
I feel like that's what's happening in the okay, obviously you had problems with the video, but I feel like that's also happening on your end.
He's manufacturing problems out of nothing. He made a 14-minute video out of thoughts, research, conclusions that don't actually do anything, or that aren't actually provable, that don't make any sense. And the Wuwa community, in my opinion, just sniffed out the bullshit. Because they're just like, why would we want the devs to make any of the changes that you're suggesting when your reasons for them are quite literally not rooted in reality? And so I don't think it's a fault of the community to shit on this video and to shit on the take, because you are quite literally actively, with maybe intentions aren't there, but what you're suggesting would make the game worse using reasoning that you yourself haven't validated or even like attempted to research or put any due diligence into at all. You're creating criticism out of nowhere.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I just feel like the guy put out a video on his opinion on the game. And I don't feel like there's a problem with that. Like, because the community, if they smell bullshit, they'll smell bullshit.
Yeah, and that's what right?
But what they don't need is like because you understand that like when you have a Twitch community, like those people are there for you. And I'm gonna be honest, Twitch is kind of culty as a whole. Like your Twitch chat, like some people literally have their Twitch chat fucking worshiping them, right? Like, so when I feel like we have a responsibility as creators to not direct that sort of stuff at people. And maybe this is just because I was like in public schools for a while, and so like this is just something that I've like kind of grown into. But the idea of like directing a shit ton of people a certain way,
I didn't drop a link to this. I didn't drop a link to this video in my chat.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I know you didn't like drop a link in your chat, but I feel like when you go after someone and then you're doing it in front of a bunch of people and you let the sort of emotions get the best of you, where like you're starting to seem angry. People can tell you're upset. Right? People know you're mad. That it kind of like incites other people to do the same thing. I know you didn't actually say, hey, go fuck this guy up. You didn't say, hey, go shit on this video. But it kind of just inherently happens if you expose your community to that. And it almost feels like you're encouraging it by going on such a long tirade.
My viewpoint on this is, if you don't want me to negatively react to content, stop making content worth negatively reacting to.
I guess my opinion is, if anybody cares, is that if
No, we
you're
don't care, Moldy, shut up.
if you're making controversial content, you should be open to controversial responses, as well as if Saint's opinion, or if Vars's opinion of his video that reached 27,000 people, despite the damage and the misinformation it's putting out into the space, doesn't matter, then Saint Tontas reacting to it for 5 hours to 400 people shouldn't matter. So it's kind of just like, you got to pick what matters and what's not and keep it consistent. Because, like, I mean, you got to understand from, like, Saint Tontas' point of view, this guy just put out misinformation to 27,000 people, right?
Well,
so
okay.
it's like,
It's
So,
a
Tech-
much
but
wider
Tech,
audience than my
Yeah,
Twitch,
huh?
what he just did here.
well, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
I mean,
Brett.
Tech, you know as well as I do, though, that like
Yeah.
Twitch viewers are way more interested in your content and your thoughts and your feelings on things than the average YouTube viewer.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Right? So it's like you say like 27,000 versus like 400, but it's not
Yeah.
it's not exactly like that. Right? Because like you
Sure.
might have 27,000 people watching this and maybe 100 people believed it, right? Maybe
Yeah.
1,000 people believed it, maybe 20,000 people believed it. We don't fucking know, but I know sure as hell a lot of the people on Twitch definitely believed it.
Sure, 100%. I'm just saying, like, I can't feel bad for Vars because he experienced controversy by making a controversial video. And if people don't want controversy, they shouldn't make controversial content. That's just how I
why
that's-
make a 14-minute critique of the game if you're not willing to have those critiques challenged? Is my thought on it. And the
You
idea
know
is
what?
that
I
whenever
think
you're
that's
trying
fair.
to point out a problem,
Yeah.
right, people are going to be like, why is this a problem? And when your justification for the problem is this fucking bad, I don't think you can complain about people negatively responding to it.
It feels okay. And maybe this is just because because I haven't seen all of the context with every single other creator, right? Because
Yeah.
I like I said, I didn't watch all of the Pokey and Gotcha Smack stuff. That's why I was misinformed when I was talking to Box, which I saw you talking about, right? But when it comes to this whole thing, right? I think to me it just bothers me because I've been in Var's position before, and the problem with mine is like I didn't really say anything that was that egregious.
Yeah,
But
I don't think.
worry
Yeah,
that
I
this
think.
is-
This is an egregious video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were just making normal guides and people were being weird, Brax.
Yeah.
100%. You were never making controversial content, but when somebody says this game is wrong, here's why, here's all the points I have, all of it is wrong. like you're opening yourself up to just getting shit on.
Like, we're questioning the design decisions of the devs. We're telling them that like better design games actually do this. Like this is what a better game looks like, and this is how they do it. Right? You're making the comparisons. You're literally doing the comparisons that apparently, right, that I'm not supposed to do. But he makes the comparisons and just talks about how all these other games are doing it better off of flawed reasoning that doesn't make sense.
So, hold on, I forgot what I was gonna say. I have ADHD.
You're
So
good.
sometimes I just like shit leaves me.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. So the thing is, I guess I've already kind of said this a bunch of times, but I just don't think we need to be encouraging like the culture on Twitch in the Wuhan community of going and watching people's videos and like shitting on them for 5 hours.
You know what? That's
And
definitely
that'd be a fundamental disagreement. Like maybe that's just fine for you.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
And the
I
thing
think
is,
I think it's perfectly fine to not encourage that behavior. 100%.
I agree with you, and I have adjusted the way that I've reacted to content in recent days to be a lot more like reasonable, but a lot more level-headed when approaching it, right? And I think it's just the framing of like, hey, it's just when we're going to make an inflammatory piece, let's do the research, let's put in the due diligence, let's actually understand what is in the game before we're going to critique it, and not expose ourselves multiple times in the video as somebody that has frankly no fucking clue what they're talking about. And when you have a history of creating content on the game, he literally has a Wuthering Waves guide playlist where he makes multiple guides on the game. And you're just going ahead, you're saying that other games are doing it better, Wuwa is subjectively worse in hhis opinion than all these other things, and then you're basically spreading this out to your community, right? And you're telling people, hey, this is my take on it. You should, like, you know, this is something that we believe you should agree with. And then it's just, you know, let's put in a little bit more effort, a little bit more work into the process, before we're going to make critiques like this. Because I think if he did the research, he probably would not have made this video.
It can be a shit take though, without it evolving into like this guy getting just fucked on by everyone. And it wasn't, and the thing is, it was mostly like it was just you, right?
It was
Like,
just, yeah.
And that's the thing. I'm not saying like other creators, like you didn't incite other creators to do it, but it's the same shit that I saw as a Jeff doing, and I don't want.
I don't think it's the same at all.
Yeah, I think it's
similar.
adjacent. I don't think it's the same.
Well, okay,
So
but
Jeff was
Jeff
like
also shit on videos that were like this too. There was this guy named Erotic Walrus who used to upload Genshin content. And he had no fucking idea what he's talking about half the time.
Yeah.
I was friends with the dude. He was a chill dude, right?
Yeah.
But like this guy was just getting shit on all the fucking time. And
I'm
like,
just saying,
I'm just not a
that you're-
proponent. I don't believe that we should actually go after people for having opinions on the internet. I'm just gonna say it. It's like Twitter, except now we put it in video format.
I think that if you are making heavy opinions about a subject matter and you are again trying to sway public opinion in a certain way, it is a public opinion. You're trying to convince people about something and you are putting in literal misinformation at every single point in the video. That is something that actively makes the game and the community worse.
I don't know. I don't think it affects the community at all. I think if people like, do you know about the whole thing where like if you argue with someone, they're less likely to believe you afterwards. They're going to be more firm in their opinion.
I remember that part from the box stream.
Yeah. So I need to find the actual study for that because I reference it a lot. But I think a lot of the people that watch this video aren't going to change their mind based on what the video says. I think a lot of people go into this video, they're just watching it to see what this guy's take is. And maybe they just hate it. Or maybe they like it. I don't know. Probably don't like it because a lot of people fucking hated that video. But at the end of the day, like, it's just someone's fucking opinion. And I feel like discouraging, as someone that was like into music, and I was very about like, you know, artistically like expressing yourself and shit like that. If we just told people who made bad music not to make music, they might be discouraged from getting better. And they might, like, what if some people like the bad music, right? Like, there's so many different ways you can stop people from doing something that they're passionate about, and I feel like this is
literally a video that will mislead and misinform people.
But like, what is the damage of that? Like, what is the damage of people believing that Wuthering Waves team building is not as like complex and important?
People
as
send feedback to Kuro, they implement bad feedback, and it fucks up the game.
What feedback would they implement?
I mean, there's a lot of suggested changes in this video.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the community reception to this was so overwhelmingly negative. I don't think they would.
Was it?
Like,
what was the like to dislike ratio on the video?
It's absolutely diabolical. I don't have
I think
the
it's
plugin.
pretty bad.
I don't have the plugin on it.
Hold up, I'll pull it up. So it's called what's the video called, Tintonos?
The problem with Wuthering Waves is team building. I think Shinya posted the stats. It's like a 1.8 to 1K.
Wuthering Waves team building.
So like 60 something %. Like he says things like we need something like we need elemental reactions. He says we need elemental reactions.
I don't think we need elemental reactions, but I don't think it's wrong to say like we could definitely use more depth. Right? That's my opinion. I feel like we could use more depth in Wuthering Waves. Or I feel like we could use more content that lets us express the like parries and dodges better, which you showed me with the fallacy, which I didn't know.
He also
about,
says
right?
parries and dodges are bad for the game.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he says that in the support section. He says parries and dodges are bad for the game.
Take. I agree.
He says you need like John Lees that just can tank all the hits and not ever use parries or dodges.
Okay, yeah, that's a shit take. 100% I agree with that.
Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff that he's suggesting in the video, guys.
I don't think it's like, I'm seeing chat is kind of coming after me for this now, but like, I don't think it's like a sensitivity thing. Like, I think we should just encourage people to make shit. I think making shit is cool. I think making videos is cool. And I think that he will not get any bigger as a creator if he's spreading misinformation because people will catch it, right? But I don't think that's your job to be the person that catches it and prevents it, right? The community will do that themselves. They already have. Like, if you look at his viewership from Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, like, people have decided that they just don't really care for the content as much. And like, that's just kind of what happened. Like, whether it's a result of misinformation or not, like, he's not actually reaching that crazy of an audience. And I feel like you should, I mean, genuinely, you should just be the change that you want to see, right? If you want to see people spreading like the right info, you should make videos about it. Just saying like, this, like, here's the great things about Wuthering Waves team building. But you don't have to come after a dude for it, right? You don't have to sit there and be like, this guy's misinforming all of you and like, can't trust this guy.
My take on this is, if we're going to make critiques about the game, if we're going to point out where there are problems, if we're going to talk about and basically critique the devs' design decisions, let's put more effort into it. Let's do research. Let's look at a character kit at least a single time. We are a Wuthering Waves sponsored creator. We are supposed to be somebody who represents Kuro Games to a degree. Let's put in at least the smallest amount of effort into our content when we're representing the game publicly.
That's a fair take.
And he did not do that here.
I think he should do better. I agree. But it's not our job to police that.
I think, okay, so are you saying you should only react to content if you're going to say nice things?
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I just think that the way he handled it was really intense. I think it was bad. Like you've reacted to content before, and I think it's been fine. I actually watch your fucking videos, man. Like I watch your Pridewin react, which I thought
that was a good one. That was funny, wasn't it?
That was a good ass video, right? And Pridewin's not a fucking entity.
You know, I'm actually in touch. I actually help with the tier list now on Pridewin. I told you guys, bullying works in the God.
Oh, I feel like we should really hone in on this.
No, because I think you can react and disagree with something. I think it's how you go about it that's shitty.
I think that, and I mean this genuinely, I think you wouldn't care about this situation if it was not your friend Brax. And I think you're a very good friend, but I think your friend made a controversial video. Someone reacted controversially, and I think it's fine. I do agree that St. Tontas is intense, but if St. Tontas would have reacted to a normal guide video and said, fuck this guy, he is putting out misinformation on a normal non-controversial video, it's weird as fuck. But the guy quite literally said, this game has problems. Here are the problems that don't exist. Listen to me. And I feel like it's fine to react to the video in the way that he did. Obviously, I think you need to chill the fuck out. Like, you were angry all the fucking time.
I made sure that the edited VOD was, like, cut down on a lot of the moments. I was getting riled up on my chat. I had some boosted individuals saying,
oh, you need to hear all of his points. You need to hear everything. You need to watch the whole video before you comment on it.
And I was like, get the fuck out of my chat, right? I was getting riled up by that a little bit. That's fair.
You are heated nonstop. And even so, here's the thing: you have the issue that I have, St. Tontas, which is what you're saying is correct, but the problem is you're saying it like a douchebag, and that's the problem that I have. Is that the things that I say aren't wrong, but the way I'm saying it is like a piece of shit, right? So like I feel like once again, Brax, your homie fucked up. He got shit on a little bit. St. Tontas, you were right, but the way you said it was kind of a dick. And I feel like that's pretty much just it.
I've been altering my content, altering my reacts to be a lot more, potentially fair, a bit easier to understand and more agreeable in the future. So to me, this is a learning lesson in a couple of ways. Right?
Can you understand why I view this as fucked up? Also in the context of just seeing everyone fucking coming at you and you coming at everyone at the same time this is happening.
Hey, just another day in top lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god.
It's easy. Yeah. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Listen, man. I'm not a proponent of arguments are about fucking winning, right? I would rather everyone just be on the same fucking page at the end of it.
Yeah.
I don't think you're unreasonable, but I feel like Tech said, you just gotta chill out, man.
Yeah, and I've already it's been a learning lesson for me. Obviously.
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, don't get me wrong.
Hey, yo.
I think it is so entertaining how heated you get. But as long as you're aware, motherfuckers are gonna hate your ass.
It's
you keep saying
also that was one of my most. So this is the thing, guys. I reacted to that clip for 5 hours. I took a 14-minute video and extended it for 5 hours. My viewership increased over the course of those 5 hours, and so I was like,
so why would you stop?
This is content that is something this is something that people are interested in seeing. And I'm just people critiquing me on that. I'm just you kind of wish you could do the same thing. You wish that you could have this low input of 14 minutes and stretch it out into 5 hours. I feel like every Twitch creator wishes they could do that. And so to critique me on that, I'm like, why don't you should just do it instead. It's a good way. It's a good way.
As long as you're aware of the consequences that come with going down this dark path, like myself has gone down to, as long as you're aware, just know that you're gonna piss people the fuck off. But if you're cool with that, I really can't stop you, to be honest.
I can't do anything about it. But the reason I'm saying shit to Box is because Box is my fucking buddy, and I'm like, dude, this guy needs to get his fucking ego checked.
Yeah.
Right. And from my perspective, you were just going fucking crazy on everyone, right? Because I didn't have the full context of the Gotcha Smack Pokey shit, but I know Var's my buddy, and I saw the clips of that. Every single clip my chat sent, you were fucking yelling. Every
but
single
that's
clip.
the thing, right? We're taking 10-second clips out of context.
But
Obviously,
okay,
right?
there's no context in which you shouldn't play the fucking game if
The
you're
context
playing like that.
If you're making a guide on the character and then in your next video clip using the character after you made a guide on them, you don't know how to play them. I told him, yeah, you shouldn't play the fucking game. Because like you made a guide on it and you can't play them yourself. And it's kind of just like what are we doing here at this point? That was the context.
But you saw how I played, right? Like in my guides, in my B-roll, I make sure to do the rotation right, but that's just out the fucking window. I got two other gacha games to make videos on.
And that's the thing, right? If you're gonna be so lazy to get to the point where you don't even try to play properly on the B-roll, I'm like, yeah, maybe you just don't care at this point.
I don't know. He made a video on it, so I feel like he cares enough.
But I mean, he doesn't care enough to make it in the B-roll over here. This is the most diabolical thing I've ever seen in the game. Nobody like this is a 1% view of the player base. Literally a 1% view. The bottom 1%.
You think that's bottom 1%? You think a majority of people are playing optimal?
No, I think that if this is what your character screen looks like, this is the bottom 1%. Like two Shorekeeper, Blue Stellar Realm, 2 intro skills ready to use. Nothing.
All right.
Yeah, it's just.
I gotta rein you in a little bit. I'm gonna give you the sad reality, Pilstein Totus. That is what 95% of players screen.
No way.
Looks
There's no if.
I know
fucked.
you're gonna experience
No,
heartbreak.
this
That is
has
what
to
the
be-
majority screen looks like.
Guys, how often are we using blue clear Stellar Realms?
So many. You think
it might be every rotation. Tectone hadn't even seen the Shorekeeper.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, I'll be real, man. Like, gacha players are stupid and they are casual. I promise you. And it sucks because you're good at games, right? Like, when you see somebody fucking up in Diamond, you're like, this guy's a retard. When in reality, it's like, no, you're just master. The thing is, they notice you're too good and you think other people are like you and they're not. Right.
Well, I would expect that a content creator who has been sponsored to make content on the game would understand like just the basic core mechanics of the character.
You're so right. A content creator absolutely should know how to play the character that they're playing. However, the majority of the player base does not know how to play the game.
And the thing is, right, a content creator implicitly through their B-roll or their gameplay, right, is showing like the quote unquote right way to play the game. Why would you ever in your B-roll, even if it's just B-roll, show an incorrect way to play the game?
Bro, I think you just make higher quality videos than most people. I think that's it.
I mean,
like,
it's just, this is diabolical.
I know, and I hate to say this too, the B-roll really doesn't matter. However, the things that he was saying, when you were pointing out the things that he said were wrong, you're so fucking valid on that. But nitpicking B-roll,
this is not really nitpicking. This is just like, what the fuck is this?
Dude, if you're listening to the video, are you even watching this?
Do you want to see my reaction live to this?
Deal.
Do you want to see my reaction live to this?
It ain't that big of a deal.
My reaction live to this is, okay, maybe I don't show it. I think it is a big deal. I think it is. Because it's so just you're fucking, you look at this and you're like, oh my goodness. This guy hasn't read a single character kit in the game. And he's telling people how to play the game.
Sure. Once again, totally fair. The points that he said, huge deal. The B-roll doesn't matter.
I'm
telling you,
I'm even go as far
I'm
as
gonna have different opinions on that one. I think the B-roll does matter.
I would say an overwhelming majority of people that I've found with my discussion videos that I used to do, and Bars has found, most people aren't even looking at the screen. They put on the Bars video, they go do their dishes while they listen to the Bars video.
I do want, because right now, I want to say this right now. This is so important, and I really want you to hear this, and I want you to digest this, because I know what route you're going down right now. I know this is so important to you. I know you feel so passionately about this.
There's one last
thing.
But
I promise you, what the take that you're saying is so dystopian. Right now, you have the easiest opportunity to say, yeah, maybe I'm sweating this shit a little bit too much. You might not want to walk back now. I promise you, this shit ain't that big a deal.
I think that me having the expectation that a content creator would be able to use a character that they've made a guide on, use their kit properly, I don't think that is a wild expectation. I think that is almost like a baseline because they made a guide on how to use the character.
Yeah, but I totally get what you're saying. But when somebody makes a video, they're not thinking, Okay. Did I play optimally in this?
No,
Did I play optimally here?
No, not about playing optimally. It's about did I just at least like play it at like a baseline,
Bro, I guarantee you.
level.
Did the mob die? If the mob died, you're playing optimally.
I
That's how it goes.
All I'm gonna say is, Techie,
Bars-
if you look at the timing here, bro is not clearing. Bro,
He's not clearing?
Bro is not clearing. He has 35 seconds left with half its HP. He's not 3-starring this shit. It's not even fucking close.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say,
I pointed
I
this out as well.
guarantee
I was
you.
like, you put a bum tower clear where you didn't even clear it. You got 2 stars or less into the B-roll. There's no chance
he
he's
is a little bit of a
clearing
bum.
B-roll.
A little bit of a bum.
There's
Like,
no
what
chance
is
he's
it
clearing
put
this.
overworld B-roll in?
There's
Would
a
you
reason
feel
why he
differently
don't show
about it,
the
though?
end. He don't show the end of this clip.
Listen. I just feel like this guy probably got off League after playing like 40 games and was like, oh fuck, I need to record B-roll for this video. Fucking put on tower, put on his fucking anime on the other screen, and hit left click. You know, and I feel like that's all the thinking that went into
But
it.
it's just,
it's
why
not
are we promoting or defending lazy ass recording like that? That's just
Okay, so-
effortless.
Oh, I
Why are we
heard-
making
look,
excuses
if
for
it
that?
makes you feel better, there,
It's literally
I'm
the
gonna
laziest
pull up
thing
a
he could have
clip.
done.
I'm gonna pull up a clip of him using the shorekeeper alt properly. Do we have a timestamp of this video, guys, where he does the shorekeeper alt properly? Do we have it?
I think it's even worse if he does know how to do it and then he didn't do it.
Well, so here's the other thing, right? How do you know that he was the one who edited this video?
Well, he's not. I called out his editor because I was just like, bro, why don't while you were editing this, you should have been like, every fucking thing in here is wrong. Maybe we rewrite
so
this
maybe
script.
the editor doesn't know.
he also
how
doesn't
the
get paid
game's
enough
played.
for that.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
my editor doesn't play the games that I play. He's just a guy.
We're responsible for the content we're publishing on our channels, okay? And if he said, editor, get the B-roll, and the editor was just like, just did the most random shit ever, he should review that and be like, oh, fuck, dude, you're playing the character like a fucking 5-year-old. Maybe can we get different footage?
God, I want to save you right now, Don't Us. I want to save you so bad. I'm trying to save you here, man.
Listen,
Fuck. Yeah.
we've said all there is to say on that. You said you had something else you wanted to say, Sant.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess, like, it's just addressing the whole, like, what we've been, like, publicly saying about me on Twitch creators' channels like Box2 and Gotcha Smack. I think that it is, like, I think you mentioned, right, like, a slippery slope somewhere else. I think that is, like, a slippery slope, right? We're creating, like, impressions of me to other people that are not really based in, not based on full context, not based on full information.
Okay.
And we're saying some very aggressive things, right? We're saying that I have like a massive ego, that I'm doing all these things, or that I have like shit takes that people are just dogpiling on. I'm just I'm just a vocal minority, that sort of thing. Where you even look at Techie's YouTube comments, right? Look at his entire, look at all the content he's had focused around me, and most of them are generally just agreeing with my points. And those are like the most upvoted comments that we're seeing over there.
Here's the thing. I don't think a lot of your points are correct. Right? Like, I would say majority of the stuff you said about, like, the information of Bars' video is correct. I think some of it's pretty subjective, but I think most of it's correct, right? The thing is, the presentation is everything, right? Because how you present yourself to other people and how you present your content to other people leads them to think of you a certain way. And for me, when I see you, like, trying to 1v9 everyone, right? And you're just like, no, this person's wrong, and then you're like, pulling up receipts of things, but then you're like pausing them or finding different data or different clips when they don't align with your point, stuff like that. It all leads to, I can't be wrong. And when I see that, I see ego. That's why I felt like in those moments, you were being egotistical.
Yeah, and
I felt like it was the belief that you could not be wrong.
I understand your viewpoint, but when we're making that conclusion after admitting that we didn't watch the videos, I think that's where it gets a little bit dangerous. Because again, we are summarizing things we haven't seen, and then making public statements about it to
My
thousands
public
of people,
statements
to thousands of people.
My public statements. First off, Gotcha Smack already had his fucking beef with you, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like it doesn't help when I say things in chat. And I apologize for that. I shouldn't take the chat. I genuinely shouldn't.
I appreciate that.
Gotcha Smack already had that negative opinion. So I don't know if that helps you feel better about it. Because he already he already has beef with you.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But it's like,
for
it's
me,
just like
I'm
fuel on the fire. You're a big CC with a big name in the community, right?
Right.
You're somebody that has a lot of sway, a lot of pull. People are going to see you in chat and they'd be like, oh, Brax, hey, what's up, bro? And then, you know, if you're like another person that's sort of jumping on the dog pile, which, you know, you kind of were by going into their chat and saying that, right? Hey, it's like another sort of like public perception. Now it's like, now Gotcha Smack has the full support of like one of the biggest CCs in the game.
Right.
I will say, to be completely fair,
without them having the full context.
Sure. So as a guy who is making incredibly controversial content, you do open yourself up to getting shit on. I'll be real. I don't think what Brax was doing was wrong at all, because I mean, you've been making some egregious fucking takes. People are going to say some egregious things, because if you're saying it's a problem, it's not a problem when you shit on people for their content. You have to be open to also getting shit on for your content.
I know,
so,
but it's
that's
like if we're
opinion.
shitting on people without the full context, right? We're saying we summarize the information and then we're saying things that we don't actually know. It's like, well, I mean,
Well, sure, but like in the same vein, like you shit on that guy's B-roll without knowing if it was his editor who did it.
I know,
if
but
it
I
was
know
his
it's
B-roll.
in his video on his channel.
Sure, absolutely.
And he
But
has the chance
I'm
to
sure
review
you
it,
don't.
validate it, and know that the video is in the quality that he wants.
I think you're making that argument disingenuously. I don't think you pre-watch all of your videos.
I also, okay, so here's the thing. I feel like you're upset with me for me saying things to other creators in their chats, right? Because what that does is like you think it affects your image, which I think is fair, right? Because like my chat looks at the stuff that I'm saying and they're like, oh yeah, this guy's being a dick, right? But at the same time, you're doing the exact same shit to bars, right?
Sorry,
what
can you
I
repeat
feel,
that? Oh, sorry, I just want to address the point. My editors know how to play the game. And
That's
so
cool, man.
trust
I wish I
them.
could find editors that know how to play the game.
My editors know how to play the game. They play the game. They
Sure.
give me feedback on my script and the footage, and then I make changes sometimes. They know how to
that's
play
great.
the game, and so I have an implicit level of trust with them to actually deliver. If Vars knows that his editor doesn't play the fucking game and he told them to get B-roll, that is irresponsible. That is incredibly irresponsible.
Nah.
if it was a
wait,
guide,
wait,
I'd agree.
What? It's just like, oh, bro, I know you don't know how to actually play the game. Just grab random B-roll of like combat. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, dude.
Here, I'm gonna help you out. Chat. Type 1 if you think it doesn't matter. Type 2 if you think it matters.
Oh, is this really is this something we're trying to?
I just want
this is
you to know
crazy.
that nobody
Wait,
cares.
this is something that we're actually like just put in random fucking B-roll of like you making the most diabolically bad rotations in Gacha gaming, and you're just like, whatever, doesn't matter. Hey, I'm critiquing the game. I'm telling people what's wrong with the combat. Doesn't matter if I
So
show
it
the
would
worst
be-
combat ever.
It would be like indicative of like if this guy said reference the specific B-roll, but there's also just like whatever B-roll.
But it's
I'm
just
telling
like,
you, Jonas,
it's
you don't want to open up Pandora's box, because I promise I can get one of my chatters to make you look like a hypocrite with improper B-roll that you've put on. If you really want to live by this sword and that you will never mess up your B-roll ever, and everything put into the game ever is these have to be correct.
How
You are
about this?
opening up
You find
to
me a video
slippery
where I
slope.
do it 17 times. Like, okay, probably not 17. It's more like 5 or 6 times, like this one,
Yeah.
of just playing like an absolute dingus.
All right,
Dude,
man. If you're sure.
You can, I mean,
I think
I'm
that
sure
there's
you can
just like a
find multiple,
baseline
but-
level of like, if we're gonna make critiques about the game, right? Talk about the problems, right? Just make it as valid as possible in the process. That's really just like the main thing here. It's on his
All right,
video.
hyenas, go find him playing improperly on his
Okay,
video.
good luck. Good luck.
$20 to the first person who
What,
finds
you're
St.
making-
Tontas
you're
playing
putting
in
a-
That's
Bravo.
crazy.
You're
Put a
giving
bounty on it.
reward for it? Oh, that's not cool.
Absolutely,
That's
brother.
That's
You
not
gotta
cool.
understand.
That's
You
not
gotta
cool.
understand this. I have been in your corner for everything. I'm trying so hard to help you right now, man.
Hey, you know
I
what?
really am trying
Hey,
so
find
hard
me
to
one
help.
with this many errors. Find me one with this many errors. You want me to point them
Hey,
all
man,
out for
hey,
you?
hey, if it's one, if you really cared about Wuwa, then you would have never put it in your game.
Huh?
If you really cared about Wuwa, you wouldn't have messed up on your Twitch rotation either. It doesn't look like you really cared too much when you were messing up your rotation in that tower. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, okay, come on.
Okay, that's a bit of a reach. You're reaching like street
It's
basketball.
really
here.
not a reach.
You're
It's
You're
the
reaching like
crazy.
street basketball
Like a-
here.
That's
really
what the
not
B-roll
a
thing is,
reach.
A
though.
live performance versus something that you can like you're doing you can record and just do again.
Yeah, well, if you really cared, you would play the game enough to never mess up.
Okay, that doesn't even make any sense at all.
Like you get what he's saying though, right? It is nitpicky.
That's
and like especially on a video that's not a guide.
It doesn't.
If it was on a guide, I would get it.
It's arguably worse than being on a guide. You're taking critiques. You're speaking as an expert on what is wrong with the game, and then your B-roll literally contradicts that. You're somebody that's like expressing knowledge about how everything in this game works and how you're able to identify what the problems are and how to fix them. And then your B-roll literally indicates you have no idea how to play.
Say, man, you're gonna blow up. You're gonna get a shit ton of sponsors. And you're going to have to make a bunch of videos, and you're going to also want to make your own videos, and you're just going to, one day you're going to be so fucking tired, you're going to record a run, it's not going to be perfect, you're going to throw it in a video, and you're going to be done with it.
Yeah, and you're cooked, man.
Okay, if my runs look like this, I'm fucking cooked. Okay? If my B-roll looks like this, I deserve to be fucking flamed. Because if I ever do this, if you ever see a blue clear Stellar Realm with my DPS on the field, just fucking cancel me, okay? This is one of the worst things. This is actually just one of the worst gameplay clips I've ever seen. If you ever see me do this,
I get why
just
you're
fucking
Masters
cancel
in
me,
League.
okay? If you ever see me do this, cancel me.
I now get why he's Masters. I totally get it.
This is diabolical.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take us off those tracks. I'm gonna put us on the other ones because I do want to talk about the me being in other people's chats thing, right? Because I feel like that wasn't like fully addressed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, I have a problem with you coming after me for that, because the same way I'm in people's chats talking about what I think of you after you're like going after my friends, is the same way that like you should be looked at when you're going after Vars. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that reached beyond the video in moments, and it reached to his character. Like you say, you call him like a lazy creator and stuff, which you can make points for that, right? Like, yeah, obviously you would have done differently. You would have put more work in, and that's great. But when it comes down to it, there are so many people with eyes on you.
This is the thing. There's empirical proof that he was lazy as shit in this video. There's demonstrably provable things that just show that there was a lack of research, a lack of effort, and a lack of just any like researching character kits and just looking at things to make this video happen.
We've already acknowledged that.
Yeah, and so I think me saying something that is demonstrably true is a lot different than summarizing something we haven't seen.
Okay, so it's okay to be a dick as long as you can prove it.
I mean, I think that you have a bigger leg to stand on.
Listen, yeah, I mean, well, okay, to be
Okay,
fair,
so let's do this then. What
Yeah.
issue do you have with what Brack's saying about you and another person's
My
chat?
issue is that he's using clips taken without the full context to make these sort of like general conclusions to a very wide audience, right? And then what I noticed was that even in the Box 2 clip, he was like making these summaries, right? And then Box immediately agreed with him just because he knows Brax, because Brax has the
Box already
reputation.
forgot what happened. Box doesn't remember shit.
Yeah, okay.
I love
yeah,
Box. He's in one ear out the other, bro.
Bro's on the VOD, and he's like, oh, so Saint's like this sort of guy, huh? Okay. And then we start seeing people in his chat, and then they're all like, oh, yeah, he does like all of these things too. And we're just like, wait. He's getting these conclusions, and he's believing this situation. He's saying these things based off of, again, like a summary of something we haven't seen.
Sure, and you know what? I think that's fair. I think you have a pretty fair, rounded take about that, because yeah, no, I did give him his first impressions of you.
Yeah, and then he thinks like I'm like this big old ego guy that doesn't like that shit. You really said my takes were bad when it came to this video.
Okay, you know what? To be fair, saying someone should quit the game if they're not doing the rotation right is a fucking dog shit
That's
take.
not what I said, though. That's not what I said.
You verbatim said he might as well not play the game if that's how he's gonna play. It doesn't matter the fucking context. That was a dog shit take.
Again, the context was, if he's making a guide video on how to play the character, and then he expresses that he does not actually know how to play the character, that is a dog shit take.
Why don't we pull up the clip?
That is something where I'm just like, if you're gonna put this little effort in, why play the game?
Well, yeah, why don't we? Does anybody have the clip of him saying? Yeah.
You took a 10-second clip where I read a comment on the video saying that he should quit, and I'm just like, yo. If you're
that wasn't what the comment said, though. You were saying that of your own volition.
Because I immediately
also
followed
let's be real.
with the whole
you have a huge fucking ego, man. Let's just be real. Okay, so do I.
The
game recognizes game. We both have huge egos.
I mean, there's no other way to get masters, man.
Exactly, 100%, 100%. Yeah. Does anybody have the clip of Saint Tontas telling this guy to kill himself because he can't play Wu-Wah right?
I got some of the.
You're
I got
fucking
insane.
swapping off of her before she has a full concerto.
I do sound.
Okay,
a little
I have the
sillier.
clip. I'm gonna play it real quick. Let's do this real quick. Okay, here we
Yeah.
go.
Let me get yours. Let me get your screen up.
Yeah.
Oh man, bro, that is a crazy clip, dude. I'll link it in your guys' chat if you haven't seen it. Man, bro, you were going off on this fucking guy. Holy
Yo, I
shit.
was
Yeah,
saying,
I mean,
that clip is literally like 6 seconds when I have like a
Yeah.
full discussion leading up to it.
so then what context does it change?
So what I say with the context is, Vars, if you're playing like this when you've made a guide on the character, why are you still playing the fucking game when you're just putting in this little effort about it? You made a guide on this character and you're directly expressing you have no fucking clue what you're doing. So why are you playing the game?
Sure, but don't you think that you're also like, okay, so let's say, so he plays wrong.
Why are you making
one
content
time.
and like trying to be a guide maker? Why are you trying to lead or like sway public opinion or like talk about things when you are just like you're not even putting like you can't even use your own advice?
So you can't have an opinion if you don't play right?
No, that's I mean, I don't think you should have an opinion on problems and critiques with the game when like you're playing the game like that. Because it's like, okay, like, are we gonna, okay, so let's just say like there's somebody that's trying to give like feedback on something, right? And they actually don't know how to do it. And they're saying, this is what's wrong with XYZ, but they don't actually know how to do anything. Why would you listen to them?
So once again, so what's happening now is we're pivoting the point. What you said is he shouldn't even play. You didn't say he shouldn't make guides. You said he shouldn't play. Obviously, someone should not make guides if they're retarded. 100%. But you said he should not play. So let's retract that point, and we're gonna do the old Saint Tontas says he's wrong. Here we go. And get it. Say, yeah, you're right. I was too intense.
You know what? I could have maybe worded that a little bit more nicely.
And there we go. Okay, great.
Okay.
Easy.
Is
all right.
that
All right, he did what EO could not.
Absolutely.
Is that cool? I could have worded that more nicely.
Like, genuinely,
Yep.
I
easy,
still
easy
stand by
points.
my thoughts though on the entire video.
Hey, and you know what's crazy? I agree with you. If somebody doesn't know how to play the fucking game, then don't make a game pretending that you do. 100%. But
Yeah,
the guy
and
can
so
still play
I'll
the
go
game.
with the idea of like, hey, maybe don't quit the game entirely. Maybe just get better at it if you're going to keep doing guides. But if you're going to continually show footage like this of this is how you play the game, stop making guides. Stop trying to inform players and like teach players how to do things when you yourself are not going to even attempt to do them yourself. That is what my stance is going to be on guide making, on his gameplay,
personally.
and all that stuff. If you're not going to put the bare minimum effort in to even use a character's kit or read it or like retain that knowledge, stop making fucking guides.
Okay. So just to be clear, you want me to stop making guides too, right?
Hey, Brax, I'm telling you to get good. Clear.
I prefer
Brax,
that to quitting the game.
Brax,
So
you
I'd rather do that.
After this
Hey,
stream, you clearing the overdrive zone would be absolute cinema content.
Hey, Saint Tontas, I really hate to burst your bubble here, but I actually found a clip on your video channel of you misplaying, man.
Yeah? Where is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and link it, man. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think you're done. I'm gonna
cooked.
spam it in chat.
I'm cooked.
It's over, man. This guy's
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You went to go do a challenge. Yeah, you went to go do a challenge, and you can just go ahead and see this for yourself.
If this is on a VOD,
No, it's the worst chameleon gotcha gaming Woo account on it. Yep. There you go, man.
Okay. So
Yep.
Wait, who's that VTuber?
So this is Captain Cabinets, and we're doing a
Shit! I gotta start watching Cabinets.
We're doing a walkthrough on the Tower Clear Overture.
Yep.
Which
and
is
you
like
and you
it's like
forgot how to save your
Let's just
team.
take a look at the stats of these things really fast.
I mean,
just so you know what I
everybody
was
who's
working.
level
I mean,
1 knows how to
wait,
save
man,
your
this
team. If you didn't save your team.
This is like
I wouldn't
Equipment
trust
on
this
him.
guy,
And
guys.
a
Bro doesn't even know how to
Song
save his team. Quit
Overture.
the game.
Let's just take a look at the
Let's
stats
quit the game,
of these
man. I mean,
things
who messes
really
that up?
fast, just so
The
you know what I
screen
was
wasn't even
working
moving.
with.
You see what I'm
Wait, did I
saying?
not save?
The fact that you put that in a video,
Equipment
that you
on him,
highlighted
and a
that
Sanwa on Overture.
pathetic level mistake is just embarrassing to your
Let's
content.
just take a look at the stats of these things really fast, just so you know what I was
That's
working
why
with.
we don't do. That's why we don't criticize B-roll. All right, with that, I'm gonna go to Cracker Barrel. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
All right. Bro's fucking left. Okay.
All right.
Listen, man.
Peace
Yeah,
out, Techie.
I do. Listen, I apologize for shit talking to you in other people's chats. It was
all
uncalled
good, man.
for. honestly, I should have just added you on Discord and brought it to you directly.
I would have really
I was just
preferred
pissed.
if we could have had like a one-on-one conversation about that, and I could have clarified a lot of these things. But you know, obviously, right? Like different contexts, like different like framing. You obviously had like a negative impression of me, and hopefully I've done something.
Super negative impression, man.
Hopefully I've done something better to better that impression with the call today. Yeah, to me, just no hard feelings. But like I said, man, content on you clearing the overdrive zone after this stream would be
Dude,
crazy.
listen, I'll get better at the game.
It would be
I shit you
crazy,
not. I
dude.
was only. It was literally. I learned the rotation. I put it in the video. I forget the rotation. I don't play the game until next beta comes out. That's what it was. And then I did the shorekeeper quest. And since then, I've been doing my dailies at least, which is a lot better.
Okay.
than what I was doing before. I am getting back into the game.
Let's unlock the overdrive zone too.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, for sure, man.
Yo, I just one last thing. I don't agree with everything that you've said and done, and I'm sure you don't agree with everything that I've said.
Yeah.
But and maybe you don't see yourself going this way, but just be careful, man, because it would really suck if things just got more and more inflammatory and it just got worse, and then everyone's at each other's throats and the entire Kuro game community is just fucked.
What I imagine is
I've seen it in Genshin.
Yeah.
I don't want it to happen here.
I agree completely, man. And that's why I've already said that I've been adjusting some of my content. And I think like this sort of like somewhat inflammatory response is just like, hey guys, let's stop making content worth reacting like this for. Let's like
for sure.
Let's like not even introduce the possibility for us to react negatively in the first place by making just content where everything is just so fucked up. Like it takes you 1 second in the game to make sure that it's not true. Let's just make good content and people won't react badly to it. That's kind of like how the Woobot community works, in my opinion. Just make good content. And then like people like there are a lot of guide makers that I've actually been looking at content of recently, like It's Senpai, much smaller creator, like 5K subs, and I gave him some critiques, but overall it was like a very positive react to his content. And that to me is just like, you make good content, make positive content that has good critiques, and people will react well to it. And it's just that's just how I view the situation. And when you're, you know, putting in, again, this is a lazy video. When you're making a lazy video, expect to get flamed a little bit for it. Especially if you're trying to make things out as a problem. That's my viewpoint.
Yeah.
Especially with the critiques.
Just be careful, because like you do have a big platform and it's growing, right?
Yeah.
You're a good creator. I've been watching your fucking YouTube videos.
Appreciate it.
Right.
Man.
And that's why I was like, oh wait, what the fuck, he's in drama. You know? But then, you know, Var sends me a DM with the screenshots of the comments. They're just fucking absolutely vile shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, we don't need that.
Absolutely.
Right. Neither of us want that to be all the community is. Like, I'm sure one day if somebody shits on a video you make, like let's say hypothetically you make a really big mistake in a video and then somebody shits on it and people are just fucking dogpiling you, that's not going to feel good.
Exactly.
Right. So just be careful with that going forward. I'll keep my mouth shut. I won't bring that shit up in public. That was my bad.
All good, man. Appreciate it.
And yeah. Honestly, dude, do you want to review my account sometime?
Yeah, dude, I am down to get you on and maybe get you to 30 out of 30 the tower, and then maybe an overdrive zone stage or two.
Oh my god! All right,
that'll be some cinema content.
Peak cinema.
I'm down,
all right,
dude.
Man.
I'm down, dude. Just hit me up whenever you want to do it, and yeah, we'll just schedule an entire stream.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right, appreciate it, dude.
All right, have a good rest of your stream.
Yeah, you too, man.
Later.
Peace out. All right, well, how was that, ladies and gentlemen? I know that was quite a bit of a discussion, but I think we've hashed out a lot of different things. I think we've made a lot of my viewpoints known. We're kind of like crystal clear with like what's going on. That was a bit of a doozy, right? And I didn't even see the clip that Tectone linked. Was it me just like fucking up in the UI menu? Was that the first thing we saw, me fucking up in the UI menu? That was funny. That was great. Okay, all right. I see some people in the chat. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. All right, let's not gatekeep too much and simmer down a bit. Making more objective content with a hidden bias is going to be better received than making obsessively defensive content constantly from an objective standpoint. Please don't push people away too much. So I agree with this take, right? You can definitely have more objective content where it's like there's a bit of a spin. That was a lot of the stuff that I was doing before. But when I'm in a situation where I'm seeing a creator, right, very big one, sponsored by Kuro, and, you know, I just expect a certain level of quality. And that might be me having high expectations, but that's also me trying to that's me having expectations for the space as a whole. And if there's content that's bad and people are looking at bad advice and people are, you know, potentially using that advice and then having negative experiences in the game as a result of it, then it's like the game has gotten worse for some people after viewing this content or absorbing this content and then using it. And for me, pointing that out, saying that, hey, this is really not something you should listen to because of XYZ, then I am in a way, in my opinion, preventing people from potentially making a mistake or getting screwed over. All right, Foxhole. I know I haven't been responding to you, and I know, yeah, I guess we'll address it right now. It was a good talk, to be honest, and look, I want to tell you something, Sate. I may not always agree with you, but straight up, I'm sorry for a lot of the things, and I do have a different opinion, and again, I'm sorry for the past comments. All right, Foxhole, I accept your apology. We'll think about it a little bit. You gave me a tier 1 sub as well, a little bit ago. Yeah, let's maybe talk sometime, hash some things out, and, maybe we can move forward from there. Cool. All right. Unhinged with the 100 biddies. Almost banned you. My bad. Tectone was right, and this is really an issue nowadays. American social media in other countries is heading towards the dystopian level with their zero tolerance for flaws. Let's keep it constructive rather than the nature of canceling. Congrats on the professional revolution. Okay, so dystopian is a little bit crazy, right? Because it's like, hey, man, this is a 14-minute video with some of the most caustic takes in gacha gaming, right? This is a 14-minute video where everything after the 6-minute mark is fucked up. If there's like 1 or 2 mistakes, me reacting like that is crazy. If the entire last 8 minutes of the video has a mistake every 5 seconds, then it's like, okay, maybe we can, dig into it a little bit. And I think that if you're doing it on such a high level and really expressing a lack of research, hey, I'll dig into it a little bit. And that to me is just like, put a little bit more effort in, do more work, and yeah. Then defend your right to critique that, but you don't need to die on the blue shorekeeper hill to prove your point. Honestly, the blue shorekeeper hill is crazy. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind, Red New. But honestly, guys, nobody's seen a blue clear stellar realm like that. Purple is usually what it is at the very least. Blue is just diabolical. Ryuko Sensei video now? Oh boy. Why is it every time I see you, you are 1 versus 9, brother? Hey man, it's just how it is sometimes. All right, so did you guys like my gameplay clip in the overdrive zone? I think I kind of popped off, even though I fucked some things up. I think I kind of popped off. In that clip, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Naked Sanhua, Pride win. Naked Sanhua, everybody. Swap back. Perfect. Life of a top laner. Hey, Techie. Hey, Brax. I'm trying to play some League sometimes, guys. Let's play some League. Let's do a 5-on-5. I'll just say tone it down on how you phrase your stuff. To be honest, you're usually 100% correct, but you just say it in a way that makes people feel attacked. Honestly, the way that I was viewing it in that situation was this video was like so caustic and inflammatory that it was almost attacking me. And I was just like, holy shit. If the community looks at this and they start agreeing with it, this game is going to get fucked up. We got to nip this in the bud. I actually saw the VAR's video 5 minutes after it dropped, when it had 40 comments on the video. And that was when I was able to take a look at it. And so I was just like, holy shit, we got to get to this ASAP. Least toxic LoL player. I mean, I hope. Yeah, it's a bit. Kurobot has tipped $5. You have a very big ego that wants to dictate how the community runs. You can't even clear tower. Your takes are essentially the opposite of real players of Wuhan PGR, and you accept that lolly. I'm not gonna read that. I'm not gonna read that. What the fuck was that? I'm not fucking reading that, bro. I'm not fucking reading that. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have buried the hatchet between me and Brax. I really appreciate his apology. I appreciate his point of view. And it's, I'm glad that we were able to mend that, and we might have some really, really interesting content. Guide Maker, finally 30 out of 30 is the tower. Wuwa Guide Maker, finally 30 out of 30 is the tower and does the overdrive zone. And what I would just want to ensure is that boy defeats the fallacy. That boy defeats the fallacy. All right. Ever thought of doing some voice actor work? Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be fun. That'd be interesting. Perfect, everybody. All right, so I've got that all recorded. I'm going to stop the recording right now because that was a 3-hour recording. You should have done law or something. Your ability to... I need to turn my biddies back on, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know where they are. Okay. Okay, I think my alerts are back now. I'm sorry about that. Let me just read it out. Unhinged donated 100 biddies. Thank you. Dude, you should have done law or something. Your ability to argue is something the public needs to see nowadays rather than whining about feelings hurt. Hey, law school takes a long fucking time, man. But hey, it's never too late for anything. All right. So let's get going into something else, ladies and gentlemen. Testing alerts with 100 bits.
Testing alerts.
Did you all hear that? Did you all hear that? Testing alerts. Or did that not actually go through? Perfect. All right. Thank you for that test, Matthew. Hey, somebody should run another test. Somebody should run another test real quick. Make sure it's not broken. You feel me? All right. All right. Thank you. Good day. Appreciate it.
Look at that. Easy money.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't think the TTS is working for Super Chat, so I'll read it out. Vars gave us a nothing burger with harmful takes towards the Dez. Braxton falsely accused you of assault. How would you react? Yeah, yeah. Okay, guys, we can move on from that. Brax has already apologized. There's no need for us to kind of like to dig it back up. We buried the hatchet there. I think we're on pretty good terms at the moment. You know, we're not going to agree on everything, right? But hey.
Feel my wrath.
I think it's all working. I think it's all pretty well right now. I think we're all feeling pretty good. So let me just get some more things set up. Probably turn the alerts a bit lower and
feel my wrath.
Appreciate it, H228.
Feel my wrath.
All right, maybe I turn the alerts back off because I'm getting a little bit nauseated with the sound.
Feel my wrath. Feel my wrath.
All right, appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate
Feel my
it, ladies.
wrath.
All right. I'll turn them. I'll customize my follows so they don't show up anymore. They're a little bit hot. They're going a little bit crazy. Let me just do that. YouTube super chat, raid, YouTube membership. Don't build Morel. Oh my goodness. Thank you for Anonymous for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it so much, man. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the main event of the day. The main event of the day. What is actually on the thumbnail on YouTube? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is... What I hate about Wuthering Waves. What Ryuku Sensei, the man... It's time to get into what I hate about Wuthering Waves. The man, the myth, the legend, who has single-handedly, irreparably, irredeemably damaged the reputation of Honkai Star Rail due to his incredibly worded critique of the Penacony planet. And what this gentleman did over here was shit on the game so badly that he got every other content creator in gacha gaming to shit on it too. And so we're going to see if there's going to be an additional sort of framing that he's going to do on Wuthering Waves that might get people in that same mindset. But what I have heard is that this react, or not really this react, this video that we're seeing over here, it was incredibly well made. And when compared to the critiques that a lot of other content creators have been doing, it's actually really well worded and has a lot of great reasoning. We did see that Tectone had a little bit of an issue with some of the points being brought up. And so I'm excited to see what Ryuku's cooked up. We've got a 27, 28 minute video react. And guys, just so you all know, I know Ryuku personally, okay? I believe that I am a pretty decently close friend with him. And so I'm going into this with the mindset that I'm not trying to rip him apart, right? I'm not trying to rip apart his critiques, find every single little hole possible. What I'm trying to do is actually give my feedback, give my account on the takes, and, you know, whether or not I think that they're valid. So with that, let's dive right on into it, ladies and gentlemen. What I hate about Wuthering Waves.
So I just ripped into Honkai Star Rail. You thought Wuthering Waves was gonna get a pass? Wrong.
He's an equal opportunity flamer.
Oh yeah, this guy's gonna be hard on Wuthering Waves. Have you seen his channel? He's a total Kuro bot. You guys clearly don't know me. Time to burn my bridge with Kuro, I guess. So let's get into it. So just how much of a Kuro bot am I? Well, I've been playing since launch and I have 2 accounts. One at Union level 75 and the other at level 74. With both...
Okay, this guy is actually the biggest Kuro bot I've ever seen. He has 2 accounts that are both UL 70 plus. This guy is playing this game like a fucking job. Holy shit.
Accounts combined, I have every limited weapon and character. What about Ling Yang? Oh, excuse me, sorry, my mistake. I meant every character that matters. Even before launch, I was really looking forward to exploring this post-apocalyptic wasteland. It set itself apart from the other open-world action RPGs that were out there or that had been announced. I was excited to see a more mature take on the genre. A gritty world battling against monsters that could take you out at any moment if you weren't careful. I was particularly happy with the variety of characters, both male and female. They were incredibly well designed, and I was glad to see how many badass-looking men there were too. They were so cool, I wanted to play all of them. Well, almost all of them. I'll stop bullying him now, I promise. My problems with Wuthering Waves started from the very beginning, like practically the first line I heard in English from Yang Yang.
Are you alright? Do you feel any discomfort?
Yeah, I mean, guys, let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. Version 1.0's one of the biggest critiques of version 1.0 and Wuthering Waves was the sort of disparity in the voice quality between certain characters, right? That is... I'm not going to say it's an objective fact, but it is subjectively something that a lot of people believed. And objectively, you can say that even like the recording equipment, actually, for Yang Yang in English was kind of like lower quality too. Like her S's are very pronounced and they last like a very long time. And it's almost like a recording equipment diff once we think about it.
Okay, so I know I'm not the first person to complain about this, and I doubt I'll be the last. But seriously, did the VA have absolutely no direction in her voice acting? Listening back to it, she sounds like an alien pretending to be human.
Please, Commander, you are our last hope.
Not only that, it was very clear that
that might be like a little bit far. It might be like a Gateo mic. Might be like the Gateo mic, the worst mic in gacha gaming. That led to that situation.
She was struggling with her voice lines, particularly to do with the names of things.
This is the statue of Jue, the sentinel in Zhenzhou, in the shape of a long.
One particular word she said sounded the same.
Huang Long, Huang Long, Huang Long, Huang Long.
I was sure they used the...
Okay, that's a little bit rough. If we kind of like copy and pasted the Huang Long every single place, that's a little rough.
Exact same clip and just forcibly inserted it after the fact. I actually compared the waveforms, and even though they did sound very similar, they weren't in fact the same. So I guess she just naturally sounds like a robot.
We are in the gorgeous...
Okay, Ryuku. I do believe that they re-recorded the 1.0 story, and the voice lines are higher quality. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I have heard that some of it has been replaced. Right? Some of the voice lines have been replaced. Especially in the earlier story, right? Yes? Okay, I don't see anybody... This is the new footage. If this is the new footage and it still sounds like that... Okay, he mentions it. Cool.
It's on the outskirts of Zhenzhou.
Wait, let me replay that a little bit, just so the editor doesn't want to
kill me. So I guess she just naturally sounds like a robot.
We are in the gorgeous spirits. It's on the outskirts of Zhenzhou. Huang Long.
These odd line reads felt unnatural, like she was going to say something more. Like that. Didn't sound natural, did it? I heard that they redid some of these early lines, but at the time of recording this video, she still sounded as unnatural as on launch day. Changing to Japanese quickly solved that problem, so it wasn't too much of a problem for me. Though
hey, did you guys know that Ryuku is from Japan? Ryuku's from Japan, just so you guys know. He understands Japanese because he's in Japan.
Problem for me, though to be honest, I can't entirely blame her. A lot of the names in this game are difficult for anyone not familiar in the Chinese language to pronounce. And even in Japanese, the kanji being used for the names is somewhat obscure. So without furigana, Japanese players had absolutely no idea how to read certain names. Even the name of the game itself went misread for a long time as Narushio, and I think that's what frustrated a lot of the new players. It's not so much that there was too much new jargon in general, but a lot of the new stuff which wasn't jargon sounded like jargon because they were putting everything through this Chinese nomenclature. I never really had that issue with the opening acts, so I took a look into to see what was being said. Tacit Discord, Monster. Tacit Field.
Bro brought the fucking Excel spreadsheet back yet again. He used a goddamn Excel spreadsheet to rip out Honkai Star Rail's spine. Oh my gosh, he's bringing it back for Wuwa. I'm actually terrified right now. It's last time I saw this shit, it was not good. It was not good, ladies and gentlemen. It was not good the last time we saw this.
Monster
Kuro might be cooked.
Area, Tacit Mark, black thing on your skin, Etheric Sea, thing up in the sky, Wave 1 phenomena. Yeah, okay, this one was a bit of a miss. Retroact Rain wasn't important at the time, but got explained in detail later.
I mean, it's just rain that goes backwards. It's rain on the ground that goes back upwards. It's like in a couple of the trailers, you know what I mean? It's in Gion's launch trailer. It's just rain that's reverse. That ain't crazy.
Sonorosphere, Portal, Threnodian, Big Bad Boss Monster. So putting aside the Chinese names, there was a total...
We gotta keep in mind, guys, that this video is about his opinion. And what that means is that the explained well piece is quite literally his opinion. We're not gonna take that as objective fact. And my opinion is that the retroactive rain is kind of just like, well, it's going in reverse, and then freaky shit happens when the rain starts going backwards. So I viewed it as like nothing too crazy, pretty easy to pick up, but that's where the difference in opinion comes from.
Total of about 10 pieces of new jargon that we had to learn, and a lot of it was kind of self-explanatory. But I definitely understand those who were trying to follow and memorize all the new names of everything and were getting confused. I get it, I really do. You're not wrong for feeling that way, I just personally didn't have that particular issue. Anyway.
Remember, guys, disciples of Sanctus Medicus, the matrix of prescience. But hey, retroactive rain is too crazy.
Have that particular issue. Anyway, we continue through the story, meet Baija, Wood, and I liked how he eased the player into the combat. And if there's one thing that Wuthering Waves does really well, it's the combat.
Oh yeah,
I still
baby.
remember my first time fighting Crownless, feeling like an absolute badass, pulling off all those dodges, counters, and perfect
look at
parries.
that! Look at those damage
And when the
numbers.
second phase starts, the amazing guitar riff comes in, and you're pulling off these really clean cinematic finishing moves. Oh, it just felt so good. Whatever happened to those? We never do this ever again when fighting Crownless or any boss monsters. It would have been really cool to have a particular finishing move for each boss, depending on if certain conditions were met. I'm sure it would have been difficult to animate finishers for each character, but honestly, I would have been fine if it was just for the MC alone. A little something to make them special. They are the MC after all.
That's actually a really great point. I actually think that would make playing them feel honestly amazing. Maybe there's like some advantage to actually using the MC. They maybe don't have like the highest damage numbers, the highest potential in every single bit of content in the game. But if they had a finishing animation for every single boss, and basically slotting the MC on the team meant the boss has like, you know, only 90% health effectively. Yeah, okay, so Spectre MC has the finishing move on Scar. I think it would just be cool if every boss in the game, if MC is in there, they only have like effectively 90% of their health. Where once they reach 10%, you can just use a finisher with the main character instead. That would be, I think, something kind of sick. And maybe like that kind of offsets them not being as strong as the limited characters, but still giving them a use case in their team comps.
Then we continue on to what I think is the weakest part of 1.0, the fucking treasure hunt. So we meet Sanhua, Wood, and she gives us some items from Jinshi. A sugar pearl, a leaf, a mangosteen fruit, and a sundial. Okay, so like I said, I have 2 accounts, and both times I played through this part of the story quest, I was left thinking, what was the point of that? We were told to go out and find what the meaning behind these items is, but in the end, we weren't even the ones to find out most of the information. The sugar pearl, Baija finds out off-screen. Sundial, Mortifi fixes it. And the leaf, Baija and Yang Yang just tell us. 3 out of 4 things were done for us, and the 4th thing was just us going to a harbor to be told that they get imported.
So, there's a couple of ways you could view this. There's a couple of ways that you could view this treasure hunt. The treasure hunt could be an opportunity for us to get introduced to more characters, and you know, and have these bits of dialogue and actually converse with them and develop more of like who these characters are. And I guess if we had solved everything by ourselves, then there was like the possibility, right, that we're just, I don't know, going on some adventure with just the 2 people in the party. I believe it was Chisha and Yang Yang. And I think talking to the characters versus like hunting down random items in the overworld might have been better, but I could see where the whole idea of maybe too much dialogue comes from to solve the problem versus like more walking. So it is something you have to do before you reroll, and so maybe some people have like PTSD from that. Or I don't think you have to do it before you reroll.
The thing was just us going to a harbor to be told that they get imported. Okay. Apparently that was supposed to tell us how the people of Jinchou lived or something. And at the end of it all, when we asked to find out what the point of it all was, Jinshi says,
"An emergency forced me to leave, and I only had the time to prepare some tokens for you.
Translation?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. Forced me to leave, and I only had the time to prepare some tokens for you.
Translation?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
That's a... I could see where he's coming from, but I feel like it's also a bit of a reach. Because what we're told is that 1.1 is the kind of situation that she had to deal with. The stuff in Mount Firmament. And what this led to was a sort of like scavenger hunt with the NPCs. A scavenger hunt with the NPCs that gets you introduced to them, gets you more context on the lore, and goes ahead, builds those relationships, builds those character dynamics. And so for me, that's a little bit interesting. That's a little bit... I could see where you're coming from on both sides. The tokens themselves can be cringe, but the interactions that came out of it, right? It gives you more of an overview of the characters and, in a sense, lightens up or adds more life to the game world.
So she had the time to get all these very specific items to give to Rover, but she didn't have the time to write a damn fucking sticky note? Come on, you just don't get it. She had to do that to test Rover. It was for Rover to discover things about himself while looking into those things. Yeah, and we learned those things from books and people, not from those items themselves, did we? Sorry.
Well, the items themselves got us to talk to those people that gave us the knowledge. And so, if we think about it from like the giga big brain perspective, right? You could say that these items were made to force Rover to introduce themselves to the rest of the roster. And build their relationship with those characters, build credibility so that the decision that they make in the future or how they like lead the defense force and fix the problems is more justified. So, I know I'm playing like a little bit of defense here. I'm merely providing the opposition viewpoint.
Sorry, but no. In the end, it was basically, you've forgotten everything, so go to the library and study up, scrub. I'll say this though, even though the actual stuff being said was kind of stupid at times, I really enjoyed listening to the story play out. There weren't many weird dead spaces between dialogues, there was a good amount of changes in camera angles, camera movement, as well as the movement and facial expressions on the characters themselves that sounded like real people actually interacting with each other, in Japanese anyway. Sorry, I'm sure she's a lovely woman and all, but can you replace her with someone that doesn't sound like she's just recently had a lobotomy? The only thing I wish I could do...
Okay, Ryuku. That was a little bit... I think that was a little bit too far, buddy. I think that was a little bit too far, buddy. That was actually a little bit offensive, if I'm frankly being honest. I'm sure that Rebecca's a lovely woman, and they're, you know, and I think she's improved the quality of the voice since, man. That was a little bit... Come on, man. That was a little bit too far. I think that was a little bit too far, man. That was crazy. Arguably, that might have been worse than what I did with Vars. And I think, right, like a lot of people said that the issue is with the direction, right? I don't think there's an issue with the person herself, man. Guys, like, I'm not a dick for no reason. And I think like that was a little, like, not even a little bit. That was too far. That was too far. Like, we don't need to be like that.
Do is put it on auto, hide the UI, and have it automatically select the dialogue options for me. Oh, on that point, stop giving us choices that aren't choices. Jesus Christ. Unless it actually has some degree of effect on how the conversation plays out, literally nobody liked this shit.
Well, Ryuku-san, I don't think you recognize that in Encore's story quest in version 1.3, you can tell Encore whether or not you're the captain or the vice captain, and then the dialogues in the quest actively adjust to your decision. She will call you the captain or the vice captain throughout the entire story. Did you know that one, buddy? I don't think you knew that one, buddy. Because you can only play the... Oh, what? He played it twice? That's an extreme example? I mean, it's... How is that an extreme example? It's a full story quest with multiple, like a massive amount of dialogue. How is that an extreme example? Huh? That's like it's a full-length story quest that has branching dialogue. How is that extreme? That's like... What?
It doesn't make us feel like we are actually the character. It doesn't help us feel more immersed in the story. If anything, it pulls us out of the story to have to go through this unnecessary attention check. It feels like I'm watching a long YouTube video and I get a message asking if I'm still watching. I'm trying to watch a 10-hour loop of the Burners dance here. Do you mind? Actually, no. Now that I think about it, it's even worse than that. It feels like when someone asks your opinion on what they should do, you give your opinion and they just completely ignore you. I guess I'll just go fuck myself then. This isn't a Wuthering Waves only problem either. It's something that I have always and will always rage against whenever I see it, in every game I play. Please, for the love of God, just stop it. These useless dialogue options were especially annoying later on when we meet up with Jian. He brings us into the war room to talk about strategies, or rather he just asks us what we think the strategy should be, but if we don't choose the right one, the game says, "Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!" Time out. Why were we being asked to decide the strategy in the first place?
To make sure that we're paying attention. Huh? To make sure that we're learning? Guys, we have just clarified to the entire world that we're an extremely powerful person, but we also have no fucking memory. And so I think that if I was working with somebody that was like really strong and like really capable, but they don't have their memory, I would maybe ask them like, hey, you know, are there like lessons that you have learned from our conversation? And, you know, kind of confirm that they have maybe regained some portion of their decision-making ability. Because guys, I'm gonna be honest, like if they're literally an amnesiac, I would just be like, hey, like, are you sure you get this? Like, hey man, like, you get it, right? Hey, tell me you get it.
You're the general here, Jian. You decide. But anyway, putting that aside, they should just get rid of these dialogue options entirely. Oh wait, no, actually, better yet, have them actually, you know, make a difference. Imagine if we were actually—
Well, they did make a difference. Okay, I guess this is like a— I don't think I'm nitpicking. I think he is kind of nitpicking a little bit, because they literally, the dialogue choices did make a difference in that if you selected the wrong one, you would not advance the quest. And so when you like that literally means the dialogue choices are different. You select the right one, you advance the quest, express, you know, that you've regained the knowledge, and then when you don't select the right one, you get sent back. So the choices are quite literally different.
Able to decide which forces went where. This could have been a great chance to keep the game easy for the casual players, but make it more difficult for the ones who want a challenge. Each dialogue option could have a little note next to it saying simple, moderate, and tricky, for the player to understand what they were choosing. And after that, the route, monsters, and difficulty changes depending on that choice. Why?
That's a lot of— So one of the big things, in my opinion, about gacha games is that a lot of these quests, a lot of these stories, they're not repeatable, right? And my viewpoint is when you have like branching storylines and things that can't be experienced twice, that could make people feel like there's like built-in FOMO in the game. In that if you choose this one option, you're not going to be able to experience the other ones. And players oftentimes don't really like that. Players don't like that they're going to feel like they're missing out on content. And having that built into the game would basically imply that you're missing out on content. So let's see if he addresses that.
Why couldn't we have done that? We're ending at the same place anyway. This was one of the main criticisms from CBT to official release, wasn't it? The casuals wanted things to be easier and simpler, and the hardcore players wanted things to be more difficult and complex. Why not turn something that everybody hates into something that everybody loves? Make these the points in the story where the player can choose what level of difficulty they want to try. So a casual player can stick with the easy mode or try the intermediate or hard levels every now and then, and the hardcore players could get the difficulty they want, but make it easier if they're not in the mood that day or something.
Because I think, in my opinion, it's like perception of like skill, perception of like how worthy you are from playing this game. There's a dynamic, right? When you're somebody that plays the game on like the lower difficulty, it's like it builds more of like that elitist mindset. And I know, right? I'm the most ironic person possible to be talking about an elitist mindset. But this is just how it works. When there's an easy mode and then there's a hard mode, and then you choose the easy mode, right? Or there's someone else that chooses the hard mode. People that choose the hard mode and did it are going to be like, oh, bro, you did it the easy mode? Get out of here, loser. Get out of here, bruh. Get this heretic out of here. How dare he choose the easy mode? That sort of thing, right? It creates like immediate like sort of elitism in how they experience the story. And I believe that they might be just not having that in the first place to kind of like nip that in the bud.
You don't need to turn it into a Telltale's game. That's not what I'm asking for. Have your main plot points, but in certain sections have detours for the players to choose their level of difficulty. Sure,
Damn.
everyone whines.
Wait, let me replay that. Damn, he
have your main plot
bouncing
points,
on that
but in
thing.
certain sections have detours for the players to
bouncing on that
choose their
thing.
level of difficulty. Sure, everyone winds up at the same place in the end, so it doesn't really change anything as a whole, but allowing players to choose their own experience at least lets us feel like we're making a difference. Doing something like this could satisfy players of all difficulties, easily. After deciding the battle plans, we meet up with the other characters to storm into battle. Verena, Chishia, there's us, the rover. Tauchi, we just met her.
Damn, why are these characters like looking... They're looking kind of like good. Wait, they actually looked really good here.
We meet up with the other characters.
Look at that. That's some fucking swagger, actually. This is one of like the best like battle poses I've ever seen. Like, everybody here looks like an absolute badass. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that this is like how the lineup actually looked in 1.0. This is actually cool. Sorry, I'm glazing too much. I'm glazing too much.
After deciding the battle plans, we meet up with the other characters to storm into battle. Verena, Chishia, there's us, the rover. Tauchi, we just met her. Yang, Ling Yang is in the corner there. Who the fuck is this dude?
Come on, man. Put some respect. Put some respect on the Discord mod's name. Put some respect on the Discord mod's name, okay?
Like, I know it's Yuan Wu, the guy who looks like the last boss of both Discord mods and Reddit.
Oh, no, he did it. Oh, he did him like it. Oh, my lady. Oh, my lady. Oh, how dare you?
But we have never seen this guy in the story or even in the side stories like Ling Yang. Why the hell is he showing up for this Avengers Assemble moment? I feel bad for the voice actor. He gets brought in for literally one line and then never used again.
I will keep everyone safe.
Even now, up through 1.4, we still have no idea who this guy is, what he does, or anything of the like. Well, I guess one line is better than nothing, I guess. Carpaccio and Danjin are still nowhere to be
Alright, Carpaccio's diabolical. And yeah, these two characters have sort of just actually disappeared from the lore completely. I do think that this is a huge critique that you can make about the game. What are they actually in the game for? I know their gameplay has like a lot of interesting components. Calcharo's like the hardest character in the game. Danjin is also like the skill fiend. Right? You have to play with a lot of skill to use her properly. But it's like, where are they? Remember, the game was rewritten. Remember that the game was rewritten back in the day. We watched that whole video with Sidney Marr. I actually recommended that Techie and Brax watch it as well. And I think that they are a victim of the rewrite. And it's unfortunate, but it is something that should be addressed and fixed.
Found at all. And why are you bringing out some random painter girl who has nothing to do with anything, give her her own full story quest, but still not mention anything about the characters you already have?
Well, because it costs money to get her. That's why, Ryuko. Because they make money from this character. They don't make money from Calcharo or Danjin. So, that's the reason, bro.
What are you doing? And this leads into one of my
We're making money.
biggest fears about the game. I'm afraid that they're going to forget about their older characters, except for a few notable exceptions. I get that the business model of a gacha game is to push new characters to sell to players consistently, but the benefit of that is being able to use these characters to interact with each other to flesh out the story and make everything feel cohesive and real. So bringing out all these new characters is great and all, but if you're not using them and just having us talk to random NPC number 342, it feels like a massive waste. I actually thought we were going to go to the new Federation next. Maybe then they could have used that as an excuse to bring Calculator into the story. But
I mean, remember the context from Sidney Marr's video that Rinasita, at least from what he's saying, was supposed to be in the launch of the game. Was supposed to be in version 1.0. And I think just them adhering to that original vision with 2.0 to me is, you know, kind of like the explanation here. So I think that this critique potentially could have been researched more using the same information that Sidney Marr had. Of course, if Sidney Marr was just pulling that out of his ass, not saying he did, but if he did, right, because I don't think it's a commonly known thing across the community, yeah. You know, that could have been something that maybe he researched more to inform this line of reasoning that he's having here.
no, we're going to Rinasita with a whole slew of new characters for the story to focus around. Don't get me wrong, they look cool. would. But this is only further feeding my worries about the older characters being forgotten about. But I'll get more into my worries about Renacita later. Since 1.0, the quests have been getting considerably better in my opinion. Definitely not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. There are significant pacing issues and missed story beats. I could make full-on videos breaking down what these two particular quests got wrong, but on the whole, they are a lot better. Now, I'll be honest, I don't usually enjoy character story quests, but Jian's story was incredible. Sure, it started off a little rocky with some Gulpuff racing game that no one cared about, but once it kicked in after going through the Sonorosphere, I loved every moment of it.
That's true. Jian's story quest was fucking fan service, ladies and gentlemen. People say it's like goddamn waifu or like waifu waves. Jian's story quest, the start of it was quite literally, guys, it was like an otome game for the female players. Guys, Jian talks about his seed as well. And I just think it's a little bit disingenuous to a degree, right? When we don't mention him ever in the conversation. It was literally a date with Jian. And okay, female players and Sip Sip Steven, okay? The gay guy. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm saying that with factual evidence. Sip Sip Steven has gone into my chat and he has said he's gay.
Going through the past, learning what happened fighting through the about, but once it kicked in after going through the Sonorosphere, I loved every moment of it. Going through the past, learning what happened fighting through the trauma, and then the great boss battle with the fantastic visuals in the final cinematic, absolute cinema. Yeah.
It was awesome to see that all of those dead soldiers are actually the Thundering Mephis. And then Jian's kit counters the Thundering Mephis completely, right? Guy does like 17 parries in a row, Jian is the auto parrier.
Yinlin's story quest was fine, not the best, but I didn't hate it. I wish we could have gotten more of the secret agent aspect of her character that was promised instead of this story.
Well, guess what, buddy? We got the Yinlin secret agent thing in version 1.4 in the Somnoir. You guys remember when she put on a disguise in the 1.4 quest and she disguised herself as an exile and then like went through like the whole sort of like dream sequence? We got it.
About a girl with adoptive father issues, but still she's hot, so would. What I really like about these character story quests isn't just the quest itself, but rather the locations we visit during them. Have you seen these places? These set designs are stunning. It's a shame we can only ever visit them during these one-time only character story quests. What a waste. Why can't we revisit these locations? Better yet, give us the option to replay these quests. How about in this section in the gallery, you add a couple of little replay buttons in the corner. One to replay the cutscene by itself, and another to replay the mission, which could open up a Sonorosphere to travel through to re-experience everything with your current party. They can't do that, it would take too much storage! It's already on your device anyway, whether you revisit it or not. So why not just give us the option to do it? And if storage really is a worry for you, how about this? Give us the option to delete and reinstall past mission voice lines and data to save space. You can do it for the voice packs in general, so surely you can do it for this too.
I do believe that games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail and potentially ZZZ, maybe not ZZZ yet, they have that feature. They let you delete content that quote-unquote cannot be played again. And so I'm not sure, maybe I might be wrong, but it seems like he's either saying, one, put the content, make it the content re-accessible if you have the stuff on data, or if you have the stuff like in the data in the storage, but if you're not going to make it playable, give us the option to delete it. Is it kind of like an either or is it like is it like a both potentially? I'll play it back again to clarify that.
The option to do it. And if storage really is a worry for you, how about this? Give us the option to delete and reinstall past mission voice lines and data to save space. You can do it for the voice packs in general, so surely you can do it for this too.
I think the only thing or the only problem with this is if you're like able to like selectively, you don't want to give players, this might be a hot take, you don't want to make it too complicated for players. That's my opinion. If you're able to like selectively choose like all of these different like options for like what to access or not be able to access again, that can make it tricky in terms of like what stuff is actually like replayable, what you're actually deciding to take out from the game. And what Genshin or Honkai Star Rail does is I believe they just have like a one-click button where it just asks remove unnecessary content or unnecessary voice lines from the game. And if you're trying to replay older content, you can't really use the one-click button. Does that make sense? Just make it not complicated. I kind of just explained how it could get complicated. Because Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, they just have a remove all past content button. Versus here, if you're trying to replay the past content, but also want to have the option to remove content, it can get a little bit tricky. Because, like, are you not removing what you want to play? Do you kind of see, like, how that argument could get, or how that dynamic, or how that implementation could get a little bit tricky? That's what I'm trying to state here.
Another thing I have a problem with. How in the hell can a game that has its main theme be about sound have that be one of its most lacking features? There have been a plethora of sound and music related bugs and oversights since launch. Even now when I'm fighting through a tacit field, each time I clear a wave, the battle music restarts from the very beginning. You don't notice it much when your characters aren't leveled, but once you've got a relatively decent Zhang Li Yao and he's digitally shredding through all the mobs, you hear the same 10 seconds.
Bro, your Zhang Li Yao is not well built. If that is what his liberation does, that Zhang Li Yao, ladies and gentlemen, that is not well built. Those are rookie numbers, buddy. But yeah, I get what he's saying here from the elements of like the sound design. I do think this is like a little nitpicky, because it's like, okay, you restarted the tacit field so the music restarts. It's like, okay, I mean, the music starts on the tacit field versus like the music would continue when you're not doing the tacit field. Guys, I'm just making fun of his build. I'm literally just making fun of his build. I didn't talk about his rotation. I just said that Zhang Li doesn't do that much damage, buddy. Oh, if that's a standard weapon, that's actually pretty good. Oh, we got to keep that in mind. This is, wait, this might not be that bad. He also could be on lingering tunes as well, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I see why. I see why. He's using lingering tunes. Yeah, that explains everything. Ryuku, that's another strike.
Li Yao, and he's digitally shredding through all the mobs, you hear the same 10 seconds of battle music over and over again. And that's not just for the tacit fields either. In the overworld, mobs die so easily, I never get past the initial build-up, if there even is one. Sorry, guys, but the battle music for the central plane...
But Ryuku-san, just make your characters worse. Just take some echoes off and you can enjoy combat in the overworld again.
...just isn't good. Especially when it's one of the largest areas in-game, we tend to hear how not good it is all too often. The other overworld battle music is better, yes, but it takes far too long to get to the good part, and by then everything is already dead anyway. The battle music for the bosses are pretty good though, for the most part. But I have a quick question. Why did you nerf your already great songs from CBT? For example, the Impermanence Heron had...
So to kind of like play back this point a little bit, it seems like all this battle music, all this stuff, the sound design almost seems to contradict with the speed of the gameplay. Where I believe his concern is that this music is like starting and ending too quickly because the fights are starting and ending too quickly. I'm wondering about the solution to that, because it's like, I mean, like, the battle's over. Should the combat music still be playing when the battle's over? You're not in combat anymore because the enemies are all defeated. And so, I mean, that's not his point. Isn't that the point? Like the music kind of like is too abrupt because the combat is too short. You're not listening. What is the point then?
Over and over again. And that's not just for the tacit fields either. In the overworld, mobs die so easily, I never get past the initial build-up, if there even is one. Sorry.
Oh, I see. And so the music is starting and ending too quickly, and so the solution for him is to maybe have the music start from a more in the middle of the battle of the track. But yeah, I mean, what do you mean that's not the point? That's quite literally the point. It's starting the track and ending it too early.
Guys, but the battle music for the Central Plains just isn't good. Especially when it's one of the largest areas in-game, we tend to hear how not good it is all too often. The other overworld battle music is better, yes, but it takes far too long to get to the good part, and by then everything is already dead anyway. The battle music for the bosses are pretty good though, for the most part. But I have a quick question. Why did you nerf your already great songs from CB?
I missed some stuff? What did I miss? So the solution here is to have more dynamic dynamic playing of the background music. Maybe it can like better fit what's actually happening in the combat. That's interesting. We'll maybe see if he expands on that point.
EBT. For example, the Impermanence Heron had one of the best boss battle tracks in the game, and I was really looking forward to experiencing it for myself. How shocked was I to find out that not only did they change it from the Heron to one of the worst overall bosses in the game, but not only that, they completely nerfed the song. What do you mean nerfed the song? How do you do that? Here, listen to this.
This plays, though, during the Jian boss fight with the Heron, right? When you control Jian for the first time in version 1.0, this plays. I mean, this is just subjective. Like, I think both are good in their own ways. The other one was a little bit more high-pitched, but this one's a little bit more bassy and lower-pitched. If you're going to say that one is objectively better than the other, you deserve to be banned. Okay, maybe not banned, but you can't really say that one is objectively better than the other. I don't see how you could ever say that. Like, how are you going to say that one is better than the other? It's just... It's like a different... One is more bassy and low. The other is higher and more like... It's more like... it's just higher pitched. And has like some other stuff that I don't know music enough to comment on it.
The one that we have now just feels incomplete, like it's missing a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, this is... Again, what I hate. What I hate. And this is just his opinion, and we're allowed to disagree with it.
Like peanut butter without jelly, yin without yang,
yeah.
KFC without gravy. What do you mean they don't have gravy in Japan? I'm British, I need my chicken covered in brown, salty slop, goddammit! Wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the song we have now is a massive downgrade compared to the version that we already had.
That's your opinion. That is entirely a subjective thing. We've already talked about it. Yeah, we'll just move through this point.
So I am quite literally saying...
The first draft was better.
I know what happened though. They got feedback saying that the players wanted the combat effects to sound punchier, and they did in fact do that. But the problem was that they could only improve it so much. So what they also did was bring down the impact of a lot of the music to make that difference more distinct. And this all connects back with what I was saying earlier about the other characters and locations not being used. Kuro, you spend all that time designing these great characters, great locations, and great music, but do absolutely nothing with them. From a business perspective, you're basically wasting resources right now. The way to fix these particular issues is give these characters actually some attention, first of all. Let us replay cutscenes and quests, and add a damn CD player with a library of all the music we have unlocked so far. Then we, the players, can choose what we want to listen to in the overworld. Just so we're clear though, I don't think the CD player should be usable during story or...
Hey Ryuku, you wanna know something crazy you can do? You can go to your game. You can go to your game, right? You can go to your game. You guys probably know what I'm gonna do. You guys probably know what I'm going to do. Ryuku, if you want your own music while you're playing Wuthering Waves, just go to this menu, turn the music down, and play literally whatever the fuck you want. Just play the OST from the game that you want. Just mute the music and play whatever you want. Like, it's... I don't think it's that crazy. I actually am gonna do it for the video though. I will turn the music down. So, yeah.
Character quests because the music is a very important part of the storytelling experience. But in the overworld though, if I want to listen to Crownless's insane guitar riff while zipping around Jinzhou, that's my business. Yes, I know it would take away some of the audio character from the locations, but you know what you can do then? Turn the CD player off? Maybe? Now it's time to address the elephant in the room. Gathering wives. Okay, so where do I stand on this? Honestly, I'm not a fan. Now before you come at me with your pitchforks, just hear me out. What I mean is that I already have dozens of other random gacha games with generic cookie cutter OP protagonists that...
Rose over... Oh my god. Rose talking about... Okay.
the entire world revolves around and are loved by his harem of beautiful waifus of varying styles and massive personalities, I don't need another. Right now, I think there are 3 different groups out there. Some people see the harem and like it, some people see the harem and don't like it, and there's another smaller group of people that don't see the harem at all. They have some reason or other for each character. Yang Yang, she's just really caring. She cares for everyone like that. Yinlin, she's just a seductress using her looks to get what she wants. Chang Li, she's heard so much about Rover from her master, so to her, it's like meeting a superhero. Shorekeeper, she's just very devoted to the cause. She respects Rover like a father figure. Camellia, she's just interested.
Okay. I think that we have maybe done a little bit too much of a generalization here. Just a little bit too much of a generalization here. She used to be a collection of Sonaro energy. Literally like energy particles. Alright, I may be getting this explanation wrong. But like Rover is the one that like gave meaning to her existence. Not like Rover ain't her daddy. She ain't her daddy like that.
Camellia, she
was Data, yeah.
Interested in Rover because he's strong, nothing more. And the fact of the matter is that these people would be right in thinking that way. Those are all valid interpretations of the characters. However, for those out there that see there's something more or want to see there's something more, there are things in-game which validate their belief that these characters are romantically interested in Rover. Personally, I'm in the see the harem and don't particularly like it category. Sorry, it's just the way I feel. We don't need to have every girl we meet be almost instantly wanting to jump on Rover's tacitite dick as soon as they meet him. On top of that, there's been a significant lack of new male playable characters since launch. And
to be fair, he does have a big point on the male characters. There just aren't that many in the game. That's true. That is true. There aren't that many male characters in the game. There have been hints of male characters that are potentially going to be released, like Yeshulin and Scar, but there just aren't that many in the game at a baseline. It's just an objective fact, right? We have Zhang Liao and Jian. Obviously, they're extremely strong, so it's not like a situation where they're sandbagging the male character's strength and making them like not good in content. They're still good, but there's not a lot of them. It's objectively true. There's also another point that I wanted to replay really quickly here, in regards to kind of like the whole jumping on I believe the terminology he used was jumping on the tacitite dick.
we don't need to have every girl we meet be almost instantly wanting to jump on Rover's tacitite dick.
Okay, so this is the thing. There are a lot of characters that don't do that. And there are some characters that, you know, in some circumstances, right, they have a previous relationship in some way. And I know he mentioned a couple of them, but it's not like there's... all right, maybe I'll let this point breathe a little
as soon as they meet him. On top of that, there's been a significant lack of new male playable characters since launch.
I'll see what else he has to say
problem
about
in
this.
itself. If a game marketed itself as primarily having female characters, you would sound like an idiot for asking for more male characters. You don't play Love and Deep Space and complain about the lack of female characters, do you? No, that would sound weird. The problem is though, in 1.0 there were 6 guys and 10 girls to choose from. That's a ratio of 3 to 5. Not equal, but understandable. So many of us were under the assumption that they were going to roughly keep that ratio going forward. They even showed us characters that have a lot of players eager to play them, such as Zippercrotch Boy and Mr. Anal Bead Necklace. Since then, we've had...
Is that truly what we're going to call the esteemed Geshu Lin? Mr. Anal Bead Necklace? Bro. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Jinshi, Changli, Zhezhe, Zhang Liao, Shorekeeper, Yohu, Camellia, and now Lumi is coming up. So out of 8 new characters, only one of them is a guy, and he was free. And on top of that, the animations are getting wilder and wilder. How in the hell does Little Miss Itty Bitty Titty Committee over here have more?
Dude. What the fuck? It's fine. Like, she's literally built different and it's perfectly fine. Why are we going to say that like it's an insult? Like, come on, man. She's just different. Why can't she be different? Just different body types and stuff like that. It's fine.
More jiggle physics than Changli or Baizha. Robin, what do you think?
Okay. I guess from that context, yeah, hers might be looking a little bit more watery than others, but I mean, it doesn't. I don't even know if that's. Did you like empirically prove that, or is that Did he like empirically prove that like one has more jiggle physics than the other? I feel like I'm not even sure if I could like validate either claim.
You grab a man's balls, his heart will follow.
Yeah, that makes sense, but I don't want it in Wuthering Waves. But that's just the way it is in Gacha. Yes, I know, I don't care. Gacha has always had fan service like this. Yes, I know, I don't care.
True.
Gacha OPs are always loved by the main cast. Yes, I know, I don't care. So what you're saying is...
You a Taurus? You a Taurus?
Yep. No.
I mean, guys, this man over here, Ryuku Sensei, we can confidently say that this gentleman really wants what is the best for Wuthering Waves. Can't we can see that here. He is making these critiques. He's bringing up, you know, a lot of solid examples. And it's clear that this man, this gentleman over here, this resident of Japan, he wants what is the best for Wuthering Waves. And I could see how a lot of people thought that this critique was okay. This critique was something that people could resonate with. That when made in the public sphere isn't something that's going to get universally shit on. This is what I mean by the Wuthering Waves community actually being really, really good. Because what I've seen so far is that these critiques are fair, these critiques are subjective, but most importantly, these critiques are well thought out. And they provide context, they provide great reasoning, there's literal examples being seen on the screen of what he's going over. And through that, people are able to follow this discussion, follow this line of reasoning, and see, hey, Ryuku's coming up with solutions, Ryuku's clearly outlining what the problem is, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, content creators out there who are not doing this and have been proven to not be doing this, stop. It's not made up. These critiques aren't made up. These critiques aren't immediately disprovable. The basis of these critiques is not immediately disprovable the second you look into a game, or you look at the cutscenes, or you look at the numbers. The stuff he's saying can't really be disproven. And those are his critiques, and they make sense, and people agree with them. Or if they don't agree with them, they're not being like, oh, well, you're wrong. They say, I can see how you're right. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what a good critique looks like. It's really just that simple, folks. It's really just that simple.
I've been playing gacha games since they first became mainstream here in Japan. I'm talking about Puzzles and Dragons and Monster Strike. You know, the gacha games that actually had a gachapon animation that actually defined the genre. I also have 2,000 login days on Fate Grand Order. Yes, I know I have a problem. Someone please send help, I need it. Please. What I'm saying is, gacha is a monetization system.
This guy's an absolute freak, to be honest. He's an absolute fucking freak. Let's be real here.
That's how these games make money. Gacha has absolutely nothing to do with the amount or level of fan service. Even modern titles like Cookie Run Kingdom are gacha games. No fan service there, unless you're jerking off to Blue Slushy.
Hey, where's she at though?
You're jerking off to Blue Slushy.
Hey, Tectone. Caught. Tectone? Tectone. I know you like this shit. I know you got a thing for the fucking cookies. I know you have a thing for fucking cookies. Don't play. There's a reason why you was playing Cookie Run Kingdom for a really long time, buddy. You're trying to get up in that batter.
In which case, seek help. Also, would. I'm kidding. I'm not saying I don't like fan service, I just don't want it in this game. At least not this much anyway. Just because I enjoy spring onion in my ramen doesn't mean I want it piled on. Why are all my analogies about food? Am I hungry? We have enough of these Gooner gacha games already. I should know. Those games market themselves as being horny jiggle games meant to be played with one hand.
Better make sure I don't stay on this too long or I'm going to get demonetized, but I do need to appreciate the view. All right, let's continue.
And when I want to play one of those games, I'll go do that. Again, it goes back to marketing and how they present themselves. Any new player might see an ad for Wuthering Waves and think, oh, that looks like a cool combat game, let's check it out. And then when they play it, they have a harem of walking...
Please don't call... Hey, Gateo Island might have a new resident soon.
jiggle physics around them at all times, a lot of regular players might get turned off by that, and I don't want that to happen. There are a lot of characters in Wuthering Waves that I think are hot as fuck, but if I wanted to imagine myself giving them crazy backshots, I would just check out Pixiv. And no, I am not advocating for censorship. All I'm saying is that if they and we, the players, want Wuthering Waves to break into the normie barrier, I don't think that many regular people would be comfortable with that level of fan service. So speaking as someone that wants as many people to play this game as possible, I think they should tone things down because it just might be too much for most people.
I mean, if we're frankly being honest, the fan service in Wuwa doesn't feel like extremely egregious to me. I mean, there are some characters you could say are like, you know, their clothing choices are a little bit, you know, but I think the fact of the matter is that it's not like implicitly like as openly goonery as I think he's sort of stating here. I think it is pretty tame. And we're seeing future character releases, right? Characters like Zany, who are, you know, a little bit on the other end of the spectrum. They got like the full pantsuit, that sort of thing. And it's like, you know, clearly there's an appeal with certain character designs. Did you see the new Yinlin trailer? Oh boy, am I going to have another caught moment, chat? Am I going to be caught again? Am I going to be exposed as a complete fraud? Am I going to be exposed as a complete fraud after witnessing this? Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Wuthering Waves. Hey, she's just taking off her shoes. That's just good manners. That's just good manners. What's so wrong with this? She takes off shoes when going into a house. That's literally just good manners. I mean, she's coming home and she took off her shoes. Huh? Like, guys. Oh, I see why. I see why. Because we got Feet Master in the comments. We have Feet Master in the comments. That's the problem here. It's just a foot. It's just a foot, guys. Don't make it weird. He's making it weird. He's the gooner bait. He's making a gooner bait. She's just taking off her shoes and then going into a house. Why are we tripping, ladies and gentlemen? Took off her sunglasses, did that with an olive, right? And now she's just enjoying a margarita at home. I mean, it's a foot. It's a foot. It's a foot. Y'all are free. All right. I just learned today my chat is filled with freaks. And I also learned today that Footmaster is another big nickname for the guy.
Kuro Games really wants to go down this way with how they design their characters and people to play this game as possible. I think they should tone things down because it just might be too much for most people. If Kuro Games really wants to go down this way with how they design their characters, that's perfectly fine by me. But to be honest, I don't think they do. Looking at the designs of the initial characters and the story and direction they had in CPT-1, yes, the characters were badass and hot with some fanservice jiggle physics, but I think that they also wanted to take this game seriously and not just push out.
Don't play. This version of Yinlin is ugly as shit, bro. Like, her eyes just are so fucked up that, like, yo, this is not it. This ain't it, guys. Nah, this ain't it. Nah, she looks fucking deranged, bro. Hey, nah, you don't like this. Nah, man. Nah, this shit's scary as fuck. She literally got, like, nah, man. I would, like... nah. Nah, this ain't it. Hey, I get what you're saying, Ryuku Sensei. Nah, you shouldn't have seen. You shouldn't have shown me that.
And direction they had in CPT-1, yes, the characters were badass and hot with some fanservice jiggle physics, but I think that they also wanted to take this game seriously and not just push out a game for horny players to goon over. Just my opinion, though. To be honest, I prefer the dynamic.
I mean, I believe that the way that you're framing it right now, it's sort of like the version that they do have, the release version, is just gooner bait, but I don't really think it is. It's just, you know, some of the characters are a little fruity, some of the characters are a little silly, right? But there's just, it's not like incredibly on the nose. Like, you know, Changli does the whole like ada, you know, mommy thing. Like that's like her vibe. Yinlin's like the, you know, she's got like the kind of like deeper voice, more like succubus sort of feel. And Camelia's just a freak, right? She's a freak in every way. She's a freak in every single trailer to every single person. So and then Shorekeeper's just a sweetheart, right? She's just a sweetheart, very tame. I really don't think it's gooner bait. And obviously, a difference in our opinions.
Dynamic in CPT-1 where Rover wasn't trusted. Think about it. What's more satisfying?
Say that again? Say what again? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I've just made a terrible mistake. Don't clip that. The VOD is getting deleted, ladies and gentlemen.
Have the characters love you right away, or have them be wary of you, or even hate you, and you slowly win them over to your side through your actions in the story. ReZero is a great example of that. When we start off, Subaru is a whiny little bitch that isn't trusted by anyone, so he needs to grow as a person, and in doing so, he wins over many people to his side.
Spoilers!
Including us, the viewers, let alone Rem, who is now his biggest simp, and let me remind you, she was literally murdering him every single night when they...
Bro, what the... You're going deep on this, bro. Holy shit. You just low-key fucked up the series for anybody that didn't watch it already. You got... Hey, put a timestamp for like, hey, I'm about to ruin your ReZero experience, buddy. I mean, I guess I just had to. Where do I go to skip this? I get the analogy, but it's like it's been out. It's okay. All right.
First met.
Fine, Ryuku. Out of respect.
Murder! They could have used that trust as a vehicle to create more stories and quests in-game. Rover goes on certain quests to do certain things, and in doing so, slowly earns the respect and even admiration of everyone around him. And your interactions with the characters in the world changes as your reputation increases. This could have helped the world feel much more alive and real, no? But no, we went from this to this instead.
You got any other tricks up your sleeve? Like eating a whole tacit discord?
I mean, I prefer not to get a gun shoved in my face 2 minutes into the game. You know, maybe you guys like that. I don't. I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. Maybe you guys do. Maybe y'all are a bunch of weirdos, you know? Y'all think about that? They changed it for a reason.
I heard the reason for this was because the seeing community didn't like seeing their OP self-insert being disrespected. Is it true? Don't know. Don't care. My issue is actually with the gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games. Mixed messages. You can't say that you want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the normie barrier while also continuously asking for things that would turn off that normie base. Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy normies to come in and take their precious waifus. Something get filtered. But I have high hopes that this game would be the first game that breaks the mold and becomes the first gacha to actually take itself seriously. Like how The Dark Knight is a fantastic movie often cited as a great inspiration to many big names in the industry, with Steven Spielberg saying it's deserved the nomination for Best Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office. Sure, there was a hit
I don't think that this is the best example to prove your point. Because games like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, etc., they make a lot of money. Hoyoverse is a very successful company. And so using an example of like a superhero dynamic where they all kind of sucked dick until the Dark Knight changed stuff up, is not really as great of an example in my eyes to say that Wuwa is something that should change stuff up when it's the formula that they're using was already successful. Do you kind of get my reasoning on it? Like my viewpoint on it there? Because like we're using like the Dark Knight here as an example of like how it changed and made superhero movies better. But then it's like, well, Genshin, it's not like Genshin and Honkai Star Rail sucked. And so why would Wuthering, like, why was there a need for Wuthering Waves to change it when the stuff that was already in existence was good? So we'll hear out the rest of a point.
Every now and then, but they were very much comic book movies, because at the end of the day, it is an adaptation of a comic book character that looks kind of goofy when you boil it down. I mean, come on guys, underwear over tights? How is that not goofy? There's a reason that they haven't had that in the live action adaptation since Adam West. And the one time they did kind of have it, it looked goofy as shit. Sorry Batman, you know I love you. But my point is that The Dark Knight is not just a great comic book adaptation of a beloved character, but also stands on its own as a fantastic crime thriller as well. And that's what I want from Wuthering Waves too. I don't want it to follow the same old fanservice tropes that all the other gacha games have.
But that's the thing. It's like they do fine. They do well. And the example you used is like of a superhero movie, like a superhero concept where they weren't doing well. And so the argument that we're driving here is like the whole, like, I guess sort of like, well, I don't even think it's Gunnar bait in the first place. But with the idea that like, well, he's not talking about success, it's about changing things up. He said the changing the things up was how they got success. And when there's something that's already been working and is successful, it's like when there's something that's working and is currently successful, using an example of something that changed it up to make it successful, I think, isn't as strong. I think there could have been a different example to use here. That's what I'm saying. If like you're using The Dark Knight as an example of something that where it wasn't as successful before, they changed it up and then now it is successful. I'm just saying it's like not as applicable, not as like one-to-one of an example as I think it could have been. So let's see how the point develops more.
I know this game can be better.
No? Who said the previous movies weren't successful? I'll play it back again.
Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office.
Let me finish the react first, man. We don't have that much left. So, I mean, all I'm saying is that, like, I'm saying you're using, like, the gacha game formula that you were talking about before, whereas, like, we have to, like, switch things up, or you hoped Wuthering Waves was something that switched things up, but then you use the example of something where stuff wasn't doing too well, and then The Dark Knight. So that's all I'm saying. It's just, like, I don't see, like, where it was, like, unsuccessful. Wait, I'm not exactly sure like what I could be getting wrong here. I'll play it back from here.
They didn't like seeing their OP self-insert being disrespected. Is it true? Don't know. Don't care. My issue is actually with the gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games. Mixed messages. You can't say that you want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the normie barrier while also continuously asking for things that would turn off that normie base. Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy normie.
So I guess the point that's being made here is about breaking the normie barrier.
My issue is actually with the gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games. Mixed messages. You can't say that you want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the normie barrier while also continuously asking for things that would turn off that normie base.
Genshin killer that would break the normie barrier. My belief, or at least my understanding, is that Genshin did break the normie barrier. Is it fair to say that Genshin already broke the normie barrier? And so, if the Genshin had already broken the normie barrier, and then now Wuwa is using a similar dynamic in their, I guess, design, when the barrier's already been broken. I'm quite literally just like trying to work through your points. But like, do you get what I'm saying?
Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy normies to come in and take their precious waifus. Something get filtered. But I have high hopes that this game would be the first game that breaks the mold and becomes the first gacha to actually take itself seriously. Like how The Dark Knight is a fantastic movie often cited as a great inspiration to many big names in the industry, with Steven Spielberg saying it's deserved the nomination for Best Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office.
Okay.
Sure, there was
Flop
a hit
after
every now
flop.
and then, but they were very much
Some good
comic
ones.
book movies. Because at the end of the day, it's
Okay, so comic book movies were originally like taken as a joke, not really something that I guess maybe a lot of normies would watch. It was kind of just like the nerds, right? We had like a bunch of nerds that were like going in and watching, not necessarily like these ones. This was for nerds, right? For like nerds, not for normies. And we're saying that The Dark Knight, because of the tonal shift that it had, it took itself more seriously. Now it's accessible to the normies. And I guess the viewpoint that I have is that Genshin to me felt like it had already broken the normie barrier. That's what I'm saying.
box office. Sure, there was a hit every now and then, but they were very much comic book movies, because at the end of the day, it is an adaptation of a comic book character that looks kind of goofy when you boil it down. I mean, come on guys, underwear over tights? How is that not goofy? There's a reason that they haven't had that in the live action adaptation since Adam West. And the one time they did kind of have it, it looked goofy as shit. Sorry Batman, you know I love you. But my point is that The Dark Knight is not just a great comic book adaptation of a beloved character, but also stands on its own as a fantastic crime thriller as well. And that's what I want from Wuthering Waves too. I don't want it to follow the same old fanservice tropes that all the other gacha games have. I know this game can be better. I want it to deliver on its promises of a gritty post-apocalypse. I don't just want to be told that things were bad before. I want to feel that desperation and destruction. I want to feel the lament and watch hot, badass anime women and men while doing it. This is what we were promised Wuthering Waves would be. But instead we get this, this, and this.
I mean, I think you got like a little bit selective with the examples here. That's just my opinion. I think you did get a little bit selective with the aren't there plenty of, my opinion is that there are plenty of other moments in the game that are, you know, a little bit darker, right? I feel like there are plenty of moments in the game that are pretty dark. You kind of just I mean, the examples here did seem like a little bit goofy. That's for sure. But it's not like the entire game is like this, right? Like I don't think the entire game is like all goofy like this. I do get what you mean by it being Looney Tunes, but
and this. Now, I'm not saying it has to be all dark, all gloom all the time.
Yeah.
I get the point that you can't feel the lows without experiencing the highs, but my point is I don't think we've really experienced the lows yet. I think just by looking at the current map, you can see what I'm talking about. I took the map and divided it along the borders for each region. I then got how many pixels each area has, and then calculated how.
oh my fucking god. Let me just take a second to digest this. Holy shit. Wait 1 second. I feel like I just need like a second to digest this. Holy shit. We got the number of pixels, the percentage of the map. The destroyed, total, desolate, natural, and urbanized. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. All right.
how much as a percentage those regions are of the map in total. These numbers aren't completely perfect as there are some areas underground, etc., but I think they're a decent representation. Currently, we have two distinct regions which really lean into the cataclysmic post-apocalyptic vibes we were promised, Northfall Barrens and the port city of Guizhou, but in total they add up to just less than 30% of the explorable area as a whole. And this area is supposed to be the frontier standing guard against the looming tacit discord crisis. Jinzhou is also the most recently established city too, so we can reasonably assume that all the other areas in this world are bigger, more fortified, and therefore even more peaceful than this, right? Just our first glimpse at Renacita and it already has everyone calling it Fontaine. It's bright, vibrant, colorful, peaceful, and even has tacit discords that don't seem to be a threat. If I wanted to play Genshin, I'd go and play... Well, I'd never really want to play Genshin. Let's just get that first out. Let's just first. But if I did want to play Genshin, I'd go play Genshin. I really hope this is a fake out. Like I said, I get the argument of experiencing the lows to really further appreciate the highs, but personally, I think it's just a little too early for Renacita.
So, my take on this, my feedback on this, and I think Ryuko and I have had a conversation on this before. My viewpoint is that the 1.0 story has been just about devastation. 1.0 and basically everything throughout like 1.3 and 1.4, it's all about devastation or recollections of devastation. 1.0 is all about going into the Northfall Barrens. You literally have like a big focus on like attacking Dreamless like in her house. And, you know, going through like this crazy like jumping scene where you're like jumping around in like this absolutely barren wasteland. And that's where the kind of like conclusion of the story is. And all you hear about throughout most of the story quests and all you hear about through a lot of the interactions, right, is how absolutely fucked up this region has been. There's just so much stuff that's going on. There's always like some chaos. There's always something that's honestly just getting fucked up in version 1.0. And to me, it's like we're kind of settling in on the aftermath of a lot of bad things that have gone on. And for me, it's you have a lot more bad stuff that goes on. And then when you get into 1.3, you have the whole recollection, right, of the port city of Guizhou and how it suffered the first lament. And we get to see it. We get to see the city literally crumbling apart in real time from the Tethys' simulation, where everything is going to shit. There's like a 3-minute thing up at the top of the screen that says, prevent the lament, or stop the lament. That is your mission task. And then you're on like a timer. You start like running around this building that's literally crumbling around you. And you are re-experiencing the destruction of the port city of Guizhou. And to me, that's a lot of darkness. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of implications of destruction, implications of loss of life, implications of just like stuff getting absolutely devastated. And they showed all of that happening in real time. They had you experience it. You didn't have a cutscene, you didn't have a dialogue, you played through that sequence. And to me, when you have that happening in 1.3, that shaggy ice, that's not dark. That is objectively dark. You're completely, absolutely fucking wrong. Saying that re-experiencing the port city of Guizhou is not dark, that is actually objectively wrong. The lighting in that section is literally dark, and stuff is crumbling around you. And so my viewpoint on the entire thing was, we spent all of 1.0 to 1.4 either experiencing desolation itself, the aftermath of desolation, or literally re-experiencing desolation from the past and then seeing everything just get crushed. Remember the very end, right before Shorekeeper's sacrifice, the city is like destroyed. The city is completely destroyed. Like, you're at the roof of the building and everything is destroyed. And so my point of view is that we've been hearing about, we've seen the aftermath in 1.0, and then we spend 1.3 and 1.4 re-experiencing what has caused destruction in the past. To me, that was a fair bit of darkness. A fair amount of darkness. And moving forward into 2.0, I can see why there was like a push to have more light. Remember, opinions. This is an opinion. This is Ryuku's opinion, and now I'm responding with my opinion. And so neither of us is wrong or right here. I'm merely explaining my reasoning. And so people that are telling me I am wrong, you cannot actually say that.
really should have gone to the new Federation first. Calculia is waiting for his story quest after all. But I don't know, we'll just have to find out what Rena City is actually like when it drops in January. Also, for those interested in my pull priority, Zani, Carlotta, Brandt, Phoebe, Rochia, whatever her name is.
Rocia! Ferrero Rocher. Rocia.
In that order, fight me. I know they got feedback in the CBT to make the world more bright and vibrant, I get that. But I didn't want them to make it any less destroyed, you know? I want to see more ruined cityscapes, more destroyed villages, more visual storytelling to show us a world destroyed by these cataclysmic events, and make them visually amazing at the same time. It has been done before, but right now there's just a bunch of open fields and clear mountains, which would be fine if they had more things to do out there, but after you've collected all the supply chests and title heritages, there's not much else left. And even when there is stuff to do, it's really difficult to find. I mean, just look at this area. Can you see the challenge point? It's right there. Duh. Here's an idea, Kuro. On top of the obvious of adding more challenges, puzzles, quests, overworld minigames, etc., how about you make those title heritages reset every couple of weeks or something?
Nah, then we're gonna have like the whole, oh, the Genshin shows, they respawn. Oh, guys, go backtrack everywhere randomly in the overworld. Nah, I don't know about this one, dog. I'd rather just have the rewards that they would put in here in a different part of the event. I think that this would be like a chore. That's my opinion. I don't like this one.
At least looking full of things to do, and make the mobs guarding them a lot stronger too. Of course, I would love more Astrite. I mean, wouldn't we all? But I know that would actually break the game, and they would make Neron literally zero money. Instead, how about making these drop a bunch of materials? Bell poppies, lantern berries, whispering cores, exile rings, etc.
Just do the elusive realm. Just do the elusive realm. Just do the elusive realm, bro. Get your 12 weekly rewards. Easy money. Easy money.
Kind of like a smaller version of the new feature in Elusive Realm. And like I said, make the mobs harder. How about you make all the enemies of these newly reset title heritages also all be elite enemies? I think that would be a really cool idea because right now everything dies within the first couple of seconds anyway. Actually make us work for those rewards to make us feel like we're in a cutthroat post-apocalypse, you know? Because right now the only thing we have to remind us that we're in some kind of apocalypse are the tacit discords walking around. On that note, it's all...
I guess my point of view on this is that Kuro already does something along these lines with their events. Where they actually have like some things in the overworld that like spawn with the events, right? Like Ryuku, you know like Rift Runner? Like Rift Runner, right? The event that's in 1.4, something like that, like, you know, if it's tied to an event and then, you know, it's different every patch, I feel like that adds a level of variety that wouldn't make it feel monotonous or old, but still gets that sort of like re-exploration of the overworld that I think you're talking about. And so 1.4 already has like things like that, where you have to go into the overworld to basically complete the event. And I think that's cool, and maybe that idea can be fleshed out more.
All well and good giving us 15 different ways to get echoes, but they're practically useless if I can't level them.
Just roll better. Just roll better.
Several times already, I've maxed out capacity in my inventory for these things because
I feel like we're all getting PTSD from this one. I feel like we're all getting Oh, Braxophone! Whoa. Thank you for the raid, brother, man. I appreciate it, dog. I appreciate it, man. Let me know when you're trying to get that account reviewed. Appreciate it, dog. Thanks for the conversation today. Glad we left it on great terms. And yeah, I'm really appreciating, you know, collaborating in the future, dude. Can you give a shout out to Brax, please, on YouTube? Oh, everybody knows who Brax is on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Give a shout out to Brax on YouTube and Twitch. Let's get, you know, a big cycle of that going, everybody. Thanks again, man. Appreciate the conversation. So yeah, buggering waves, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what Ryuku has to say. We are currently reacting to Ryuku's video, What I Hate About Wuthering Waves. And so we're almost at the end, unfortunately. We're on this point that I think has become one of the biggest bits of news in the gacha community lately. Your backpack is full. The rewards have been sent to the mail.
I have literally hundreds. I'm just sitting on them like smog thinking, nah, I can't get rid of this one. It's got the right main stat. It might give me god rolls. You don't know. No, I definitely can't get rid of that one. I have so many in my inventory, I actually think, fuck it, let's just scrap them all. But if I did that and tried to scrap even all 2,000 echoes in my inbox, I would get a grand total of jack fucking shit. Come on, man. I worked hard for these echoes. And to say that I can't use them for literally anything is just plain ridiculous. Allow us to use the unleveled echoes as XP fodder. Well, if your inventory is filled up, you have a management issue, don't you? No, I have an echo experience issue. My bag is filled primarily with echoes that I'm sitting on waiting to see if I can roll them. Currently, the only real way to get echo experience is from tacit fields. So let's take a look at that, shall we? This is how much
Ryukyu, real quick, do you mention merging? Orange Bang, thank you for the gifted sub to Brax. Appreciate it. Do you mention batch merging in here? Okay. I'm gonna be honest, the placement of it is a little weird. I'm curious as to why you kind of led with there's literally nothing I can do except throw them away. When I mean, I just think the placement of it is weird. So I'll play it back a little bit, give you more of like that time to breathe.
Your inventory is filled up, you have a management issue, don't you? No, I have an echo experience issue. My bag is filled primarily with echoes that I'm sitting on waiting to see if I can roll them. Currently, the only real way to get echo experience is from tacit fields. So let's take a look at that, shall we? This is how much echo experience each sealed tube gives. This is how much experience is needed to max a gold echo to level 25. This is how many sealed tubes of each type you need to do that. On your average run of a tacit field at Soul Phase 8, you get a total of 4 advanced sealed tubes and 3 premium sealed tubes, as well as about 5 new echoes. So the total experience gained per run is 23,000. If you use all of your wave plates doing nothing but tacit fields, you get a total of 92,000. 92,000 is a lot less than 142,600, isn't it? The cost per wave plate is 383.3, so you would need a total of 372 wave plates to max one singular echo. With RNG being a bigger bitch than my 3rd grade math teacher, I could get no usable echoes, or all 5 could be worth saving to try and roll on. But the fact of the matter is, when you're not even earning enough experience in the tacit field to level even 1 echo, that's not nearly enough. And that's assuming that the subsets of the echo are good in the first place. I'm not asking for enough experience so I can keep re-rolling to get that perfect echo with the perfect substats so I can min-max it as well. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just want enough echo experience so I can level 1 echo with somewhat decent substats. That's why so many people are constantly in dungeons in games like WoW, Path of Exile, etc. to get drops with better stats. If anything, the absolute futility of RNG in combination with how difficult it is to level echoes up is more of a deterrent for players who just can't be bothered with that insane level of grind for such little reward anymore. And no, these kinds of artifact systems aren't a staple of gacha games. Monster Strike, Puzzle and Dragons, Fate Grand Order, Nikkei, Arknights, Path to Nowhere, even Kuro's very own Punishing Grey Raven, all of these games do not have this system. But that would break the game. You could farm infinitely. RNG is still a thing, you know. Even if I infinitely roll an echo, I could still get dog shit.
I see why you're running out of echo experience. I see why you're running out of echo experience here. Because we just raw dog slammed a plus 25. We just raw dog slammed a plus 25. And there's genuinely an optimal way to roll your echoes to save a fuck ton of experience. And like, if we do this all the time, and then we do this until we get double crit, I mean, yeah, you plus 10 to, you plus 10, you plus 15 max if the first 2 subs are good but not crit. But like, I mean, it's like, to me, again, this is your opinion, right? But if you're raw dog slamming plus 25 on everything, guys, I don't know if we can critique the amount of echo experience, because we're like wasting a fuck ton of it. Like, we're wasting a lot of it. I do think a lot of I mean, it's like, when there's a method to save a shit ton of echo experience, when there's a method to do that, and then players aren't using it, I mean, the problem is self-inflicted, right? If there's a way to save a fuck ton of echo experience, and you just decide not to use it, it's a self-inflicted problem, right? Like, you can get way better pieces using less echo experience, but if you just decide not to use the method, I mean, and then we complain about the amount that we're getting, I think it's a little Wrong Hilda. No, I mean, what? Why do I have a full set of echoes on every single person with a fuck ton of echo experience right now? It's because, guys, you lose 75% of your echo experience when you feed it into another piece. And so when you're plus 25ing stuff and it ends up like this, you just wasted way more experience when you would have thrown this away at like plus 15 or plus 20. So, I mean, it's just the point that I'm seeing here is kind of like, we did something that wasted echo experience when there are other methods not to do that. Guys, leveling it to plus 5 and then rolling it, and then leveling it to plus 5 and then rolling it, that's not like a sweaty thing to do. Wait, are we trying to say that like going from plus 5, putting the tuner in, seeing what the stat is, and then leveling it to plus 10, and then getting the next substat, that's sweaty? We're calling that sweaty. Okay, guys, we don't need to infantilize the player base like this. We don't need to, like, make things harder than they have to be. You're just revealing the substat one level at a time. This is like going into Honkai. I'm gonna be honest. But like, okay, let's continue playing. Because like, I don't think that's very sweaty. I think that's just using the tools that the game gave you. And like, you choosing not to use the tools okay.
Shit stats every time, and I need to get 5 of these just for one set for one character, and there are 25 characters right now, and some characters benefit from different.
Oh god. I see a major problem here, ladies and gentlemen. Ryuku, I think you're going to need a new set on your Zhongli Yao. You're going to need a new set on your Zhongli Yao, bro. I see a major problem.
Different sets with different substats, let alone all the new characters, new echo sets to come in the future. Yeah, no, sorry, that just doesn't hold water for me as a significant argument in any game. I hate the RNG system, but whatever.
Well, Ryuku, if you're throwing away double, or like, if you're throwing away more echo experience than you should, I would probably hate the RNG system as well. I mean, it's just, my viewpoint is you have a clear and cut method to reduce your expenditures while still getting the results that you want. And like, I guess you're intentionally not using it. And I still think it's a self-inflicted issue. Like, reveal the substats one at a time. Like, it's not rocket science. It's not like you have to like perfect parry or like have a perfect rotation to roll an echo one substat at a time and then dump it if like you get a bunch of garbage.
Let me use these echoes for XP. They're absolutely useless right now. They're not useless. You can batch merge them for more echoes. Are you not listening to me? I don't need more fucking echoes. I need the experience to level them, goddammit.
Well, Ryuku, the main concern here is that you need more experience to level them up, and there are methods to spread the experience better, and you're simply not using them. Like, I don't understand the concern. Genuinely.
Acid fields cost too much, don't drop nearly enough experience, and oh look, more echoes I can't level. Christ! Okay, now this is criticism not for the game itself, but more for Kuro Games as a developer. Okay, Kuro, what the hell are you doing? You started your very first special broadcast with very blatant typos. You misspelled headphones as headphones. How do you even do that? Just writing this script, I had to force my spell check to type it wrong because it kept fixing it for me. Seriously, just put it into a Google Doc and press F7. Some of these typos were pretty funny though, I've got to admit. Cooming soon? Is that another word for edging? Luckily, these were just little slip-ups, little whoopsies even. Nothing too severe, right? For everyone in EN? No, just mortifer eating fudge, I guess. But for us in Japan, we had an absolute fiasco with the Jian weapon banner. The TLDR is, the description was wrong on what the weapon does, so many people who spent money to pull for it felt ripped off. The backlash was so bad, it almost...
Okay, Mr. Japan, alright.
Killed Wuthering Waves over here in Japan. And here's what happened. The translation for this weapon was wrong. JP got angry. They said they'd refund everyone for the pulls. JP was happy.
Cool.
They leaked the email addresses of everyone who applied for the refund. JP got angry again. They then gave 10,000 yen as compensation. JP was happy. They then didn't refund the pulls and said, go talk to your credit card company. JP got angry. Again, all in the space of just a few days. From the outside, I felt like I was watching Sideshow Bob step on the rakes.
All right, I guess this just means, ladies and gentlemen, Kuro Japan has some problems.
Anyway, my point is that these little things were still big enough to drive away many new interested players who now might not even give it another shot for years to come. I mean, come. Damn it, typo. But having...
I'm sorry, wait, what was that? What did I just see?
Things were still big enough to drive away many new interested players who now might not even give it another shot for years to come.
Okay, I thought I said VARs for a second there. Sorry, I almost got PTSD.
I mean, come. Damn it, typo. But having said all this, does that mean I hate Wuthering Waves? No, I never said it was a perfect game, but there's a lot of stuff I don't like. I think the length of this video is enough evidence to prove that. But in the end, I still really enjoy it. The combat is fun, the characters look great, the story isn't the strongest, but they tell it in an interesting way, and this is enough for me. For now, anyway. To me, Wuthering Waves is like my favorite cousin. I love it when they come over to visit, but I just wish they would stop picking their nose at the fucking dinner table. Bobby, I love you, man, but you are 2 knuckles deep into your own nasal cavity right now.
Are you actually picking your nose here? Are you actually, like, just reaching in there, going for the fucking gold? Are you a San Francisco 49er right now, buddy? Holy moly.
Are you trying to give yourself a lobotomy? Are you auditioning to be the next Yang Yang? That
I still think that was too far.
being said, these aren't all the things I hate about Wuthering Waves. I could go longer into my particular issues with the Showkeeper story and the Camellia story, but I think this video has gone on long enough as it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. But if you do want to hear more about what I think about those particular stories on their own, then feel free to let me know down in the comment section below. And if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe because that greatly supports the channel. And yes, I do also look forward to seeing all your hate comments. So until next time, I will see you in the next video. Peace. So
What an absolutely devilish man. I would say that my overall thoughts of the video is that I think there are a lot of well-voiced concerns in here. There's definitely a lot of reasoning about certain things, but I also can recognize when there isn't you had a lot of opportunities, Ryuku, to talk about other things, to talk about other methods, and kind of like shed more light on how some of the mitigations are already in place. I've got some counter examples to bring up, especially when it comes to like the echo stuff. We might go into the call, but you know, hey, Kuro increased events, or through the events, they increased echo experience in tuners, right? We get a shit ton of them. And so I'm going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break, and then I think we're going to get on call with Ryuku. Hey guys, I might be munching on some stuff. It's been a 7-hour stream and I actually haven't eaten anything yet. Or it's been a 6-hour stream and I haven't actually eaten anything yet. So, yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of I think points in here that I'm really interested in discussing. And I think we're going to take some time, right, to get Mr. Ryuku-san in the call. Ryuku-san in the call, and bring forward the discussion from there. So, all right, buddy, you just sent me a message. We need a call. Let's do it, I guess.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I read some of the messages from you, man. And I was like, oh man, you're Malden a little bit, buddy.
No, dude, you were so annoying. Like, just stopping the fucking video and watch the goddamn video, because I literally addressed so much that you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, the thing is, I only just woke up. It's like really early in the morning right now. I don't know if you know.
Oh, so you're a little bit cranky. Oh, Tectone's here?
Yeah.
Tell this pussy to go live. Hey, Techie's telling you to go live, man. We know you're a little bit cranky.
I'm literally in my fucking pajamas with I'm wearing a nightcap right now. I can go live if you want, but I would be literally in the worst possible state ever. I would look like even more of an old man than I already do.
Well,
do you want that?
I mean, it's it's not like we're changing anything, right? It's just the same old.
Fine, thanks for that. I'll just turn the light on. Hang on. Just make sure this fucking camera's...
Do it tomorrow? Oh, Techie wants to get in the call with you guys. Techie wants to do the call.
Oh, sure.
You want to save it for tomorrow then?
No, we need to talk now. And then Techie can weigh in, because I need to talk to Techie as well. He said some stuff. I'm like, yeah, no, you are wrong, bro.
He said you can't get uglier.
I can't get uglier? I could try.
He's got a Lamau with 4 O's, and then he followed up with another one with 5. So I think he's really having a good time right now.
I don't know. I think if I really try to make myself as ugly as possible, I can make myself look kind of similar to Tectone, but I don't want to go that far. So
that's a singer.
Yeah. Anyway, right. So I joined in because it's literally early morning for me right now, and I joined in halfway through the Wuthering Wives part that you were at. So I don't know what you said before that. I'm just talking about.
I actually glazed you for a good bit, man. I was like, yo, my boy Ryuko over here, ladies and gentlemen in the gacha space. This is what it looks like when a critique is founded in reality. This is what it looks like when our critiques use information verifiable in the game and are created from that. And so that's why I think a lot of people, generally agreed with your approach. And I think you got a relatively positive reception to it all, right?
Yeah, for the most part, it's been pretty good.
Oh, but I thought the Wuthering Waves community was the most toxic community in gacha gaming, Rick. I thought every time everybody critiqued the game, people would just yell at them and tell them that they're wrong.
Yeah, it's been pretty funny. The comments have been really positive for the most part. Like, there are quite a few dislikes. I think, again, it's just a matter of people just seeing the title and disliking it and not even watching the video. It's currently sitting at around 2,099 likes and 211 dislikes. So
dude, that's like that's like an 89, late 80s, 90-something%, right?
Yeah, 90% ratios, which is pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, you just made a video shitting on the game, brother, man. I think that's pretty good.
I mean, I think I was fair about it, but we'll have to talk about
I'm joking. I don't think you actually shit on the game. But I do have a couple of grievances to talk about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need to talk, man. Right. There were some things in the video that you were just not... You were completely misunderstanding the point that I was making, and it was like, no, dude, that's not what I was saying. Fuck, dude. Right, particularly to do with the Batman analogy thing.
Yeah.
What I was saying is that there are these gacha games, and they are very much in the vein of, oh, you look at a game, oh, you can tell it's a gacha game. It's a gacha game, you know. And the same thing happened with the comic book movies. When you see a comic book movie before Batman, Dark Knight, right? You looked at them and you thought, oh, that's a comic book movie for sure. Like, this was even before Iron Man came out. This was just about a month or two before Iron Man came out. This is before comic book movies became a thing in the mainstream zeitgeist of things. So the Dark Knight was a massive pillar of cinema, not just in cinema in itself, but also as a thing that really grounded comic book movies as being particularly well, mainstream. And that's the benefit of The Dark Knight. It's not a comic book movie. I mean, it is, but it's not just a comic book movie. And it became a movie that stands alone on its own legs as a great movie. And the same thing that with Wuthering Waves as well. That's what I wanted from Wuthering Waves. Like, you see all these other gacha games that have been out for the past 10 years, 10, 15 years. And I list quite a few of them in the video as well. I mean, there's hundreds, dozens, hundreds, even more. And when you look at them, you can say, oh, that's a gacha game. You look at it, oh, that's a gacha game. And the gacha gamers have a certain reputation of like only wanting this sort of thing. I'm like, I really think Wuthering Waves could be the equivalent of Dark Knight. I'm not comparing story to things. I'm just thinking, Wuthering Waves could be the same kind of thing in the gacha space where, yes, it is a gacha game, but it's also a great game by itself. It doesn't have to play into the gacha game tropes. Like Dark Knight didn't play into the comic book tropes. The comic book movies there, you've got Fantastic Four, Spawn, they look like comic book characters just brought to the screen, right? And the same thing with Wuthering Waves. Well, it can be a gacha game, but it doesn't have to stick to the tropes that has come to define a gacha game. I wanted it to be something that breaks into the mainstream. And this is what I was talking about earlier as well, about the whole thing about Genshin. He said, well, Genshin broke the Nomi barrier, right? Yeah, that is literally my point. Genshin is a gacha game. It broke into the Nomi barrier. And if people are asking Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer, Wuthering Waves also has to break the Nomi barrier. And it'll be a lot difficult if they keep pushing the kind of things that they are doing so right now. This is going to the fan service thing, which Tectone disagrees me on. And I would like to push back on that later on when we talk to him tomorrow, I'm guessing.
I guess, okay. So to play that back, am I interrupting anything? Sorry.
I just wanted to say that when I'm talking about the fan service, I'm not just talking about jiggle physics. I'm talking also about the interactions with the characters in the story. I did explain there are people that have certain interpretations of the characters in the story that say, no, they don't. They are not romantically or sexually interested in Rover. I'm like, yeah, you can have that interpretation if you want, but Kuro plays it in a particular. Well, Kuro, it's very ironic they're Kuro, and they play in a gray area where you can very easily interpret it either way. And I think that a lot, from my interpretation and from my experience anyway, most people have been interpreting it as in the sexual way compared to as the non-sexual, the more aromantic way. So that's also, I'm not talking about just jiggle physics. I'm talking about the way the characters interact with Rover in general. That's what I'm talking about, the fan service part. Does that make sense? Right. So did you want to continue off that to address that?
Yeah. So I think just the part where the analogy, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily jive as well with me, right, is this idea that you use an analogy of a savior to the comic book genre, right? Dark Knight was a bit of like a savior.
I didn't say savior. I said stand alone, like stand out. Like
it's something that brought them and made them more mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. That also, you did mention like, I didn't say all the games were I didn't say all the movies were flops. I brought out two that were pretty successful, like Batman 1989 and also Spider-Man 2. And if you want to make the analogy here, Genshin would be the equivalent of that. Genshin would be one of the Spider-Mans, the Spider-Man 2. It broke into the mainstream. It made a lot of money. I never said they weren't profitable. The same thing with Genshin, same thing with Spider-Man 2. That's not what I'm saying. But they are very much, Spider-Man 2 is very much a comic book movie, and Genshin Impact is still very much a gacha game. And I think that in that analogy, Wuthering Waves could be the Dark Knight. It's not saying it's not going to save comic book movies. It's just going to redefine comic book movies. It's going to redefine the gacha game as a whole entire genre. Does that make sense?
Okay. So to play back a lot of what I've heard, the idea is that Genshin came in, kind of like relating this analogy to Genshin, right? When Genshin came in, you had this whole mindset, you had this whole idea that like this game broke the normie barrier. And it has a lot of very like popular things in it. It has a, some could even say a tried and tested formula for how to like design characters, how to implement them into the story, and how to get people to, most importantly, buy them.
Yeah.
Right. And it's something that they've done repeated again in other titles that they've released. You got Honkai Star Rail, and you also have Zenless Zone Zero. Very excited for that game, actually. 1.4 might actually come back to it, ladies and gentlemen. I heard they removed all the TVs completely.
Same.
Yeah, so it's a tried and tested formula that they've replicated again in Honkai Star Rail, even in a completely different format. And I think it's safe to say that there's quite a bit of, let's just say, the Gathering Wives dynamic in those games as well, correct? Is that fair to say?
in totality now, if you're playing Genshin right now and you go through from 1.0 all
You got
the
your
way through to
Ayaka.
the current, yeah, but like, again, you're talking about Ayaka, which wasn't released until like was it a year, 2 years later after Genshin was released?
You're
Where we're
Silali.
still like no, dude, we're still like around 6 months, 7 months since Wuthering Waves has been released, and we're already getting to that level. Again, it's way too quick, and it's really, really jarring because it's constantly like, it feels constant. Every patch we got another one. Every patch is really blatantly obvious. Whereas in Genshin and the Honkai Star Rail, it was not nearly as quick. It's not nearly as in your face with these characters.
And so it's kind of like maybe not necessarily the characters, but the kind of rapid fire of like the wives that is creating this impression for you.
Yeah, and it's also like I didn't get much into it in the story, and that's what I was kind of alluding to. Where if people wanted to get into like story critiques about, say, for example, the Jeje story, the Camellia story, the Shoki part of the story. Like, if we get into the story, there are some things in there that make sense, and some things that just do not make sense. Like, say, for example, with Camellia's story, with her being, well, for me, I think her being even sexually attracted to Rover makes all the sense in the world. However, my problem with that and the way they present it is also how they constantly have Rover show up in like at every significant point in Camellia's backstory. Like every time she loses her memories, which is like 2 or 3 times as far as I'm aware, every time she loses her memories, Rover shows up and like saves her, and it's happened over and over and over again. In this massive world, he's always conveniently there to save her when she loses her memories. I'm like, no, that's just too much. I think what they should have done is they should have just scrapped that entire part. We don't need to have Rover be so intertwined into practically every fucking person's backstory. Like he's intertwined in Changli's backstory, he's intertwined into Junsi's backstory, he's intertwined into Camellia's backstory, he's intertwined into all these characters' fucking Showkeeper's backstory. He's intertwined into all their backstories. I'm like, what is the point? What is the necessity of that? You don't need to have him be the thing that defines them as the person. Those characters can exist by themselves. They can be independent characters that can also be attracted to the Rover, but we don't need that extra thing on top of it to make him the one that defines them as characters. It's just completely superfluous in my opinion.
I have a cutscene that I want to show you from Genshin Impact.
Okay. If it's just one, but I've brought out like several, like 5 right now, but okay.
This is what the Traveler does. The main character of Genshin Impact.
They're here.
This is what they do in a really cool cutscene.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look at what they contribute.
Oh, no, I completely agree. They do absolutely jack shit. There's no point for the character to be in there. I mean, this is different to our conversation, I think.
Yeah, I guess the example that I'm trying to portray is everybody knows that, like, throughout this cutscene, a lot of cool shit happens. They really sell the characters very well. They sell the characters very well. And another part of it is that the main character themselves, they don't do anything. They don't do anything throughout this entire cutscene. Like, you're just going to notice, okay, this stuff's about to blow up. And the big problem with this that I think a lot of players, at least in Wuthering Waves, at least the people that support the story, right? I'm kind of taking, I'm just theoretically taking the opposing viewpoint, right? Is Rover is a person that actively takes a role in the entire tale. And they are the person that triggers a lot of the plot movement. And in Genshin Impact, and, you know, maybe some of the more popular games that there are currently, I believe Honkai Star was another example of it, is they have the story like, look, they're getting like literally staggered. They're supposed to be one of the most powerful characters in the lore. Clorinde is just like chilling, right? No reaction. In the background. No reaction. Literally blown away, right? And this is like the kind of thing. The main character feels like shit in this game. They literally don't do anything. They have like 1 or 2 cutscenes like every version. And the rest of it is just them being a spectator, basically getting cucked in their story involvement, where they don't do like everything. All the other characters are doing stuff for them. And in Wuthering Waves, it's quite literally the opposite, where your main character, your Rover, is the one that drives the entire story pacing, drives all the decision making, and genuinely feels like somebody that you're actually playing. And for me,
I know where I think we've had this conversation before. I know where you're going. First of all, about the whole Clorinde thing, I just need to make this point about Clorinde as a character. Okay, so back to the actual conversation. We're talking about the characters actually in the present and what they are doing to drive the story going forward. I don't have the problems with that. I don't have problems with that. Even in Wuthering Waves, I don't have that problem. My problem is how they constantly integrate Rover into the backstory into all the things in the past that we have not been a part of. Like that part is completely fucking irrelevant. We don't need Rover to be the one that defines these characters. Rover's the reason why Jinshi is who she is. Rover's the reason why Changli is who she is. Rover's the reason why Camellia is who she is. Rover's the reason why all these other characters are who they are. And that's fucking stupid. Whereas with Rover, like I said, when we get to this part here, where Rover is the one that saves Showkeeper from the Tethys system, Rover's the one that saves Camellia from her going overclocking, that makes all the sense in the world to me. But having the extra thing of him also being the one that defined her and made her Lady Flora and the other character in the past, I think that's just completely fucking irrelevant. I don't see the point of that.
I think a part of it, right, is making the main character. I think Tech said it over here, right? Ain't that the point of the main character?
Yes, in the current story, in the present, that's exactly what we should do. The main character is the one that's supposed to drive the story forward, and I have no problems with that at all. Not a single problem. My problem is what they give to the Rover in the backstory and their relationship and their interaction with the characters in the past that we are not a part of. That stuff is not required to make those characters who they are. You don't need Camellia to have Rover in her past to make Camellia who she is. She's someone that is constantly on the edge of overclocking and someone that's always looking for someone to be stronger, to be... I've used this example before. Like, Camellia is a vine. Like that's her entire design. Her entire design aesthetic is her being a vine that needs to wrap around a stronger pillar, a stronger tree, for example, for her to survive, for her to continue to grow and reach towards the sun. And she's constantly been looking for this tree. She's constantly looking for a person like Rover, and she finally finds Rover in the current story quest where we are controlling the Rover. That's fine. That makes all the sense in the world to me.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need her to also have Rover in her past as well. We could have just had her being someone that's constantly going through the world looking for that tree, looking for that power that she's been searching for. She could go to Fraxis and be part of them, looking for a strong person in there. She could go to Black Shores looking for a strong person in there, but she still hasn't found that. And whereas when we come to the current day, where we now take control of Rover in the current storyline, that's when she finally finds that tree she's looking for, and that makes all the sense in the world to me. I have no issues with that. Like I said, no problems with the stuff that's happening from the start, like from 1.0, I have no problems. My problem is everything that happens in the past that we are being told happened. Oh, Rover's really important because he did this for this person, and we're having two different conversations right now.
Do you think it's too common, this whole idea that Rover is inherently tied to a lot of let's just say every character's backstory? Is that something that you're finding is too common?
Well, I just gave you several examples where it is, so
I've got several examples where it's not, though.
All the characters so far that we've really been integrated in. Yinlin, no, Rover is not integrated into her backstory, and that's fine. I have no real problems with Yinlin's story quest and the way she interacts with Rover. I mean, I can definitely see that as well.
We got Gateo Island's favorite character, Encore. Rover's not involved in that. Yinlin, Jian, Zhang Liao, Jinxi, and Jeja.
Yeah, but how much time have they been part of the main narrative in the story? That's again, it can't just be have all these characters. Rover's not integrated into Yongwu's story, but we don't fucking have anything to do with Yongwu. That's not really a fair comparison. The main characters that we are following in the main story, such as say Jinxi, Changli, Showkeeper, and now Camellia, Rover is integrated into all of their stories, and these are the main characters that we are following in the main story right now. Encore, irrelevant. Yongwu, irrelevant. Kalkro doesn't even fucking exist, so they don't have anything to do with this conversation that we're having right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, these aren't the characters on here, though. So, I mean, I guess the framing of the situation right now for me is the main story hasn't actually advanced that much since the game actually started. It actually has not.
Everything we've done so far has always been pushing into the players' faces. Rover is the perfect one that does everything. No one is no one without Rover. Nothing is nothing without Rover.
Yeah, let me get into
kind of too much.
Let me get a bit of a summary of what's happened. 1.0, we go fight Dreamless with Jian. Very involved in the main story.
That's fine. I have no problems with that.
Yeah. 1.1, we go with Jinxi to Mount Firmament and go stop Jinzo from getting time frozen for an eternity.
Yeah, that's fine.
1.2, Not really main story, it's filler, right? We just have fun in Jinzhou during the festival.
Mm-hmm.
And we learned about Zhang Liao's past. Also not related to Rover. I guess you can consider his part like the main story of 1.2, but
And
not
then,
really.
Also on 1.2, we did have also that group shot where it was literally just a Rover with Zhang Liao in the back corner and just literally surrounded by women, which is fine. That happens a lot in a lot of games and properties and anime also thing. I get that. Again, I understand. I live in Japan. I should know. I know what it is, but again, the visuals and the way it presents itself and the way. Again, I'm looking at this not as a gacha player that is very deep into the gacha sphere. Like, I mean, I think saying I'm not a quote unquote tourist. I know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
I'm thinking like I want this game to go absolutely massive. I want this game to be I actually want this game to be the Genshin killer. And like I said, if Genshin is breaking the Nomi barrier, we need Wuthering Waves to also break that Nomi barrier. And I don't think if they keep doing this, I don't think it's going to happen.
I
like
guess
that, because we never really had that kind of thing in Genshin where we have the traveler constantly be surrounded by women at all times. That's not the same thing.
I guess this
There
is
isn't
my
that much fan service in Genshin.
Yeah, I guess this is my viewpoint on the whole normie barrier dynamic, right? It's when you have an example of a game, in multiple games, right, by the same company that have already broken the normie barrier and have kind of like already, they've already broken the normie barrier. They've already gotten into like the mainstream, like they're getting advertisements and stuff out there in the public, taking over billboards and stuff in like Wall Street. To me, there's already like a tried and tested and like true formula for how to address, characters and their integration into the story. And when we're looking at it from the perspective of, I guess, the comparison that I'm seeing here, you're kind of almost, I guess, the stuff that I'm seeing, I guess, like getting saved, like this whole like darker dynamic, that's something that's also a risk, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Dark Knight, I guess, from the way that you're framing it, that could be considered a risk.
Oh, it definitely was.
Yeah. And when we're thinking about a company that's making like the first really wide scope game that they've had an opportunity to, I actually highly recommend you watch Sydney Mar's video on the history of how WoWA got developed. Kuro Games, they had PGR, and then the next game they made immediately after that was Wuthering Waves. And to me, I guess this idea, this whole ambition, right, of breaking the normie barrier, getting the feedback from the actual players themselves, right, in the CBT, where they say, oh, right, like, we don't like this, we don't like this overly aggressive stuff. You're trying to be a gacha game that promotes selling the characters. I don't think that having the characters that all fucking despise you right off the rip is the best way to do that.
I'm going to push back on that later, but I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so I think that's one of my initial viewpoints of like, if you're trying to sell the characters and they all fucking hate you, it's a bit of a hard sell, right? You're like, why would I pull for somebody that I like hate in the story? You know what I mean? And when you get to that kind of point where a lot of the characters are presented in a very good light, they all do like really, really cool things. And again, they are limited and you're trying to sell them. I believe that having this idea where the characters they have a lot of reasons to be loved, a lot of reasons to, be enjoyed, a lot of reasons to be on the screen, and for the main character to like them and for the player to like them, that is in a lot of ways, right, the best way to actually succeed in the game. And so for me, when I think about the whole Gathering Wives thing, the whole like relationship to the player is Genshin Impact I don't even know why I say Genshin. Wuthering Waves feels like a game where you're supposed to be the insert for the main character. Would you say that?
That's the way gacha games have played out, and that's what I want to push against.
I would say that I actually want to really kind of like have a counterpoint, or not even a counterpoint, but just like a follow-up to that statement. Wuthering Waves is a game where you feel like the main character is an insert for the actual player. And yeah, Red News saying it's totally a self. Okay, yeah. So, but Genshin Impact feels like a game where the main character is a third-party camera, not actually a character at all.
I can see that. Again, I think we're making apples to oranges comparisons here. Like, I think we're arguing two different points, but the thing is, like, I always bring up this as well, where I say, like, Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite game of all time. Not because I think it's the best game of all time, just because I have sentimental reason for it. And it's not just Final Fantasy VIII, it's also all these other games as well. Like, when people play Devil May Cry, they don't imagine themselves being Dante. They don't have to feel themselves being inserted to be Dante. We don't have that. We like to follow and control Dante as he goes on his own quest in his own story, and we like to follow him as his own story. We like to control him and fight through all these massive mobs of monsters, and everyone really enjoys that. We don't need a self-insert. I think the consistent, like, the obsessive need to have a self-insert in these games on a part of a significant part of the community, I think it's just completely flawed, in my opinion. We don't need that. I just want to have a good character, be the main character themselves. I want them to be a good established character. I want them to be their own character that we just happen to take control of. I don't need to be the self-insert. I don't need to have dialogue options that literally have no change in their thing just so I can imagine myself, oh yeah, I am this guy here. No, I want to be the guy that does all the cool shit in the combat, but I don't need to be that character. That's two completely different things. The same thing happened with in Final Fantasy VIII as well. I'm sorry. I need to address what Red News said. Red News said, "I don't think Wuthering Waves needs to break the normie barrier. It finds a niche in catering the ignored hardcore fan base of Genshin." Okay, I think you were getting a bit confused here. I'm not saying Wuthering Waves needs to break the normie barrier in a sense of like it just needs to do that to be a good game. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer, it needs to break the normie barrier, and that's what I'm saying.
This is the thing, Ryuko.
If they don't want to break normie barrier, completely fine. I have actually said that in video as well. I don't care. That's fine. But I'm saying if we want Wuthering Waves to beat Genshin, we do need it to break the normie barrier. And what we're asking for in all this stuff, the typical self-insert OP protagonist that's loved by everyone at all times right from the get-go, that's just not appealing to everyone. And yeah, and I mentioned in the video as well about ReZero, and he's like, "Oh, I've not seen ReZero. It's been out for fucking years, man. If you've not seen that, that's your problem." What I think is a lot better, and the same thing happens in a lot of stories as well, is where people aren't just always instantly nice and buddy and wanting to jump on your dick as soon as you meet them. If anything, if I saw someone in real life, that would freak me the fuck out. I want people to be at least somewhat, not overly hostile. Don't get me wrong. I don't need them to be hostile. So I think that's suggesting what you were saying as well. I don't need them to be overly hostile. I just need them to not be instantly in love with us as soon as we meet them. That's just really fucking weird. Just have them a bit hesitant. Keep them at arm's length. Friendly, cordial, but at arm's length. Understandably so. I don't need aggression the entire time. On saying that, though, in the world of Wuthering Waves, it does make a lot of sense for Chishia and other characters such as Baiju to be somewhat cautious and like overly cautious to the point of what you could perceive as aggression in that world. Because this and what happened in CPT1 where Rover absorbed the Crownless Echo, he absorbed this like this wuthering energy, right? And in the world, if anyone even touches that energy, they would risk overclocking,
all right,
as it was in the case. I need to let me just go as is with Yang as well. And then because Rover could absorb that, that's really fucking weird. And everyone was like, freaked out. Like people, like police in modern day, like no matter what country, if they're approaching something that they don't know, they're very fucking hesitant. And Chishia, who is a ranger, would be the equivalent of a police officer in this, where she would be very fucking hesitant in regards to Rover, because he's a very weird person that's touching stuff that is dangerous and lethal to everyone in this world, as far as they're imagined. So that's where it makes sense to me.
Okay. So I think a lot of what you said hinges on one thing, right?
Go on.
What you like.
Right.
And I think we have to frame it from the context of when we're thinking about the normie barrier, would you say that you're a normie, Ryuko?
No.
Yeah. And so a lot of what you said and a lot of like, I guess the critiques, especially for something as subjective as the story and the story pacing, is a lot of the things that you're talking about. It sounds like things, and I think Tectone said it well, bro's kind of just yapping about what he likes, but isn't something that necessarily leads to better sales. And so I think that you would really enjoy the mechanic, right? Or a story mechanic, whereas the characters maybe aren't as friendly with you. They aren't as familiar with you. And then that slowly grows over time and then turns into a better overall story in the long run.
By grows over time, I don't mean like over the course of several hours. It could be over the course of that singular hour. It could be the same amount of time that we could have an anime, like a character story quest. We can start the character story quest of having the characters be wary of Rover. We go on the character story quest with the character. We bond with them. We gain their affection. We gain their approval, and then they become the whatever it is. I just think right off the bat, it's just really fucking weird.
But they tried that in CBT1. and the players complained about it.
Well, certain players complain about it. Apparently, I don't know. I'm not Chinese. I do not know. So I'm just speaking from what I've heard, but I'm not sure.
This is where I think
but-
maybe some of like
yeah.
the subjectiveness of your take could have been turned slightly more objective. Perhaps having a bit more of like maybe like the empirical evidence of like what they've done in the CBT1 and like maybe what the actual response was. Maybe it's something you couldn't find, but I think having like the knowledge that you did do that research on that end and like kind of like dug into it to find out a bit more would have had a little bit more credence, would have lent a little bit more credence, right, to this idea that potentially, right, this was a big point. It could have potentially been a huge point of feedback in how the player base responded. And then from there, that was really just a strategic decision Kuro made, rewriting the story, blah, 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 to appeal to as wide of a base as possible.
Oh,
and when I think of
absolutely.
appealing to a wide base, that to me is your attempt to break the normie barrier, where you're trying to basically go ahead, make this as accessible as possible to the widest group of people. And by responding, right, to the most common critiques, that's kind of like one way to make that whole shebang happen. And I just think that it's something important to keep in mind, right? Because this is all entirely subjective. We've been kind of like stun locked on this point for quite a bit, and I do want to dig into some other topics.
Yeah, we need to go into
It's really just like what you think would break the normie barrier. And the idea is that like, hey, you haven't done any market research, right? You haven't like gone back to like focus groups. You haven't gone out and like actually appealed to like normie players and then talked about like what, you know what I'm talking about, right? How in a lot of like game development, they will literally go out to potential consumers, do things like focus groups, blah, 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 to like garner an opinion on what the best way, on what the best approach is to, you know, getting as many customers as possible. You didn't do that for this, right?
How could I?
Exactly. So you didn't do market research. You didn't actually appeal to normies to find out what they wanted. And so that's why I think the claim, right, that it could have been the Dark Knight, it should have been darker, blah, blah, blah. It's quite literally like an opinion that you have without any actual empirical evidence going into it.
Absolutely.
And so,
I mean, my read of that is from online interactions, the way people have been talking about Wuthering Waves. Again, it's become kind of a meme right now. Oh, gathering wise, you
and
know.
That's where
I've
the
seen
whole vocal minority
I've seen a lot of people
comes in.
Actually, I don't know if it's a vocal minority. I think people that
well, we
can't
know.
Again, we can't know exactly. That's completely fair. I'm just this is just my general read of it. The way I've seen it, there are the niche crowd that enjoy the fan service. They enjoy being the self-insert. They enjoy being the OP, loved by everyone instantly. And I think personally, I think they're more in the minority. And the reason why I think that is because what I think has happened is that when Wuthering was released, it had a massive audience, and the way the story's played out, it's slowly pushed away the players, and that's why the player base has shrunk significantly since release. Since launch, because a lot of players that have been continuing to play through it, they're like, oh, it's going this direction, I'm good. And they leave, and then they're just not even in the dialogue of online anymore about what Wuthering Waves is. So we have the slowly like condensing, like literally the condensing, like condensed orange juice, for example, like condensing of the player base into this really niche thing of typical gacha games, whereas they did have a more wider reach of Genshin players, which are normie players as well. They also checked out Wuthering Waves and they also played it, but they've since left because it's going even further into certain aspects that is more typical of...
Do you have proof of that, though?
I mean, we can get Google Trends going on there if you want. I
know, but do you have proof that the Gathering Wives is why people left?
It's not the sole reason, no, not for sure.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I think it's one of the bigger reasons. I'm not saying it's the biggest, but it's definitely one of the bigger reasons. It's a massive reason.
But do you have proof that it's one of the bigger reasons?
If I had proof, I would, because then you've seen the video. I am very thorough in what I say. If I say this is objectively wrong, and this is objectively wrong, whereas this one is pure subjective.
Exactly right.
That's completely fine.
And I think what Tectone said is that like your suggestion, your approach here is all like very speculative, right? It is speculation at the end of the day, right? Like this is you like theory crafting what the best way would be to like create the story, right? And I think for me, it's just like the whole, we're basically like arguing over whose opinion is more right in like the most opinion driven thing possible, because none of us have any like evidence proving anything in the contrary. And so hypothetically, I'm going to be honest, we could argue this forever. We could argue this forever.
Tectone's right. Tectone's right. Arguing subjectivity does nothing. I completely agree. And I said in the video as well, I think this is what happened. I think this is what Nomi players. I state very clearly. I think this is my. And I said this is my opinion. I state what is objective.
Yeah, yeah, and I make sure to clarify that a bunch throughout the react. Right.
That's completely fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to go to?
Yeah, so I think like just to like bury the hatchet on this one, kind of like set up the transition and get us moving forward into like some of the other things, right? I do have a big bit that I want to talk about. This was
we need to argue. Fight. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So to just bury the hatchet on this thing, this is really just Ryuku's opinion on how to approach it.
Absolutely.
There's definitely like, we can discuss the validity of his approach, and like we can discuss how his approach might actually have a great impact. But we can just theory craft in one direction or the other for the entire day. And without any sort of like empirical evidence or proof or like market research or data gathering, right? We're not really going to get anywhere because we're just like, it's literally just what I think. Oh, but I think this. Oh, but I also think that in response to that. And we could just go in circles. So we're just going to go ahead and move past this, move onward, and kind of like maybe Tectone. Maybe we want to save this discussion for tomorrow. I think it's like the whole gathering wives dynamic is definitely something that we might be able to dig into a bit more because I can get the vibe, right, that we're going around in circles. So
yes.
What I want to do is, obviously, you brought a lot of empirical evidence in here. We can beg to disagree on the whole like desolation mechanic. I thought there was a fuck ton of destruction in 1.0 to 1.4 already, and so more destruction to me would have been like, damn, this game sucks. Like, not from the perspective of it's bad, but like, damn, everything in this game is like just going bad when we've already been exposed to so much going bad. And I know you've already made your point that like you wanted to just see more destruction. We're gonna agree to disagree there. I think that's fine, right?
That's fine. I mean, the numbers I pulled up, it's like 30% of the map is in that desolation thing, and like again, 30% of the Act 6 is where we actually go to fight into this desolate area. We have some part where we go to the Inferno Rider a bit earlier on, but for the most part, it's been pretty not destroyed, in my opinion.
That's the thing. There's still unexplored areas up ahead, right? Past the Desert Rock Islands. Past like to the left of the port city.
I am only talking about the stuff that we currently have.
Yeah. I think it's just more so like, hey, I think the devs themselves know that when they play like an open world exploration game with like, somewhat, it's like the anime aesthetic, again, appealing to the normie barrier. I feel like normies kind of like happy. I mean, kind of like going into the opinion, right? My opinion is they like happy stuff more and like stuff that isn't constantly fucking destroyed. And even the presence of
the marketing. Do you want to continue?
I don't think all the marketing was all destroyed, right?
I think no. Saving Light and all the other marketing that they had for the lead up.
But they have other marketing though.
It's all. Oh, some but for them again, the ratio of like how much marketing they do in comparison to what they deliver. If they deliver, let's reverse it. In my opinion, I think the marketing's around say
the 1.0 trailer. Let me just play the 1.0 trailer really quickly. Okay.
Which one? There's two. You want the music one or the actual Saving Light trailer?
Global launch trailer.
I'm talking about the Saving Light trailer.
But
okay.
But this is what I mean, right? This one is 6.6. This one has 2.9.
That was after the release of 1.0.
But this one has almost double the views, more than double the views. So this is the one that got seen more by people.
Like after the release, yes.
And like this is how it starts.
That's when it was at its peak. That's when it released. But the entire lead up, the way that it was presenting Wuthering Waves to the players up to the release of official 1.0, we were given the impression of this certain vibe and this certain aesthetic, and then they suddenly do this. It's very, very different.
But what I'm saying is more people saw this one anyways. So this is the wider impression, like empirically, right? This is the wider impression that people have of the game. More people saw this one. And we even have Waking of a World as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's completely fair, but like I said, if you compare that trailer compared to everything we were shown a lot early before that, like everything we were shown before that compared to that one.
This one was also released at the same time as Saving Light 8 months ago.
Okay. My comparison, my rebuttal to that would be like they had all this massive lead up that they were giving us this particular aesthetic of Wuthering Waves to the lead up. So they built up this massive audience of people that were interested in Wuthering Waves, and then they released their first trailer. Of course, this entire lot of people are going to watch that trailer. So a lot of people that watched that trailer might have thought this is very different.
But I'm saying that this trailer came out at the exact same time, and this is This
Yeah,
has the same.
This is fine.
Yeah, I'm saying this came out
No,
at
it
the
doesn't
same
have the
time
same-
as Saving Light, but I think it's like you could have used. It seems like you only use Saving Light when
No,
there's
no, no,
clearly
no, no,
areas
no,
in
no.
here that are not dystopian.
Oh no, for sure. But I think the vast majority of it is showing this pretty desolate area.
Okay, a little bit of
the
desolation.
vibes of waking up. Yeah, this is fine. This is more desolate in my opinion. This
doesn't look
tree here.
desolate though.
Again, I'm a bit. I'm a bit lagged on watching your stream right now.
Oh, okay.
I mean the complete the vibes like this is.
This looks
it's got
pretty-
the darker, more serious tone. I'm looking at the Scar section right now, but
Yeah, I just went back and I just see like green trees. I see a well-maintained building. This doesn't look desolate to me.
Okay, so look at just that image that you have right now of Rover looking at the gourd. We're looking at about just that image alone. It's around about, say, I want to judge about 75% dark black and red and gold, and just like that 30% green. Whereas in the overworld we have the opposite. We have like 30% dark black and all that sort of thing, and 80% 70% green. So I think the ratios are flipped.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like I feel like you're putting a lot of. I personally feel like you're putting a lot of weight on something like a trailer, and it's like, you know, a trailer is part of a game, right?
The trailer, the marketing, all the marketing they did up to the release of 1.0, they had a certain aesthetic that they were showing. It was only until the release after 1.0 when they released the more vibrant song trailer thing, because they built up this audience of people that were looking forward to this post-apocalyptic wasteland. So they built up this massive audience of people that were really looking forward to Wuthering Waves, and so of course they're all going to watch that trailer.
Let's see when this Encore trailer was released, actually. I think you might be surprised. 7 months ago.
Yeah, that's the release, like 1.0.
No, this was before the release of 1.0.
Which one? Oh, that one. Sorry, I think I meant the one where Encore shows up at the very beginning, the song one.
Yeah, but this one is before the game released.
But to be fair, this is Encore.
Okay. So I think we're kind of like going around in like circles a little bit over here. I think you're really caught up on the Saving Light trailer itself when there are, I've given you like a couple of examples, right? Of other trailers where there's clearly a lot more depiction. And, you know, it's a 1 minute clip, right? How much can we
I'm
like,
not talking-
I think you're kind
I'm
of
not
like
talking about
using
just
a
Saving
1
Light.
minute trailer and like the proportion
No.
of what's shown in a 1 minute trailer and then saying,
No.
well, the game is like not like what it was in the trailer.
I'm not talking about just the trailer. It's not just the Saving Light trailer. It's the entirety of the marketing material up to 1.0. The entirety. If you watch through all the dev videos, all like the development stuff, the entire vibe of the even the first technical test trailer, the teaser trailer that they have where Yang Yang's running over the massive plains, and then she gets like hounded by this cataclysmic thing chasing her. We had that. I'm not talking about just Saving Light trailer. That's not it. I'm talking about everything up to that. It's a lot more than that. I think that's really misrepresenting my point. I don't think that is all.
Okay,
Everything up to 1.0, everything up to 1.0 official release had this certain vibe and this certain aesthetic, and then they completely changed it on the official release.
Okay. Ling Yang was also before the release as well. I'm just like kind of like going through the Wuthering Waves catalog, right? Of the games.
Yep.
We got Ling Yang over here. We got Saving Light, obviously, right? Saving Light is a 3 minute trailer, but we also have Set Sail.
Right.
Right? We can see what's in here. This is a 4 minute trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, showcases are not a good example because the showcase is supposed to exemplify the vibe and aesthetic of the characters. So when you see Encore's trailer, she's a kid. Of course, hers going to be like more vibrant and more upbeat about fairy tales. The same thing with Ling Yang. He's a dancer. He's got more. That's more in terms of his vibe. If you look at a trailer, say for example, like say Alto or Danjin, and if they release a trailer for Kalikuro as well, if they fucking give him any attention, same thing with Sanhua as well. Danjin, Alto, Sanhua, and all the other trailers as well. They have a certain. Not just the trailers, but also the entire marketing, everything they go through, and their dev notes, their dev videos, everything. It sets a specific vibe that was completely, well, not completely absent, very absent, comparatively speaking.
You want to time out for a
the rest
second?
of it. Sure.
This is before Saving Light.
Right. Yes. don't see what you're talking about.
This is the
Just 'cause you have
first
one
couple of minutes of this trailer.
Yes.
Before Saving Light.
Yeah.
It kind of just displays all of the stuff that's in the game, right? And it shows a lot of very vibrant, bright regions. And so this is, again, before the Saving Light trailer that you're kind of like using as like, my viewpoint is you kind of are heavily using that trailer. When we have like this footage over here released before Saving Light,
right,
that has a lot of like the, you know, I think you critique this area, right?
I don't see what you're saying, because I actually said in the video as well that I was looking forward to this post-apocalyptic wasteland, and they were being told that they want it to be less dark and dreary, and I get that. And I said in the video, I don't want it to, I don't need to be dark and dreary, like just the same color of slop every time.
I guess,
but I want it to be vibrant, but also still just as destroyed. These are two different and not connected things.
I guess the main point that I heard you say in regards to this is that like players felt like baited and switched based off of materials that were created and, you know, distributed leading up to the release, and you heavily pushed like this whole Saving Light one, right? And my viewpoint is that this one came out beforehand and quite literally depicts, like, honestly, like the present version of the game. And there's a lot of areas, right, that aren't desolate. There's a lot of areas that are like very clearly indicated. Like there's desolate areas here, but it looks a lot more balanced.
Script slowly through the entire thing.
Yeah, it looks very balanced, right? Like this one came out before the Saving Light.
I'm seeing a lot more darkness in my scrubbing through it compared to, you've got the bright stuff in the beginning, yes, for the first couple, like first 30 seconds or something like that. But then after that, it's a lot more dark. And I remember specifically when this trailer dropped, when we saw Yang and Chishia like literally fawning over Rover waking up. I saw a lot of people saying, "Wait, what? Why?" I remember specifically a lot of people had that reaction.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the trailer right now, and to me, it looks like there's a pretty decent balance between stuff that's desolate and stuff that is a lot more.
Different eyes, because I'm seeing a lot more destruction compared to natural, bright and vibrant compared to what?
I mean, this is all bright and vibrant. This entire section is bright and vibrant. Like
again, I'm lagging behind your stream, so I have to wait.
Like this, it feels more even to me. Way more even than I think like the whole 70-30 thing that you were talking about. Like this, like starting from just like right here, it's all bright and vibrant. All of this.
I'm just bringing it on my. I'm looking at the part that was most viewed as well. Where is it? If you look at the locations that are most viewed, like where the peaks are, you see a lot of people that were looking mainly for the more darker aesthetic as well. Again, the attention, where people are attention. Like the beginning part where we wake up and it's all bright and vibrant, literally nothing. No one's really interested. It picks up a little bit where it's got more...
we're using
the new locations.
I guess now we're like arguing over like, or we're using like the most replayed parts. I think like that's just like, we're like the, I think it's because Glizzy Rider's on the motorcycle. I think that's why.
Yes, exactly, because people were looking forward to this stuff in the game. The part is where people were mostly focused on, what people were mostly looking forward to, and you can see on.
Do you have proof of that though?
It's on your screen with the peaks and valleys there.
But we don't know if this is because people just wanted to see Inferno Rider. We don't know why they were watching this part.
They wanted this stuff. That's what they were looking
for.
No,
I'm saying we don't know if this is just people wanting to see Inferno Rider or people seeing the destruction. Like, we have no proof of like what they were looking for here.
As a vibe, I'm talking about the vibe. I don't mean destruction. I mean vibe. Like, we need this desolate post-apocalyptic vibe.
No, Ryuki, what I'm saying is that you simply using the most replayed part of the trailer as like the evidence here, I don't think it sticks, because we could easily say people replayed this part to see Inferno Rider. Or we could say people replayed this part to see the destruction of Griju. We don't know, though.
I'm seeing a significant uptick in people watching roughly around the 1:47 mark. That's where it slowly rises and rises until it gets to a bigger peak towards the Scar battle, and then we've got Inferno Rider. It's got that entire part from the Scar battle, part with the Gian there, and then Inferno Rider. Then it's a bit with the Gian like with his cool back. So that entire section, it's not just Inferno Rider. I mean, you're taking one shot in that entire area and saying, "Oh, they're just going for no." We don't know that. The entire section there, Scar, Gian, Inferno Rider, and then more of the general being a badass as well. That entire section.
So to me, I'm not really gonna go with like the whole idea that like what's most replayed is like what players wanted the most. I think like that's not really like
no, dude, no, that literally is. That fucking is. No, you are actually pissing me off right now. No, what people were looking for is what they looked at most, and you can see what they were looking at most on the fucking timeline. That's what they were looking for. It's literally there. You are completely wrong on this. Jesus Christ! Do not do that again. Okay?
Are you good?
No, are you fucking like retarded right now? What people are looking for is what they were looking at. And what they were looking at, you can see the peaks and valleys on that trailer. And what they were looking at is this dark, desolate vibe. So when you're saying, no, we can't tell, no, it's literally there. That's what they were looking at because that's what they want.
I'm quite literally saying that we don't actually know what they are looking for.
Yes, we do. It's in the fucking timeline, dude. Most replayed is what people most looked at. What's because they most wanted
I
from
know,
this
and
game.
I'm saying that there's clearly a very innovative feature of the Inferno Rider Echo traveling across. And so
look
my
at the entire fucking thing. Look, no, dude, look at the entire fucking from the start. We see the Scar battle, just scrub across slowly. Scar battle, bit there with the Morning Ikes, then goes into Inferno Rider. Then we've got the shot with Female Rover and Yortan there. Then it goes into Gian back shot, which is really cool. This entire fucking vibe.
Let's slow down. Let's slow down for a second, man. So to play back your point, so that I don't misinterpret what you're saying again. Is what you're saying that because what we're seeing in the most replayed over here is Scar, really interesting, cool enemy.
The entire section, dude.
Okay,
the entire
so Scar,
section, dude.
the Ikes in a non-desolate area. This is a non-desolate area, right? This has trees and like it looks like a pretty natural, cool place.
I said in the video, I don't need everything to be dead. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so this is just an area. This is the Ikes. A new boss.
Okay. Yes.
And then this is... We're not really sure what this is.
No, Saint, you are nitpicking right now. Like, what is going on?
I'm genuinely just trying to... I'm trying to explain the situation. So...
Okay.
The most replayed to you is essentially... Because that's the most replayed part.
Yes.
That means that...
Yes.
Like, objectively, it means.
Yes.
This is what players want the most.
That's what people were looking at the most, because that's what they're most excited for.
So, just because they looked at it the most, that objectively means that that's what they want the most.
Yes! Because that's what they were looking forward to the most. It's literally fucking obvious. If you have a video, right, any video on YouTube, and you see a massive spike in that video, that's what they were there for the video to look at. All the other parts where it's not spiked, that's what they were not there for. And that's fucking obvious, dude.
And
what
so,
the hell are you talking about?
I think that's a bit of a stretch. That's my viewpoint. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
Oh, what?
That would imply that when a trailer releases and everything that's not on the most rewatched part of the trailer, everybody doesn't want that shit in the game.
Comparatively. And also, people complain about the dark thing. I don't mind. That's not saying I don't need everything to be dark. We need it to fit the vibe that they were setting up. I said in the video as well. I don't need everything to be dark and destroyed and desolate and with a shade of sepia and grey. I just need to fit in with the vibe of a post-apocalypse, right? It can be vibrant. We have these sections in that trailer as well. We have this really beautiful banyan tree. Looks beautiful. Fits with the vibe. We have this beautiful shots as well of all these other areas. Jinzhou fits with the vibe. It's beautiful. It's vibrant. That's great. But we need the vibe to be, we need the aesthetic of the entire world as a whole to fit in with this post-apocalypse.
All right,
at
so
least comparatively.
I see a lot of people in chat saying that I'm nitpicking. Where exactly is this idea of nitpicking coming from? I believe
you're stuck on the one single frame of Inferno Rider, I think.
Yeah, and I'm saying that there's a collection of things in there, right? And that generally just means that we don't actually know what part of the trailer that they're interested in. I'm saying because there's 3 or 4 different things in here.
Wrong. No, Yeah, and I'm saying that entire section, with people looking forward to the badass boss battles, which we have. People looking forward to the Jian thing as well, which we have. People looking forward to exploration and mobile mechanics, which is with the Inferno Rider, which we have. People looking forward to all of these things. It's not just this one thing. This is the section of that trailer people were looking forward to the most in Wuthering Waves. That's literally correct.
I think that is a fair opinion to have.
Okay.
I think that, however, my viewpoint on the most rewatched thing, right, is just, I think my opinion is simply that when you have a most rewatched area, that could also mean it's just the most like eye-catching part of the trailer. And I think assigning a like value or assigning that, hey, this most replayed part means that that's the part that everybody wants the most, that to me is simply like a bit of a stretch, because there are easily other reasons why that would be one of the most viewed parts. It could be the most shocking. It could be something that goes by really fast, and so people want to see it again. It's simply, there are a lot of different reasons for why somebody would replay that part. And just because they replayed it a lot doesn't necessarily mean it was the part that everyone was just like, oh, I really want to see it. And so what I'm saying is that you saying objectively that just because people replayed it a lot, that doesn't necessarily mean, like, it doesn't objectively mean what you're saying.
Yes, it does. Okay, if you go to any other trailer, like say, for example, let's use Snowbreak, for example. If you go look to their peaks as well, you'll see a lot of peaks where they have certain jiggle physics happening, because that's where people go to Snowbreak to play. They go for the jiggle physics, they go for the fan service, and that's completely fine. The same thing in Wuthering Waves with their trailer. People were looking forward to these badass boss battles, this badass post-apocalyptic aesthetic, and they wanted to look at that more. That's why they replayed it more. Do you see the logic here?
Okay, so everybody wants Yoo-Hoo the most.
What?
That's the most replayed part of the trailer.
Sure. People looking forward to the new characters, the new 4-stars. There's also other peaks there as well. One sec, which one's video? I'm going to Shore's End. Let me pull that up on my section as well, so I'm not waiting for your stream to load up.
Like, this is why I was trying to, like, explain it to you, man. It's just, like, she kind of freaked people out. Right? Or maybe she, like, people were just like, oh, shit, who is this? And it's, you know what I mean? Like...
People were excited for a new 4-star, new characters. They were looking forward to new characters. So I'm seeing peaks here, mainly to do with the Shorekeeper part that's got a peak right around the beginning.
Guys, this is what I mean by I'm not being nitpicky. I'm actually widening the lens in the conversation and the comparison. This is the oh shit moment. And just because it's played a lot, that doesn't mean Yoo-Hoo was the most wanted thing in the patch. That is what I'm saying. And applying like this lens that just because it's something that got replayed a lot, that's the thing that people want the most, I don't think you can objectively say that.
If you look at where the peak starts, you'll see that's where they show the banners for both Shorekeeper and Yoo-Hoo. So, to be honest, just scroll back a little bit, about 10 seconds. It's not just Yoo-Hoo. It's literally right after that, right before that. It's Shorekeeper.
I know, but I'm saying the objective peak of it is Yoo-Hoo. Like, she is the literal peak. Like, that's the highest it is.
It drops off right after. It's this the peak. I'm thinking where the peak starts, dude.
I know, but this is the peak. It is literally the most played part of the video, and by your definition, she is the most desirable part of the patch.
No, the most played part of the video is people looking forward to the new characters, to the new banner, and that's both of them, not just Yoo-Hoo.
Yeah, so the point I'm trying to drive is that we can go through a lot of different version updates, right? We can go through a lot of different parts. Right. Let's see over here. So people, like, this is her trailer, right? This is actually the most replayed part. So this is the guy that people want the most, not actually her. They want this guy. They actually want him the most.
Dude,
because this is the most replayed part.
Representing the entire fucking argument.
This is what I'm saying. Just because it's the most replayed, I don't think that necessarily... Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, there are so many different examples we can pull from all the different trailers. It's like... like, do you see what I mean?
No, I know what you're saying, but I think you're comparing two completely different things here.
That's what I mean. I don't think using the most replayed as a measure, because it's really easy to like find counter examples for it. I'm just saying that I don't think it's a good way to like objectively prove or say something. That's the point I'm trying to prove. Because
again, correlation, not causation, I guess. But I think the causation here is really fucking strong. Compared, like again, we're talking about
and that's the subjective part of it.
Not just character.
That's the subjective part of it.
It's a Resonator showcase, dude. It's a different thing from the entire fucking game trailer. It's a different thing. This is kind of stupid.
I'm thinking we're just gonna move on, and I think we're gonna move on with the subjective part. I think I'm just gonna go ahead. I just based off of what we've seen, we can argue about this all day. I don't. I view the most played part as like a little bit watery, and you think it's a very firm thing. Let's just move on. That's how we're gonna leave it. All right.
Okay. Right.
Okay. So,
you want to get to echoes?
Yeah, let's get into echoes. So, Ryuku, I think you commit a grave sin here, right?
Oh, God.
You're talking a bit about echo experience. And I think one of the points that you drop is that there is no way to get echo experience other than tacit fields.
Well, not reliably. You have to wait for events to get experience tubes, which are limited, extremely limited. Whereas,
what about the Tower of Adversity?
Again, it's limited, and not everyone can get 30 star. I know you're gonna go say, "Oh yeah, even like S0, R1, blah 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 blah."
You know, you can actually get all of the echo tubes without getting just like a 9 out of 18 in the tower.
Yeah, but once you've got them and you've used them on literally about 2 echoes to get them to max level.
I know, but I mean, it's like, you know, maybe just mention it.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I dropped that, I guess, but
yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying, right? Just like kind of like cover your that would just be my feedback for this. Just kind of like cover your tail, cover your ass with like, you know, it is a recurring reward that most people expect to have, especially when you get enough resources just from doing an 18 out of 30 clear, which is the first 3 floors, which is like actually pretty easy in the tower.
I don't think it's a considerable reward from the Tower of Adversity. I think if you clear the entirety, like if you 30 star the entire of Tower of Adversity, you get about enough echo experience to level 2 or 3 gold echoes max.
And that's over 4 or 5 days worth of 4 or 5 days worth of tacit fields and experience, right? I think that's pretty significant. Like 4 or 5 days of grinding on the tacit fields.
Then I was saying
every 2
in the
weeks
video as well that compared to the tacit field, yes, but I'm saying that tacit fields in general are fucking broken in the bad sense of the word. That's my problem. So
the kind of like
just because they're better than the tacit fields is not a good defense in my opinion.
So obviously I'm speaking for myself here. I'm speaking for the investments that I've made as a player, the way that I spend my time as a player, and you know how I level echoes as a player. For me, I have full builds on every single character.
Then conquer. But
I haven't done tacit fields in a long time.
Cool.
I also have this much experience. 124 gold tubes, 60 whatever, and I've been fucking around on my Gion to try to get in double crit for a long time. I have every DPS fully built. Those are really the only characters you need to get like a bunch of varied echo sets for. You need 1 shared moonlit.
Yep.
The way that I level echoes is I go into the menu, right? Let's just hypothetically work on my Gion here. I go into the menu and then I level them 5 levels at a time, right?
Yep.
Why don't you do this? You just click a button, and then you click upgrade, and then you click tuner.
Yep.
Why are we equating this to being sweaty?
Because I don't. Again, this is going to be subjective, and I think if chat one weighs on this, that's perfectly fine. Maybe your chat is more heavily skewed to sweaty.
I'm going through the motions right now.
That kind of micromanaging of everything is for the sweaty players. And to address what you were saying earlier about, what you're doing right now is for the sweaty players. And you're saying, oh, it's the optimal way to get the most. I mean, yeah, cool. Again, let's go back to my previous example of Final Fantasy VIII. In Final Fantasy VIII, the optimal way to get magic and resources is by carding and then synthesizing the cards into magic and items that you can use to further build your characters. That is the sweaty way. It takes a lot of grind, and you could actually get the best. You can get the ultimate weapons for all characters in the first disc on Final Fantasy VIII. Whereas if you play it regularly, you won't get there until around about, say, disc 3. There's a difference between saying, oh, this is how you can do it to be the optimal, but not most people play it that way. That's just, and no, it's not infantilizing the players at all. It's just like that kind of micromanaging is just not the way most people interact with this game. It's just way too fucking much.
It's not,
and it's not. Also, you said it's clear and cut. I disagree. I do not think it's clear and cut. I think most players don't do that. I think most players just go 25. Let's see how it goes. Boom, let's go. All 25. 2. Oh, that's got one that was pretty bad, but that's a pretty decent echo. I'll do a full list of absolute dog shit. I think most players do not do this.
So
level at
if
time,
there is a way
the players
to
that do that are the sweaty ones.
So if there is a way to efficiently allocate your resources and you intentionally choose not to use it because you have to click about 5 more times.
Yes. Because most people go for the simplest option.
Isn't that a self-inflicted issue?
Well, you could consider that, but I think that's the way most people go for it, because people don't like to go through you can consider it necessary. I think it's like unnecessary, like going through all these different things one by one just to get one echo that might not even roll well. Again, we're leaving this all up to chance as well.
And so I guess
I could do this and get dog shit rolls on every single one. This doesn't solve the issue.
Yeah, but I would be able to hypothetically, right, stop rolling after 15 and realize all of these are shit. I'm not going to level this anymore.
Okay.
And so if I have the ability to do that, to preserve resources and simply save resources, and I am choosing intentionally not to do that, why do you think players should be rewarded for not interacting with the mechanics of the game?
Because it's not a mechanic of the game. Not really. It is a mechanic, but it's not the one that's necessary, and it's not fundamental to the game in itself. It's something that you can do to min-max and more. Like I said, the same thing with the Final Fantasy VIII comparison. The mechanic of the game is to draw magic from enemies, or to card them and then synthesize them into magic as well. That is a mechanic of the game, but that's something that only sweaty players do. But you don't need to do that as a casual player to get the same amount of items and magic if you just continue playing the game as per normal. This just because it's in the game doesn't mean it's the most. It doesn't mean it's the way that you're supposed to do it at all times.
So
most people don't do that.
Here's an example.
With convention. Then
Your intro skill in a game like this, right? It's one of the lowest, most, like, one of the worst things actually in the game to level up, right?
True.
And so I can just be lazy, right? Or just be a casual and just level this up to plus 10.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that wasting resources?
That one's more, but that one is more clear and cut, where you can actually see very easily, like what your what resources you have, what resources you don't have, what you need, where you're going. Whereas I think with Echoes, it's a lot. It's the comparison here, I think, is a bit flawed as well, because this one, once you get the resources, you get that stat. Once you get the next level, you get that stat. Whereas with Echoes, you can get all the resources you want, but you might not get anything for fucking ages. The insane level of RNG.
I know, but the thing is, what I'm saying is that
Wuthering Waves issue. This is a gacha game.
What I'm saying is that this is an incredibly inefficient use of your resources, leveling your intro skill.
Yeah, but that promotes grind. That one actually, like, legit, like, people can have something that they can think, oh, if I get this amount, I can get this for sure. This is a definite thing that I am aiming towards. I want that. I need that. That's what I want. Whereas with Echoes, you have no fucking clue. It literally is up in the air for
I know, but that's not the
God to
point.
decide.
It's about wasting resources, and your intro skill is one of the biggest things you can waste your resources on. But the game just lets you level them up to plus 10 anyways.
Okay, so if I level one Echo up to level 5, roll shit. Okay, I'll use that Echo and some more Echo experience. I level another Echo up to level 5, roll shit. I continue that for like 20, 30 times. I get to
You'll
one
stretch your Echo
Oh,
experience massively far.
Yeah, but it does in the long run. It does absolutely nothing.
I have literal objective proof that it is really effective. And so I think you saying that in the long run it does nothing is a little. Well, that's the thing. Your problem is that you don't have enough echo experience. And what I'm telling you is that this strategy literally gives you more echo experience.
It doesn't give more, it stretches more. And the thing is, with the amount of echoes that you have, I have literally hundreds of echoes I am waiting to roll. And even if I used your system, I would still have at least 100 or 200 I'm waiting to level. And then in the time I'm gaining more, and I'm
well, think about it this way:
grinding through the tacit fields to gain more experience to level them. I'm getting more fucking echoes too. So it's like trying to fill a bucket.
Ryuku,
and just taking.
You're not. I think your argument is a little flawed here.
Okay, how?
So think about it this way: if I'm leveling, think about it this way: in the amount of how many gold tubes did it take to level? Okay, we have it right here. You need how many gold tubes to level up an Echo to plus 25? Let me see here.
Like 26, 27.
26 or 27. So for 26 gold tubes, you can basically consume one Echo, right? By leveling up to 25.
Yeah.
For 26 gold tubes, you can take 26 Echoes to plus 5.
Right.
Wouldn't that deal with your inventory problem through the ecto optimization, where you are basically using your echoes as fuel instead of your echo experience? Basically, you're rolling 26 echoes, seeing if the stat is good with the amount of echoes, with the amount of tubes it would have taken to get to 26.
Yeah.
And so now you have 26 opportunities to get a good stat instead of 5.
And then you get into another issue of the
echo tuners, just calm down. Wait, sorry, not calm down. Just one second.
I was gonna say I am calm.
Yeah, I'm saying you are calm, so that's why I was like, that's not the right word to use. Yeah, my bad. So think about it this way, right? If you have 26 opportunities to roll a substat versus 5,
right?
Doesn't that mean you have a better chance to win against RNG? 26 versus 5.
You're looking at about a 5-to-1 ratio, but then that's assuming that you get anything decent in those 5.
Okay.
But then after that, if you say you get 1 echo in those 5 there, that's you're wasting 4, so you've got to re-roll those 4 echoes experience into that. You're losing experience for practically no reason because you're putting it back into there. And then you're constantly like whittling away your experience by doing that method. I mean, you're
losing the same amount of experience.
What you're saying is correct, and that's not what I'm arguing. Again, that is the most optimal method. That is the most. I completely agree with you, but that is not the way that people, in my opinion, that most people play.
I know, but the thing is,
at that level of
this is leading back to the intro skill example. It doesn't matter if it's the most. It matters a lot that it's the most effective way. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if they're deciding to invest badly. Gacha games are about resource management. And when you don't have the resources because you fucked up and mismanaged your resources, right? You go ahead and the only way to get them back is to either wait or spend. Right?
Right.
And so in a gacha game, right? You fucking up your resources and leveling up everything to plus 25 and getting some boo-boo ass rolls, but spending a fuck ton of echo experience to get them. That, in a way, is a way for Kuro or gacha games as a whole, right? To influence you to spend. Because you're going to run out of XP faster because you're kind of fucking up and doing the wrong stuff, just like how I can level up my intro skill and effectively waste resources.
Are people spending money to get wave plates so they can farm more tacit fields? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I need to
just watch a Fob stream.
What's Fob? He's not the norm, like, to be honest. Also, again, I really have to push back on this skills thing versus the echo thing, because with this one, there's no way to really stretch the materials in here. You
can.
Them.
You simply don't level this up.
No, you are talking about using resources, whereas you in the skills here, whereas in the echoes you're talking about the ways to stretch the resources.
Yeah, I'm saying
that's a different thing.
You can stretch.
That's a different thing.
You can stretch these resources further by simply not leveling your intro skill.
No, that's no. You either stretch or you use. They are not the same thing, dude. Those are two different words.
I mean, let's just say I have like X amount and I'm looking for the best place to put them. Not putting it in the intro skill is the best way to stretch my inventory.
No, that's using the resources. Whereas the experience, you're talking about experience. You use, say you get 10,000 experience. You use that on one echo. oh, that rolled shit. I'm gonna use that same 10,000 experience and then roll it into another echo. You say you get 8,000 experience. That's stretching that same amount of experience to get it longer. That's stretching the same amount of experience more compared to where here in the skills you are using them. You can't stretch as a cadence seed longer than the 1. You have 1, you get 1, you use 1. That's it. You can't get 1.2 out of 1 cadence seed. That's a different fucking conversation.
Resource efficiency. How about we use that terminology instead?
Apparently Tecton says something. If they waited till tomorrow, this conversation would be so much easier. But yeah.
So the main idea is resource management, right, Ryuku?
Yes.
And leveling your intro skill, we can universally agree, is a bad use of your resources.
It's not. No, it's not. I don't say bad. It's just not the most optimal.
Okay, so it's a suboptimal way of using your resources.
Sure. I can agree
Just
with that.
like how with echoes, leveling them to plus 25 is a suboptimal way of using your resources.
Oh, suboptimal, yes.
Okay, so there are suboptimal mechanics everywhere in the game, basically.
You think it's the wrong way, though. That's different.
There are ways to suboptimally use your resources everywhere, right? We can agree on that. It's not just echoes, it's a lot of other places in the game, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when players use their resources suboptimally, sometimes they have to get more.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do have to get more, sometimes that brings the incentive to pay.
No, I will never pay to get more
Okay,
wave plates. I don't.
This is about this is about, let's just say, players in general.
I don't personally. I think people pay to get characters and weapons. I don't think people ever pay to get more wave plates. The people that do pay to get more wave plates are the whales who are going to do it anyway. So
okay,
that's
so there is a group of players that will pay or just wait. They'll pay or they'll wait.
Right. Yeah. I think most people wait for the wave plates.
Okay, and so this is the situation here. Couldn't I just similarly complain about how long it takes to get weekly boss mats? Couldn't you have put that critique in? Because hypothetically, right, if you're somebody that just levels all this shit, it's going to cost your weekly boss mats.
Oh yeah, I don't like
and you can
farm bosses 3 times a week.
Yeah, and then I'm spending a weekly boss mat instead of leveling this ability, like my Resonance Liberation, getting massive damage. I instead level this, and I get 4%.
Mm-hmm.
Is the fact that I can do that a problem? Is it a weekly boss mat problem?
Oh yeah, I didn't get into the video, but I could have made that video a lot longer. I just didn't want to.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like you could like get into the mindset that now there's a weekly boss mat problem because I have to level up everything to plus 10.
Right.
But when I do it, right, obviously this isn't even worth leveling in the first place. So in reality, for the player that's knowledgeable, right, or has just a greater understanding of the game, then that means that they can basically go ahead and choose not to level these and then have better boss mats. Have a better use of their boss mats in the long run.
Again, I think we're going to a completely different conversation. We're getting to like the semantics of things, whereas we're talking about. You're talking about this from this perspective of a sweaty player, and you cannot deny that you are a sweaty player. Do not even.
I don't think leveling things up to plus 5 and rolling them. I personally don't think that's a sweaty player.
Okay, and personally, I think that is a very sweaty way to do things.
I mean, I guess that's the main point then, right? You think that leveling things up to plus 5, plus 10, plus 15, Kuro added actually a new mechanic that just you one button press to take it to plus 5, plus 10. They added a one button press for that. And so
yeah, min-maxing is sweaty for in any and all examples.
Okay.
Any.
I guess if that's your take on it, then that's your take on it.
Okay. This is where people in the audience, like the chat and everyone watching this, they can make their own decisions. If you think min-maxing isn't sweaty, that's fine. I think it is, and that's just where we disagree.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? Again, like this is just our opinion, right? Gotchas are built around resource management. Leveling things up to plus 25 is going to be bad resource management. That's just a fact. Correct?
I don't want to get into this conversation. We're going in
circles now. Is it bad or no? Is it bad when there's an objectively better option to manage your resources?
It's suboptimal, but not bad.
Okay. Leveling up your echoes to plus 25 is a suboptimal way of using your resources.
Again, and the optimal way is for sweaty players to do.
Okay, but there is an optimal way that saves you the resources.
Yes. Again, if
Okay.
you go into the
And
micromanaging
so-
of things, that's the way.
The problem
I've already given the
is...
example of Final
so-
Fantasy VIII with magic and resources with the card system, but okay.
Okay, so going back to the video, right? The problem here is
Right.
that when players use their resources suboptimally, they don't have enough.
Right.
Okay.
Well, with the current system that they are there, if they just allow us to reroll, to use level 0 echoes as XP fodder, I would not have an issue. It would be a shit issue because we still have the whole entire RNG thing, but I would not
Okay,
have
but I guess to like boil it all down, if you use your resources suboptimally, you will not have enough of them.
If I had amazing amount of experience as well, I would still have about 100 or 200 echoes I'm waiting to level up. The fact is, I have about 50 leveled up, and I have another 300, 400 left I'm waiting to level up. Because I have all these I'm sitting on, and even if I did the method that you're talking about, I would still have roughly about maybe, let's just double it. I would still have about 200, 300 echoes I'm waiting to sit on to see if they can roll well. It doesn't fix the issue, in my opinion.
But there was a method that I just told you about, how if you optimally level up your echoes, you consume more echoes relative to the experience. And so again, my belief simply is, if you are intentionally not using the mechanics that solve the problem that is being listed, I don't think it is a problem. That's basically the main point I'm trying to drive. If the opportunity to consume those resources and basically the mechanics are in the game to be able to avoid the problem that you're talking about, and you simply choose not to use them and then suffer the problem, I'm not sure how big of an issue it is.
I want to address Nedix in the chat. He said, with XP, then you will run into the tuners problem, which won't fix your issue. No, as it currently stands, we have two different wave plate gates. We have one wave plate gate where it comes into the echo experience issue. And then after that, we have another wave plate gate of the tuners issue. I don't think we need two wave plate gates. We just need one. I think it should be the tuners should be the wave plate gate, not the experience. That is my
Tuners
point.
are the wave plate gate when you use it the optimal way.
Optimal way. I think they should be giving us enough experience so we don't have to do the optimal way in order to get to that wave plate gate using the tuners. That's what I think.
What if Kuro simply did not let you level up echoes to plus 25?
I don't... Wait, what? Why?
What if they only let you level in 5 level increments?
Well, that would be so fucking annoying, and people would be crying, saying, why can't we just get it to max 25 right off the bat?
What if Kuro forced the optimal leveling method on players?
That'd be incredibly frustrating, but okay. I still think, in that case, I think people will go to plus 25, roll, plus 25, roll, plus 25, roll, not roll, sorry, plus 25 level, plus 25 level, plus 25 level. Then they'll go to the tuners thing, it's in a separate fucking menu, going from plus 5, different menu, tuner, back to the other menu, plus 5, back to the tuner menu. Going through these two separate menus is really fucking annoying.
So what if they just all condense it into one menu? And then you level up the echo to plus 5, and you can just immediately use a tuner in the same menu.
Or they could just either keep the tuners and get rid of the echo XP, or get rid of the tuners and just do it the Genshin way. And you get the level, you get the stat.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see the point of having two.
I mean, that's an alternative solution, right?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, that solves an issue, but my point in the video is like, with the current system that they have implemented right now, using the tuners, the way that the complete lack of echo experience right now is really fucking frustrating. Whereas if they implemented a system that we just talked about right now, I think I would like to agree with you on this. If they implemented that new system, no issue.
Yeah, I guess the point of view for me is, if there's clearly already a method in the game that can optimize your expenditure of things, and that method is simply not being chosen, and then there is a resource problem, that to me is a bit of a skill issue, right? Or an effort issue, right? It's one of those two. And I think just, if you can implicitly as a developer promote the optimal way, instead of just, promote the optimal way and make the optimal way easier to use and accomplish, that to me is a little bit better than just being like, hey, give us more free shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you think we need two wave plate gates? Again, with echo experience and tuners. Are you saying if you use your method, you won't have the? Okay, let's just put that aside.
Yeah,
for the
Tech
second
is
round,
wondering if he
please.
can join the call. He said we're forgetting something important.
Okay, I'm good with that if he wants to join.
All right, let me add him real quick.
And we need to talk to him tomorrow as well.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Wait for that.
Yep. Let me add him. Where is Mr. Dictone? Oh dear, we're about to hit 8 hours.
Have you got the Dictone pass?
Big Dictone, right? Sorry. Oh, I guess there's a new one. Hello?
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm good. Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for letting me join the call.
Yeah,
Same
man.
time, Test Ryuku Sensei, big fan here, big fan. You guys made my gym experience a hell of a lot more fun. I was working legs and I was like, man, these two are really just they are not communicating. This is wild. So I wanted to kind of focus on and also make sure to lower my voice. I don't want to hurt chat's ears. I'm on AirPods right now. I'm in a parking lot.
It's all good.
All good.
So we're kind of talking about echo experience and the real issue of whether it's a casual issue because they don't have echo experience, or it's a hardcore issue because they don't know how to min max, right?
I agree. Yes.
Okay. So I guess the important thing to remember is, who are the players who are actually worried about echoes?
Hardcore.
I'm speaking as some
the sweats.
Speaking as someone that doesn't really want to like min max, as a casual player as well, I'm also kind of struggling with echo experience as a casual.
But why do you care about echoes as a casual?
Because I also want to attempt the Tower of Adversity.
You're not a casual anymore.
What? No, even casuals do things such as Tower of Adversity.
Oh, less than 8% of players in Honkai Star Rail actually do the end game modes.
Right.
The second you start getting into the end game, man, you're not a sweat anymore, or you're not a casual anymore. You're the sweat that you're talking about.
I want to attempt it at least.
Then start optimizing your echoes, man. You have to become a sweat at that point to attempt it.
You can still attempt it while being suboptimal with your echoes.
That's also true, but then you're gonna have an echo XP problem.
Well, that's where we are right now. That's where we are right now.
And so I guess you want to have the sweat experience, but then play and make decisions like a casual.
I'm just seeing. Sorry.
I also say you can find that data for the gacha players that actually do the end game modes, which I would love to link tomorrow in our conversation, Ryuku. But this is a big thing that's been a point of contention for a lot of gacha players. Is like, is there enough echo AXP? How can you overcome it? Well, it's actually a lot simpler than just realizing, well, casual players just don't care. Like, they're going to do the story. That's nerfed to all hell. Any brain dead monkey can do it. They're going to do their exploration, which doesn't require echoes. And for all of the content that actually does require high-end echoes, well, they're not doing it. So it kind of just doesn't matter. And for the players where it does matter to, well, they know how to min-max. And that's just kind of how it goes.
I honestly think if you are if you are a Giga casual, then there's not really as much of an incentive, right? You're okay with like the rewards being lost from the tower. There's no real push for it. And I guess the idea is when you really want to make that next step into hyper optimizing your echoes and, getting a nice bit of stats for the tower, then, it's kind of like, hey, you have the best chance of doing that by using the other method. And to me, it's a dynamic that sort of works in the game, at least from my personal experience, and I think the personal experience of quite a few players. So it's kind of like we're going for like the experience of a sweat in a sense without playing like a sweat. And I think that to me is kind of like where the disconnect is. In that, Techie brought up a great point. What's the point of echoes when we're not doing any content that requires it?
I mean, I think even in Overworld, having decent echoes on your character is quite recommended. Like, there are a lot of elite enemies as well, and you still have to fight against certain bosses as well. Tech, I want to get your opinion on this. Do you think that the level to 5 tune once, check if the roll, and doing that method, do you think that's mainly for sweaties, or if it's just or if it's just the way you're supposed to.
I think I'm just being completely real. I think if I were a casual, a true casual, I would just take my stuff, put experience on it, slap it on my characters. I don't really think I would do the +5 tune, C +5 tune. Because the casuals, they're just like, they're fucking stupid. Right.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Mhm.
They're intentionally dumb because they don't feel like thinking because it's a fucking game to these people. And
Yeah.
they don't really worry. But so yeah, I mean I would obviously think that the +5 tune is more of a sweaty thing 100%.
Yeah, and I'm saying, forgive me if I'm wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The way it sounds like you're saying is that doing the 5 and then tune once, that's the way you're supposed to. And like, I don't think that you're supposed to. You can do it, and that is the best. That is the most optimal way to do it. I completely agree, but that's not the way you're supposed to. That's not the way most people interact with this game. If you want to min max and get the most efficiency out of your echo experience, you are completely and 100% correct. I give you that. That's completely true. But where it comes to just people that want to play the game casually and regularly, I don't think most players are that level of sweat. People just want to level their echoes to 25, see if they get something decent, so just something decent, not even min-max, just something decent. And when they play it that way, they do not get nearly enough. And that's the difference.
So I guess let's loop back to the main point in your video, right? Why I hate Wuthering Waves. Remember, that's the title of your video. Why you hate Wuthering Waves, right?
I mean,
the point that you make in the video is that this is a problem to a lot of players. But if the average casual, right, is the average player, and they don't really give a shit about their echoes, why does it matter? Where's the echo XP problem coming from when they don't care about the echoes?
I have all these characters as a free-to-play, quote-unquote casual. I mean, I still attempt because it's funny. But I still have all these characters, and I don't have echoes on most of them. I only have say about 50, and let's get 10 characters. And I've got say there's 25 coming in the game so far, so it's not enough for any of them at this point in the game as well. It's not nearly enough. I'm sorry.
I would say that the people that are really complaining about echo experience are the tryhards that are trying to hyper optimize their characters. That's the problem that people have the most.
Do you guys know what the #1 most viewed general guide video is of all time for Genshin Impact?
Artifacts?
Is that MTash one?
Yeah, it's the MTash how to 10 times your damage.
Yay! I love that video.
And did you know that MTash, for the first 2 weeks of him playing Genshin, he didn't even realize that artifacts were equipable. So
I mean, most players don't.
Really,
yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Most players don't even know that artifacts and echoes are even a thing you need to worry about. They'll just equip. I mean, I promise you, the amount of players going 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 right now is insane because they are just little apes. Because they don't play this to sweat, they just play this shit to hit shit. Which is why, the echo thing, it really is a hardcore issue. It's not a casual issue at all.
To be honest, I think there's actually a third group. There are the casuals that literally do not care and do not even know, and then there are the sweats that are min-max, and then there are the people in the middle that they're not so hardcore that they're sweaty, but they're not casual. Where they do want to get somewhat decent substats, and they will just max 25, roll it, see how it's good. If it's absolutely dog shit, they'll re-roll it again. But if it's somewhat decent, let's say out of 5 substats, they get 3 that are decent, they'll keep that. And there are a lot of people that are in that group as well. And I think we're really forgetting about those. I think I would more class in that group than any of the other 2, to be honest.
I think that the people in that group, if they're complaining about the echo experience problem without taking the next step to optimizing their leveling, that's a group of players that kind of wants to have their cake and eat it too. In the sense that they have plenty of tools, they're clearly trying to go to the next level, be a little bit more sweaty with their gameplay, but they're refusing to interact with the game's mechanics to enable that more. And I think that that's that's like a skill issue gap, right? Where it's clearly all the stuff is there. There's an active decision not to engage with it, and then there's a problem that's coming up from their decision not to engage with it. And I don't think that's something that necessarily the devs need to fix. Does that make sense?
I get it, but again, when it comes down to the ecosystem, and this is not just a Wuthering Waves issue. This is same thing with Genshin, Honkai Star, and any other game that has these equipable artifact relics, whatever you want to call them, systems where the RNG is just so god awful that it really fucking kills players'
And I'm saying when you
motivation to
optimize your
play.
echoes, you can get 26 substats instead of 5. You limit how badly RNG can fuck you. And so again, if you're not using the
still think
systems
RNG is
that
a
limit
bitch.
RNG, how big of a problem is the RNG?
I mean, we're just getting into a real deeper conversation about like going to mathematics here. I don't think we have the time, nor energy, nor fucking brain power to get into that. But yeah,
Yeah, so that's my point of view, right? The problems with RNG, the problem with Echo Experience can be actively managed with decisions in game. It's a problem that doesn't necessarily affect the casuals as much. It's more for like the hardcore. Once you start worrying about those factors, right? RNG and your Echo Experience, you have a conscious ability to optimize and stretch your materials further. And simply not doing that, to me, is like, well, you have the ability to mitigate this problem. You're choosing not to do it, and then, you know, there's a complaint about the problem. And to me, that's like a little bit like, huh? Right?
I think
It's a
there's,
little.
like I said, I think there's 3 different groups, like where people they're either conscious about the echoes, they are not conscious about the echoes. They are conscious about the echoes, and they are cautious about the echoes. Again, I think there are 3 different groups. I'm in the conscious side, but not cautious side. Whereas I think you are in the cautious side, where you're more really granular about things. Again, we're getting into like the weeds and the fucking granular shit right now. I think that's just getting into like we're going to run in conversations the way people prefer to play their game. You're talking about the most optimal way, the most sweaty way, whereas I am not nearly at that level. I don't think most players are. That I think we've said that several times right now. I don't really want to go like around and around in a circle. I think we're just repeating ourselves.
I think that's the one thing that we can agree on.
Absolutely. I think RNG fucking sucks. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, but hey, I've done a lot of things on my account that mitigate RNG, and I have a almost not like perfect, but a great set of echoes on every single character and an excess of experience.
The thing is, I'm a grinder as well. I have like hundreds and hundreds of hours on games like RuneScape and Warframe and that sort of thing. I have no problems with putting the time and effort into these games. I brought up the examples of World of Warcraft and Path of Exile in the video as well. People don't mind doing the grind, but when the RNG literally makes your entire efforts fucking meaningless, it really demotivates people. And I think as a system, the RNG is really fucking stupid, in my opinion. If I have something that I know if I put this amount of effort in, if I put this amount of time and energy and all this into this thing, I know I can get this for sure. And that goes into resource management as well. If you save your resources and you grind those bosses, you grind those dungeons to get those resources, you are gonna get those skills, you are gonna get those levels for sure. And that's something I do not mind at all. But when it comes to RNG, it literally makes your entire efforts fucking meaningless. But that's a conversation about gacha gaming in general.
Yeah, so here's my question. Why are we acting like players don't like RNG things in a gacha game where it's just literally made for gamblers?
Oh, RNG for things like characters and weapons, I have no problems. That's literally gambling. But when it comes to like equipping things to your characters to make them fun to use, I think that's just unnecessary. Again, we are talking not just about Wuthering Waves here. We're talking about a lot of the big ones. Genshin
You know what's
Impact,
also
Honkai Star,
unnecessary? Having to spend $600 to get a character.
Oh, I agree.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
I agree.
Like we can sit here and say that this thing sucks, this isn't fair. And just like these are gotcha games, they're designed very intentionally to be predatory for the characters. That's how they get your money. For the gotcha or for the grinding your characters and leveling them up, that's how they get player retention. These are the 2 metrics that the companies use in order to get as much money as possible. 1 from the players and 2 from investors to show them good player retention stats. So it's kind of just like, this is something that you must accept when you go into a gotcha game. And if you don't, then just play a different game.
I'm thinking though, like with that level of grinding for these echoes, I don't think we really need to have the RNG to have players grind for them, because, like I said, they're like current just in Wuthering Waves alone. There are like 25 characters coming out, and there's like several different sets, and then each character can, well, not each character, most characters can benefit from 2 or more different sets. That is a lot of fucking echoes. And if you just give us some degree of control and remove the RNG system, give us some degree of control on the subsets that we get on those echoes, I think a lot of players would be willing to grind and get those specific perfect echoes for their characters and get, okay, this character has this set, like a full set, and they do the same thing for all different games as well. I just don't think that RNG is necessary, because people will still have a great incentive to grind and to play the games
Ryuku.
for the echoes to max out everyone else as well.
There's one big problem with what you're saying.
Okay.
If you make it simply like a set, if you don't have RNG into the system, especially in like a gacha game where you're trying to, have people logging in daily, have people, like directly, for a reason logging in to spend their wave plates, your end goal in Wuthering Waves, after a character releases, unless you're like trying to level them up like a new character, all you're spending your wave plates on is tacit fields. And so when you get into this idea where you're grinding and then you can't, and then you just achieve it, it'll be over. You won't have any incentive to log in anymore necessarily and spend your wave plates.
On dungeons for character materials and upgrade materials. That's where most of my wave plates go.
But you'll eventually finish them. There's a set time where you finish grinding all of them, and then you don't do the dungeons anymore.
Yeah, and then when I finish them, they bring out a new character for me to pull on, and we have to do that whole thing again. I'm sorry, but what?
I know, but I'm saying that there's eventually a point in, like, it's not going to take you longer than like a week, right, to max out the character?
Well, what
are you doing for the other 3 weeks of the patch? 3-4 weeks of the patch?
How easy it is to grind and to get the things to get the echoes for your characters. This
is the thing. When you don't have the RNG gear system, that's one of like the biggest losses of playtime.
If they make a system, if they implement a system where if you grind, let's say, for example, 4 days worth of wave plates, and that way, from those 4 days, you can get one echo guaranteed to be the perfect echo that you want, right? Let's just, you see what I'm saying right now? If we get that way, it will take you 4 days to get that one echo, and you need 5 echoes for one person. That will take you 20 days just to get one person. Just for one set, and by the time that runs out, then you're also grinding
think about it this
to
way.
get the character essential materials as well.
I could get lucky and get a full echo set in a day.
Okay, I still
players
really
like that.
Push back on. Sorry, no, I need to push back on just they
like that.
The insinuation that you need the RNG to have people coming back to do this grind, because there are so many games out there that people grind all the fucking time that do not have this RNG system. I brought up several in the video as well. I don't think RNG is needed. It's not needed. Like, if you're implementing RNG just to make the grind worse, just because you're a lazy developer, that's your problem as a developer. Implement systems that make it so you don't have that level, and to just be smart developers. A lot of other games do it. You don't need to have this RNG. It's just a fucking lazy thing to do.
The most popular games in the industry use this gear system.
No, like I said, maybe this is a regional thing as well, but in Japan, Puzzles and Dragons, a game that came out 12 years ago, is still very much alive and kicking. Same thing with Monster Strike and Fate Grand Order as well. None of these 3 games here have that RNG system, and they have people grinding that every fucking day. I'm sorry, but no. Just because these games, which do have the RNG system, are still popular, doesn't mean because they have the RNG system, that's why they are popular. No, those two things are not connected. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm saying that, from traditional gacha games, it's a tried and tested. It's a tried and tested formula.
No, fuck, dude, no. You're saying traditional? How fucking young are you? I have been in this space since the very beginning. They are not traditional aspects of the gacha system. No,
yeah, I'm saying
I'm
saying traditional from the perspective of like Genshin.
Of a Genshin player?
HSR.
No, okay, then
maybe that's not the right terminology to use for a boomer like you.
No.
Okay, we'll go for the new age. We'll go for the new age. Yeah, like new post 2020.
No. Even post 2020, there are still a lot of games that do not have these systems that are still very popular as well.
Love and D Space uses this system, I believe.
I've never played it, so I can't. Maybe we can get Cap in the comments.
Love and D Space is a very popular game, right?
I don't know. We can ask Cap on that. I don't play
PGR is a game that doesn't use this system. Ladies and gentlemen, how many players does PGR have?
Enough.
A lot less.
I'm sorry.
That is the right answer. A lot less.
Those are not connected. Those are not connected at all.
So, It is scientifically proven that promoting daily playtime and a reason to log in every single day and have a significant amount of playtime is one of the biggest ways to drive sales, drive engagement, and yeah. It is scientifically proven.
We're arguing no, you're arguing a correlation and causation here. No, those two things are not connected in my opinion. That is a massive reach. I'm sorry.
So,
is Capsule awake?
When you're spending more time in a game, the idea is that you're more likely to spend, engage with other things in the game, blah, blah, blah. When you're logging into the game every single day, that's why they have dailies. Right. That's why every game has dailies, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are likely going to be a paying customer in the long run if you're logging in every day. And so, again, the gear system in these games is a big motivator to log in every day, spend your wave plates, and the RNG is what kind of is that light at the end of the tunnel. The thing that prevents you from being perfect right off the rip, just from an investment in time.
I want to flip this because I think the way we're coming at this conversation is completely wrong in the first part. You're saying it's again. Forgive me if I'm wrong. It seems like you're saying that the main drive.
I'm saying that this is a gacha game that's intended to make money, right? And obviously we can ask for everything, right? I can ask for Solon to just shit out echoes every patch and just give me plus 25, max crit echo rolls, right? And like I just get them every patch. But the fact of the matter is that might not be something that actually helps the game in the long run, because then people wouldn't have that incentive to log in every day. Right? And then perhaps sales go down, blah, blah, blah. We could just ask for everything to be free, right? And that would be hypothetically the best experience for players.
No. The way these gacha games should be designed is that they should release a character. You have the character that is not at their max. That way they're promoting people to spend, to pull more, to get more dupes. But also with the skill system there, the skill system with the resources in there, the materials in there that you need to build that character up to level 10, like max out everything. It should be a lot, make it harder to get those. So the amount of time it takes you to get enough resources to max that character would take roughly about a month, let's say. Whereas that's where people are logging in, grinding dungeons to get the resources in order to build the characters. I don't think we need two separate things of like echo experience for the characters' skills and also and also wave plates. To get the echoes as well. I think I misspoke there. Wave plates for the skills and also wave plates for the echoes as well. We don't need these two different sets. If they made it so you get the character and your wave plate, your daily grind is going to the dungeons to get the resources in order to build those characters, perfectly fine. We do not need that on top of another thing with the echoes. That's two different things. Do you see what I'm saying? That way you're still promoting daily logins and daily grind. And also, if we have a grind for an infinite grind for echoes, it promotes people to spend more time on the game because they want to get better echoes if they so choose to, but they don't need to. This is where we're getting a bit to a different conversation on how I think they could fix it.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. It sounds like you hate RNG, man.
I really do. I hate it with an absolute passion.
Yeah.
Again, RNG, gacha RNG with like pulls, perfectly fine. Of course I have an issue, but no, I understand that from a monetary perspective. I get that absolutely 100%. Full steam ahead, let's go. But when it comes to RNG with ecosystems, with relic systems, with artifact systems, no, I will never have anyone argue that is a good system to me, and I would just say, no, you are completely fucking wrong.
All right then. I guess they're wrong. All right, my man.
Wow, great conversation.
Yeah, so I think that's mainly it for the takes. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little tired.
I just woke up, so I'm ready to go. Let's go.
Yeah,
I can go for another 2 hours if you want.
You sound like you got a lot of coffee in your body. You got a lot of energy going, right? And
no. To be honest, I actually was awake until like 2 a.m. last night because I was like because I had issues with the editing that video. The ripple delete fucked me over. And then I was just like, watching people's reaction to see how it was being received. And then I went to sleep at 2, woke up at like 6. So I've only had like 4 hours sleep.
Sounds good, man. Well, I mean, what I'm gonna say is you are again entitled to your own opinion. You definitely can decide, that that your stance, your approach is, what's going to be the best for the game.
At the end of the day, we haven't done any research. We don't have any proof. We don't actually know what you're suggesting is, actually the right way to go about it. It could be, it couldn't be. We're all just kind of like speculating right now, right? And I'm coming in from the basis of some of the most popular current games in the gacha genre use this gear system, use this kind of like progression, and right, like that to me is like a potential push for that integration in Wuwa, right? Like you're seeing industry leaders do that, and so you're gonna decide to do the same thing. We got people like Levin Deep Space, right, having the same gear system as Genshin Impact. So it's clearly something, it's a trend that other developers are using. People might quote unquote hate it, but I view it as Kuro using what works. Don't reinvent the wheel. Yeah, Liquid, I guess you making a second account was pretty okay, man. I guess you making a second account is actually okay, because I guess you're helping me out. So to me, it's just we're seeing industry leaders have an implementation. Wuthering Waves has that implementation. You're saying it's dog shit. You don't like RNG, and that's why you think it's dog shit. You're entitled to that opinion. But the fact of the matter is that some of the most successful games in gacha are using it. And so that's my understanding of why Wuwa is using it as well. And so if you think you know better than the industry leaders, we'll go with your take. And if you think you know better than like the marketing leaders at all these different gacha games, right? Then we'll go with yours.
I don't want to draw this conversation out any longer because I think we're wrapping up, but there is a massive leap in logic being taken there, but I think we can get into that.
Maybe we'll go. Yeah. Maybe we'll go ahead and we'll pick that discussion up. I'm just saying, I'm seeing a lot of the biggest companies in gacha are using this method. Maybe there's a reason for that. That I guess that's what I'm saying, right? And you're saying that it's wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll have evidence to back that up as well.
Okay, cool. Then maybe we can continue this conversation at a later time. There's a difference, because guys, in a gacha game, it's pretty simple. If you wanted the best game possible in a gacha, it wouldn't be a gacha. But it is a gacha. And so you have to frame your changes, you have to frame your suggestions, frame the updates with the idea that it is a gacha game. And if you don't, then that's kind of like where the problem lies. Because now we're suggesting changes that simply don't fit the type of game that it is. And so I think that's my viewpoint on why I am pushing back on a lot of these ideas, because they're kind of like part and parcel of a gacha game. So you know what I mean? It's just like, it's almost like built in and designed into the system. Swaggy Boy, who cares about Arknights and FGO? They're not the biggest games. Wuthering Waves wants to be one of the most successful games.
Oh, no!
In global. I know JPFGO. I know JPFGO is huge, and you're in Japan. You're in Japan. I know FGO is huge in Japan.
They still very often top global, even global marketing with their
New
and
I'm saying okay.
Well.
I do know that FGO is not as big in global as it is in Japan, and FGO is lower than other titles in a global.
I'm not getting into this conversation.
FGO is lower in global than other titles. Ryuku's coming in from Japan.
Did you
so
know
he has the Japan perspective on FGO.
Okay. I think this conversation's over. Oh, I'm going to turn to the next giggle smack. I'm going to laugh my way out. No, I'm just going to say, the conversation with Gatchmak, I love Gatchmak. I think he's a great guy. I hope you two can make up, and there are no hard feelings between you two.
I mean, clearly we had a little bit of a clearly I have my opinion on his takes. He's got his opinion on my take. We can agree to disagree on certain things, but, hopefully there's no hard feelings at the end of the day.
Yeah, I want everyone to get along, I'll be honest. Except Zavjev, he can go fuck off.
Ooh, buddy. A little bit dramatic, aren't we? It seems like my stream has unfortunately just been a lot of, or fortunately or unfortunately, it's been a lot of shots as a Jeff. We had Brax make one, we had Tech make one, and now Ryuku's made one. Every single one of my guests has shit on him in some way. And that's a little crazy. I'm not gonna say anything about it myself. My guests have done enough. All right.
Right, I'm gonna jump. See you later.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and thank Ryuku for his time. Obviously, he is a very opinionated man this entire video, right? At the end of the day, it was an opinion about what he hates about Wuthering Waves. Thank you for the stream content, but frankly, I am goddamn exhausted. We're about to hit 8 hours on this stream. And I have not actually eaten anything yet today. So, 1 meal a day is really helpful for your diet, by the way, guys, if you're trying to lose some weight. 1 meal a day is what you do. Just become a streamer that never eats, and you'll get it done. All right? Cool. So...
I'll see you later, guys. I'm going to jump.
All right.
Bye.
Goodbye, Ryuku. Ladies and gentlemen, my eyes are starting to glaze over. Not because, perhaps partially due to the conversation, but also due to the fact that we had a bit of an early start today, just for me, compared to when I went to sleep last night. And yeah, holy shit. So let me go ahead and think about who I'm trying to raid at the moment. Who do you all think is worth the raid? Who should we raid? Raid Fob. Bro, what's your age? I'm in my late 20s. We got Fob, we got Sherimu. Baeo1. I actually don't see him on. Fob? Alright, I guess today... Perhaps today... I've already raided Red New already. I've raided Sherimu. I'll raid Fob for once. And we'll see if we can mend some bridges. Let's see if we can... Yeah, let's raid Feetmaster. Let's raid Feetmaster. How about that? Can you guys all call him Feetmaster when you enter? Thank you. Just call him Feetmaster.